All right, guys, got about 5 minutes till we get it back into racing action. Race number 1 will be up at 11 o'clock. 21.581 will be first up. Make sure you guys have your correct car numbers on the cars. Make sure you guys run through tech, all that good stuff. Once again, race number 1. We have it 5 minutes.
number 36. Four-wheel mod guys, come out. Turn marshal for me. Amen. Four-wheel mod guys, come out. Turn marshal. Race number 1. We're getting ready to rock and roll.
Good morning, everybody, or afternoon, depending on where you are in the United States or watching around the world. Welcome to the main day here at the 2026 Roar 110 Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by Hobby Wing. Jared Barton here alongside Sean Sexy Leg Miller. Sean, plenty of storylines from yesterday's qualifying sessions. Man, what a fantastic day we had yesterday in rounds 2 through 4. Yesterday was the day of the tiebreaker. Four TQs changed hands from rounds 3 to 4. Just can't believe how crazy it was, and of course it came to a crescendo last night with Chase Lemieux stealing TQ straight away from Brock Champlin's fingertips. Just wanted to give your thoughts on how yesterday went for you, and man, can't ask for anything better than that.
I think we had, I don't know, it was over 6 races finished within less than a second there at the end of the run. So if that's any indication of what we're in for here today, it's going to be some of the best racing in the world out here at SDRC Raceway for your Roar 110 Scale Off-Road Dirt Nationals.
Couldn't agree more. Of course, for those that are new watching at home, of course, the tiebreaker is mainly going to the qual point scoring, meaning there were 4 rounds of qualifying, and we saw multiple times 2 different drivers TQing 2 separate rounds, meaning they scored the lowest amount of points possible. Chase Lemieux, with his faster run of the 25 flat .1, beat Brock Champlin's fastest single run of 25.01.0. So like you said, less than a second to determine your overall TQ. Other storylines we had written down here, Dakota Fenn doing Dakota Fenn things in two-wheel drive mod buggy. Bryce Butterfield continued his impressive weekend in 13.5 four-wheel. Brent Telke back against the wall, stealing round 4 of plus 40 four-wheel drive. Just plenty of fantastic stories to cover. But we have A1 of two-wheel drive, 21.5 buggy lining up. Who's your pick for this one?
Oh, boy, that's a good question right here. Austin Riley has kind of been the man to beat this weekend, and then you got the Bakersfield boy, Johan Blizzard, the local of Carrera, and some SDRC locals here, or even a Hot Rod Hobby local. I mean, dude, it's gonna be real good right here, and I'm looking forward to an awesome day of racing, announcing and racing out here with you, Jared. And so, just happy to be here, man, along your side and learning every race we do together, and this is going to be good, and we're about to go racing.
Likewise, my friend. Yes, the greatest set and lock. Clayton gives the thumbs up, and here we go, folks. A1 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy by SXT Racing Products, looking for green. Quick hold up here. One car creep forward. There we go. On the tone. And off we go. You saw we're zoomed in our start-finish line camera, and Austin Riley trying to take care of business here in A-Main number 1. Oh, second place, Johan going for a spill off the start. So Riley's got a nice little piece of real estate to work with. First time by the start-finish line. Riley will bring it around out in front. Second place now going to be Tusa Carrera. Jay Neal quite a ways back, but he goes from 8th to 3rd, so good start for Jay Neal. Riley Christie in the 4, Trent Rigby, 8, and Christopher Edward. Johan drops all the way down to 9th. Down the elevator he goes, and Mitchell Berkey in the 10. Check out this race, though. Austin Riley out in front. Big race happening behind him, though. It's Riley Carrera. That's the race from 3rd on back. Riley Christie taking over that 3rd spot from Jay, then Trent. So great race they were following right here back in the field. But right now, Austin Riley gets off to about the best start you can ask for, Sean. 1.6 seconds out in front after about 55 seconds.
Yeah, that comes as no surprise. And then all of a sudden, 3rd, 4th, and 5th all crash into each other here, and they're coming up to the loop. So it is Austin Riley's world here, and we're just living it here in our first A-Main event of the day. 21.5 two-wheel drive A1 on the track.
Absolutely. Riley out in front, a minute 15 and 3:45 left to go. Tooster back into the 2 spot again. Him and Christie continue to race it out with Christopher Johan, the top 5, but Riley doing what he's got to do right now, working his way down that final switchback down the straightaway he comes, this time by 16.7. Just ran a 16.6 the lap before, so Riley showing like he's done all weekend. He's been the man to beat. Carrera's got a 16.8, but everybody else in the 17 and 18 second bracket for their quickest laps. So right now, looking like Carrera is the second best, his biggest competition for Austin Riley. Minute 45 and 3:15 left to go. Checking out with your leader here, Austin Riley through the center. Looks like he just came around the right side sweeper. So again, we've got Austin Riley out in front doing what he's got to do here, trying to take down A-Main number 1. As we mentioned, folks, with AAA mains, if If one driver wins A1 and A2, they can sit out A3. They are crowned the overall champion. With triple main scoring here at the Roar 10 Scale Nationals, it takes your best 2 rounds out of 3. So if you win A1 and A2, no need to run A3. You've already won the overall championship. Riley down the straightaway this time, 17-1. Comes up on some traffic. That blue and purple car gets 2 for 1 there at the end of the sweeper. So Riley just doing what he's got to do. And I'm telling you, Sean, sometimes it's just your weekend, man. Sometimes the breaks go your way. And the only time we haven't seen Austin up front was that, I believe it was second round of qualifying where he had a rough run. But other than that, he has been the man out front.
Yeah, he's showing to be the class of the field here in the 21.5, and a local boy, lot of track time out here at SDRC, and that's proving to be pivotal here for the locals as they're running 1-2 right now. So looking pretty good right here for Austin, and just trying to cap off a great weekend here. And good seeding effort, good qualifying efforts out there. I think you're absolutely right. The only one he didn't win in qualifying out of the 4 rounds was round number 2, but it looks like he's locked in here for A1.
Absolutely, and of course, Austin driving an associated chassis with Hobbywing horsepower. Glitch Matty Gonzalez helping him out with the motor tune, and I'm telling you, that thing looks fresh still here at the 315 mark. Still clearing that double-double over the big quad with ease. One more time down these 180s through the final switchback, down the straightaway over that tricky start-finish line. How about that, Sean? 16.5 on lap number 12. No fade out of that Hobbywing powered associated chassis over the big quad. Once again, he goes a little short on that second double, but no worries. 10.5-second lead over Riley Christie. Carrera's in that third spot. Christopher Shaw Meridian, Trent Rigby, the top 5, followed by Aiden Spencer, Jay Neal, Johan Blizzard, Edward Garcia, and Mitchell Berkey with 3:50 and 1:10 left to go. And just mentioning something that our man B.J. Williams was putting in the chat. Yes, he will. If Austin can take down 21.5 buggy this weekend, he will very likely earn his graduation to 17.5 at his next national event. That's the cool thing that Roar does is once you win the 21.5 class, it's not really meant to be your career division if you end up winning it. So Roar would definitely grant you your graduation to the next division up.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's working on his first Roar National Championship right here for Austin Riley, so that would be cool. And I dig the graduation process. We do the same thing at our races back at home for the Jimmy Babcock Racing League Series. He finished top 3 in that class. You got to move up to the next fastest class right there. And so, got to go out there and get that first one, and then we'll go from there.
Absolutely. And you saw, like we were mentioning, sometimes the breaks go your way. 2 cars take each other out over the quad. Guess who misses it? Austin. One more time for your leader. The white flag should be waving this time for Riley as he crosses with 13 seconds to go. And Riley doing exactly what he's got to do here in A-Main number 1. Of course, he still wants to go as fast as he can, Sean, because if there is a tiebreaker, guess what? It's your single fastest run that would be that tiebreaker. So right now, Austin doing exactly what he's got to do. Here he comes for the final time. Austin Riley wins A-Main number 1 of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy by SXT Racing Products. A stout run and a 16.4 on the final lap resets the hot lap once again. A little bit of a celebratory wheel whip there at the end for Austin. Well-earned win for him. Riley Christie going to finish second. Tucer Carrera brings it home third, followed by Trent Rigby in that fourth spot. Aiden Spencer 5, Christopher Shaw Meridian 6, Jay Neal, Johan Blizzard, Edward Garcia, and Mitchell Berkey round out our field. You can see Austin had a lap on the field there at the end. Only driver to go 18 laps. Congratulations to Austin Riley, winning it in A-Main number 1. We'll steal a word with him on your one-up race report, and Sean's going to speak with your winner.
All right, thanks, guys, for tuning in. We got Austin Riley here with our one-up racing interview cam. Well, Austin, you've had a great qualifying Saturday, and now you come out here. You guys are the first A-Main event of the weekend out here, and you won that thing by 13 seconds right there, and you did your best lap on your last lap of the race. So no motor fade right there, and it seems like your setup and everything you got going on is working real well.
I've got pretty much everything to the point where it's all about driving. It's so easy to control. It's so easy to drive. All I have to focus on is doing the same thing every time, every lap, not make any mistakes, get through traffic clean, and I just build a lead.
Yeah, and you just touched on something. Everybody's going to, at this level, have good motors, good batteries, good cars and everything, and it's going to really come down to your driving, and you executed that A1 perfectly, man. Give us a little insight. How's that feel to go out there and get A1, and what's it going to take to kind of back that up here and lock it in our first 2 A-Mains?
Well, it feels really good. It feels like I'm putting in enough effort. I'm starting to learn the track and get it down to a point where I can do the same thing every single time. My hobby wing stuff is putting down consistent power. I don't feel any fade. So thank you to Matthew and my dad for, of course, helping me out through all of this, getting my stuff completely set up to the point where it's just about driving. And going into the A2, I just have to make sure I drive consistent the same way I just did and just get another TQ or another one, I mean.
Awesome, man. Well, congratulations on the A1 win. Going for his first national championship out there, and good luck here in A2 and 3.
Thank you so much.
You got it. Thanks.
Perfect timing right there. 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy just went off here, brought to you by ProTech RC. Dominic Passioni with that brand new R1 Works R1B two-wheel drive buggy. Sean, I'm telling you what, man, if there was an exam this weekend, if there was a test, I would think that R1 buggy earned an A+ so far this weekend for that brand new car being released.
R1B making some waves out here at the Dirt Nationals right here, and he's been looking really good out there. He came up a little bit short in the Carpet Nationals. I believe he still was able
second.
Second on that. And I think he got the four-wheel.
He did win four-wheel, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
so he's a two-time four-wheel, and he's going for that first two-wheel drive 17.5 national championship, and he's looking pretty good in here. A beautiful opening lap. Unfortunately, the killer Sammy Moran going to make a mistake here on lap number 1, but we got about a 4-car breakaway right here down the front side straightaway.
Yes, and one of the breakout stars this weekend, Caden Meeks, running in the second spot. He just tied for TQ with Doug Lerviere, but lost on the tiebreaker, so he'll start second in Stadium Truck later on here in the program. But right now, Passioni doing what he's got to do out in front. No worries for him, about a half a straightaway advantage, followed by Meeks, Jeremy Hayes Jr. in that third spot, Gonzalez up to that 4th, Bryce Butterfield in the 5. We'll talk about him later with 13.5 four-wheel drive. Jermaine Robinson in that 6th spot. Sammy back up to 7. Nate Sutherland goes from 10th to 8th. Then Mason Templeman and Ivan Moreno, your full rundown. And like we were mentioning, R1 Works, when we caught up with Steve Villanueva earlier this weekend, he really said they had one shot to get this buggy right. And if you don't have the correct stuff right out of the box, you're going to be going up against a very tough way to come back with manufacturers like Associated and X-Ray and Schumacher at the top of this field. Steve and company knew they had to get it right on the first swing.
Yeah, well, they're swinging for the fences right here in A1, and so far so good right now. Passion now stretching down to 1.5, and we are only 2 minutes into this race. Caden Meeks, your second-place qualifier right there. But look at your 4th and 6th-place qualifier, wasting no time to jump up to 3rd and 4th right there. And then here comes Matty G running top 5. You got the killer down to the 6th. He was that triple crash on lap number 1, so he's going to have to do some work here. And it's going to be Robinson, Sutherland, Ivan Moreno Jr., the young man representing for Tijuana, and that's the Baja California, and then Mason Racing Templeman out of Santa Clarita going to round out my top 10.
Absolutely. Passioni last time by goes 15.5, backs it up to 15.6. He does own the quickest lap of the race, and he owns the quickest lap by over 2.5 tenths of a second. So Passioni once again doing exactly what he has to do. Nice smooth drive here in A-Main number 1. That car has a lot of grip right now, Sean. You can see that car really getting into this racetrack. Looks very secure. A little small slip right there at the end of the straightaway, but he's able to save it. And once again, Meeks right now falling into the clutches of Jeremy Hayes Jr. Over the quad goes your leader, but that's the battle for second. We're following right there. Hayes Jr. in that blue and white car right there behind the darker blue and white of Meeks. That's Associated for Meeks and Schumacher for Hayes. Butterfield 4, and Moran back up to 5. Nice run for Sammy. But again, two of these breakout stars this weekend making a great case here. Oh, they can make a little contact. Good sportsmanship. They work it out. But again, Meeks and Hayes Jr. now fall back into the clutches of Bryce Butterfield, your TQ, in 13.5 four-wheel drive. And Moran not far back trying to catch up with 1:40 to go.
Yeah, things are going to start to get interesting here for those top podium spots right here. You know, it's not just the championship. Obviously, everybody only one person going home with that. So you're going to have your interior battles for those second and third steps on the podium. And right now, that's exactly what we got. Meeks in second. 4 tenths up on Jeremy Hayes, and then Hayes 4 tenths up on Butterfield. Oh, little love tap right there. Didn't spin him out or flip him over.
The top shelf there for Butterfield after that second double. So very nice price pass there for Bryce. Little bit of a bump and a rub, but it was clean. and I see no penalties issued from Roar, so Butterfield takes that 3 spot. Now Hayes Jr. has to get back to work, and how quick does it change, Sean? He goes from challenging for second, kind of hooking wings there with Meeks, and now Butterfield slides right in there, takes the spot. Now Meeks has a little breathing room. But with 50 seconds left, you saw Passione at the bottom of your screen just cruising out front. No worries for him. He has a 6-second advantage here with 45 seconds left to go. If he can finish these last 40 seconds, it's going to be quite the statement made here for these competitors in the AMA number 2. Right now, Passione doing what he's got to do to lock it up.
A little mistake right there from Hayes, as you know, that was a good pass right there. It was aggressive out of Butterfield, but that was a good pass to me right there, and he moves past it. Now Hayes trying to grab a handful of throttle and stay with this lead pack right here. He's going to have a little work to do as we're running out of time with 20 seconds to go here in our 17.5 two-wheel drive, sponsored by ProTech RC A1.
Absolutely. 10 seconds left to go. Passione, no worries. He just got his white flag lap. Following him to the finish line here. Overcooks that center tabletop a little bit. But again, that's all that R1 horsepower he's trying to reel in. One more time down the crossovers, and here he comes across the start-finish line. Dominic Passione wins AMA number 1 of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. My man, that was wire to wire, Sean. That was 19.506, and you got to think that first lap a little bit longer due to them going off a standing start. So Passione gets the job done. Caden Meeks brings it home second. Bryce Butterfield with a great drive from 5th up to 3rd. Jeremy Hayes Jr. will hold serve in the 4th spot. Sammy Moran with a nice recovery after a rough start back up to 5th. Jermaine Robinson moves up to 6th. Nate Sutherland from 10th up to 7th, followed by Mason Templeman. Matt Gonzalez tumbles to 9th in the end, and Ivan Moreno Jr. finishing in 10th. So congratulations to Dominic Passione winning AMA number 1 of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by ProTech RC. We will get a word with him here in our One Up Racing Race Report. Catching up with Dominic Passione, winning AMA number 1 of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Congratulations, Dom. That was a great drive, and final margin of victory about 6 seconds there. So gotta feel pretty good about that one. How'd that car drive for you this time out?
It was a solid performance. That's what I was definitely looking for, trying to pull a gap. I did make a little mistake there at the end. I just lost a little grip coming up the face, and But overall, super happy with that performance. Really happy with the car. Everything felt really good that run. Do it again for the next one, and hopefully have a similar result for 4-wheel.
Awesome job, man. Well, I don't want you to give away all your secrets, but Sean and I were noticing on the broadcast you had 0 faded out of that R1 Works horsepower. Do you have any gear left in the tank if you got to throw another tooth on it?
I probably could. I mean, the motor's realistically coming off below like 120, so I probably could. I don't know if I need to necessarily. It might throw off like the ratio of the power I'm liking right now.
Hey, it's good to have that in your back pocket just in case you have to go into chase mode here in these later races. Awesome job, my man. What's your strategy going in AMA number 2? I'm sure you'd like to get it done in 2 races if possible. So what's your strategy going in?
With how the track was that run, I actually ran like a little bit of a softer rear tire, rear foam setup. I'm probably going to stay something similar to that because it was a little bit looser than what it's been. So try to maintain a little bit more grip out there and then go from there.
Well, great job, my friend. You definitely were the class of the field in that race, and we'll wish you luck the rest of the way.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, getting ready to go. We're lined up here. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. And on the chat, Facebook, I got Arcadarius in here. What up, Elias? It's always good to have him. That's one of our techno boys out there. And Chris Clark all tuned in. Thank you, guys. Jerry K1, Top Line RC Recommend, and Flack Racing. Here we go. We're off in racing 40-plus two-wheel drive mod buggy. Hey, man, we got to pile up in turn number 1.
Oh, boy, that's going to be a hornet's nest back there at the back of the field, and they're still wrecking back there. Oh, no.
Horn to dead last right here.
That is a bummer. Looks like, who is that? Is that Kevin King that comes out with the lead? As a matter of fact, it is from 3rd to 1st, and Jimmy Wright follows him right out. So, unfortunately, tough break right there for your top 2. Both Horn and Swanson getting together, and they're both going to have to try and play catch-up now. But Kevin King, after being down in the gutter all weekend long, remember all the way back to round number 1, Sean, he broke out of both of his qualifiers. Now he's leading AMA number 1 of 40-plus two-wheel drive, brought to you by TCO Tires. Couldn't ask for a better start if you're Kevin King.
Yeah, he had, unfortunately, a pretty horrendous qualifying effort yesterday in two-wheel and four-wheel. But that's just qualifying there. That just shows you get yourself into the A-main events, and you're going to have a little crack at the win. So it is Kevin King out there from Crestview, California, I believe, here for King. Actually, I'm not sure exactly where Kevin is. I know he's a San Diego native out here rocking the Team Associated on J Concepts, Reedy Tires. And then, of course, you're going to have Jimmy right there from Menifee Lakes, California, rocking the Schumacher Track Star ride. Also with Avid Hobby Wing DE Racing and Andy's RC Bodies right there. So Jimmy having a nice little run from the 3 spot. And look at this, Nick Miller from 7th on the grid, all the way up to a top 3.
Just to mention, of course, Jimmy Wright on TZO tires this weekend, so I'm sure Nick Hernandez pleased to see that here. And again, you can watch our battle going over the big quad. Oh, Jimmy, a little misstep right there, so Kevin gets about 5 feet extra room. Kevin King out in front, and how poetic would it be? Kevin actually built Brent Telke's 2-wheel drive buggy. Wouldn't that be something if Kevin can bring his own car and go out there and beat the boss BT, saying, yeah, I could build your car, but mine's still just a little bit better with almost 3 minutes left to go here. Again, Kevin King getting it done, but Jimmy Wright keeping the pressure on. There you can see them going down the straightaway. 16-1 that lap for Jimmy Wright. He is giving King all he wants over the center tabletop. Here they come to the big quad one more time, and again, King under pressure from Jimmy Wright. Miller in the 3 spot. Swanson, Telke, Horn back up to the 6 spot now. Then Newman, Tanaka, Jones, and Raycelis with 2:45 left, Sean.
Great battle. Top 4 only separated by 2.5 right here. And Jimmy is on Kevin King right here. He's trying to sink that hook in there. Oh, nothing dirty right there. It actually looked like Kevin King got a little crossed up, and Jimmy Wright had nowhere to go as Kevin King landed.
Swanson gets through the 2nd spot as those two make contact. And again, I don't think there was any foul play there. Jimmy just kind of landed on top of King after getting a little bit loose. And unfortunately, with these open wheel cars, when you touch wheels with these big rubber tires on here, usually one of you goes flying, and unfortunately Jimmy got the short end of that deal. But Jimmy's still in the mix. Don't count him out yet. He's in that 4th spot. Look at this race at the end of the sweeper. Swanson under big pressure now from Miller. So actually Miller taking the 2 over. Check out Nick from 7th up to 2nd. What a drive here from Nick and AMA number 1. Then he's got Swanson and Telke right up in his business. Wright falls back to 6. Can Al Horn get there is the question. He's got to make up 6.5 seconds, Sean. That is a big gap to try and cover with 1:45 remaining.
And I can say this with confidence since I'm a Miller. We're not one for qualifiers. We like that heads-up, green flag to checker flag racing. So Miller, in typical Miller fashion, getting it done here in A1 right here.
A little bit of a jump over the pipe right there. So Miller actually going to lose that 2nd spot. So Swanson goes back to the 2. Miller drops the 3. That's the battle we're following right here. So Andrew Swanson, the TLR driver, taking it away from Nick Miller, fellow TLR guys. So the Losi team both trying to run down the Associated of King. But again, you can see Miller getting a little bit loose at the end of that sweeper. Looks like that groove might be getting a little dust in it. And here comes Telke and Horn. So again, Al Horn is trying his best to get back in there, but still lagging 6.5 seconds to your leader. 4 minutes gone and 1 minute left to go. Had one upside down there after the quad. I believe that was going to be Newman, so everything's all clear for your leaders. Kevin King still doing the job out in front. How about this? The top 2, well, actually all 3 of them, King, Swanson, and Miller, have all experienced some mechanical issues this weekend. But now when it comes main time, when the chips are on the table, they're running up front with 45 seconds left to go, Sean.
Yeah, BT up to a top 3 run right here. And Allen, who went to dead last on lap number 1. A nice little rebuttal from the basement up to a top 5. Not really the run he was looking for, but that's why they give us a throw out here. So it'll be your best 2 runs here out of the 3.
Absolutely.
But BT ripping right here from the 5 spot. He's only 1.7 back from Swanson and only 3.4 off the leader. So it ain't over yet here, but it is running out of time here with 15 seconds to go.
Yes, Horn has definitely used up his mulligan. This is the one throwaway he's going to have if he wants to try and win a national championship here in 2-wheel drive Masters. But right now we still have Kevin King bringing it down, going to try and get his last lap. King makes a little mistake. Here comes Swanson right behind him. This is the race back to the start-finish line.
Swanson has gotten around him.
Here they come to the start-finish line. Swanson got by at the end, and Kevin King loses it on the last lap. Andrew Swanson steals it away. It was another blue car that we were following, but wow, imagine that, Sean. Good eye right there.
I had your back, brother.
Swanson taking it home on the final lap. What a bummer for Kevin King as he landed a little bit off kilter on the quad, and it's going to be Swanson taking AMA number 1, a 40-plus 2-wheel drive mod buggy, followed by Kevin King bringing it home 2nd, Brent Telke 3rd, Al Horn, nice recovery, gets back up to 4th after that first lap accident. Jimmy Wright to 5th, Nick Miller 6th, Jose Newman 7, Randy Tanaka 8, Chris Raycelis 9, and Ben Jones finishing in 10th. Andrew Swanson was the man, the last man standing at that point, Sean. And we're going to grab a word with him in your one-up race report, and I'll turn it over to Sean.
All right, here we are, one-up racing race report right here with Andrew Swanson. I mean, dude, we had all 4 seasons there in that one. That was chaos. It was entertaining for us, but how are you feeling after that A1
Man, my heart's beating a bit fast. What can I say? The start was a bit rough. Al went a little wide. Thought I could sneak it in there, but, we got together and just tried to kind of claw it back towards the end.
Yeah, and the leader, King, had a pretty decent little lead, but a last lap mistake. You were able to squeeze by here and get that A1 win. Talk us through that a little bit.
Oh, man, it's exciting. I didn't think Kevin was going to make a mistake there right at the end, but we both kind of messed up coming off the end of the straightaway. I think he just got a little bit more dust on his tires, tried to come out of that corner, got a little loose, and was able to sneak by.
Nothing like a last lap pass for an A1 victory right there. Proud of you, Andrew, and give a shout-out to your sponsors, and we'll get you out there to turn marshal.
Yeah, TLR, J Concepts, Hobby Wing, 1UP, Spectrum, Horizon Hobby, all support me.
Awesome, man. Great run there on A1, and we got some work to do here in A2 from that 2 spot, but go out there and get her done.
Yeah, we do. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Gridding them up here for two-wheel drive mod main number 1. Check this out, Sean. We have 10 of the best in the country right here. Dakota Fenn going to lead him from pole, followed by Aiden Horton starting second, Spencer Rivkin 3, Davey Botta 4, Brock Champlin 5, Chase Lemieux 6, Brennan Schimmel 7, Ryan Cavallari in the 8th spot, Levi Raymond 9, and Doug Riviere 10 as we're about to go green.
Check this out, Jared. Shoulder to shoulder around the whole racetrack right here, as expected.
This is the premier division right here. Everybody would say that they want to win two-wheel drive modified buggy, especially all these racers on the national circuit. Oh, check that out. Aiden Horn to the front early, but Fenn back up the inside. So Fenn protects after Horn tried to go big over the quad.
Now, sometimes defense is your best offense right there. And Dakota driving with the elbows out right there to hang on to that race lead.
They were taking my storylines away at the very start there. They wasted no time to get into the action. Dakota Fenn now leading Aiden Horn and Spencer Rivkin in the 3 spot, lined up from third on back with the top 2 breaking away. Again, it is Fenn followed by Horn. And again, you saw a lot of mutual respect there between Dakota and Aiden. Dakota got back up the inside. Aiden could have shut the door and chopped them off, but he conceded the spot. He saw he had the line, and gotta love the mutual respect being shown here at the highest level. Yeah,
it's that's what we expect from these best drivers in the world out here this weekend, and they know how important it is to get out front and not get back into the wolf's den here on lap number 1. But we got an X-ray of Dakota Fenn out front, and then we got a freight train of Team Associated of Aiden Horn 2, Rivkin 3, Davey Botta 4, and then that Schumacher, Brock Champlin, Brennan Schimmel, Cavallari, Levi Raymond, LaRiviere, and Chase Lemieux had that early race mistake. He's got some work to do.
You know that Aiden Horn's got a little chip on his shoulder. BQ in 4-wheel drive. He misses the main in 4-wheel drive mod buggy after his comeback effort comes up a little bit short. He really, really wants this win in 2-wheel drive mod. But as we were mentioning earlier, Dakota Fenn doing Dakota Fenn things, starting to build a little bit of a gap here. About a half a straightaway advantage. The orange and blue leading the orange, yellow, white, and blue. There's Rivkin in his signature colors, the purple, blue, and white, followed by Davey Botta in the green and black and yellow. That is 1 through 4, followed by Brock Champlin in the 5th spot, Schimmel, Cavallari, Raymond, Riviere, and Chase Lemieux. Again, we missed it at the very start there, but Chase Lemieux, couple bobbles at the beginning, falls down to 10th. One car going on his lid. That was going to be Champlin on his roof. So Brock drops down to the 8th spot. Tough break for him. His weekend really started off hot, and he's trying to find that magic again, Sean.
Yeah, Fenn looking good right here, but Horn, he is locked in right now. Only 0.8 of a second back. He's just waiting for the slightest of mistakes right here to get on by.
Man, Fenn's so clean over that big quad, though. Triple single lanes are right on the inside line. Coming to the switchbacks again. Both cars looking fantastic. This is X-Ray and Associated. Ford versus Chevy at this point. These Associated kind of the long-lasting brand, if you will, here in the United States. But X-Ray continues to do their work, their homework, beating the very best cars to the market. Right now we have Rivkin and Botta battling for that final spot on the podium. You can see that's what we're following here down the straightaway through the sweeper. And Botta all over Rivkin, giving him all he wants. This is Arizona versus California, but they're on the same team for chassis and power. And right now Botta trying to find his way around, but Rivkin keeping that door slammed shut.
Yeah, a couple of Hobby Wing factory pilots right here duking it out for a top 3. Oh, Botta taking a little peek on the inside. It wasn't quite there, and it's not desperate time yet with 3 down, 2 to go. But Botta has got the pace, and he wants by.
Davey showed him a lot of love right there. You saw at the end of that sweeper. Botta just piped it. But just to get back to that last point, Botta showed Rivkin a lot of love. He definitely could have given him a shot in the back end at the end of that sweeper, but he actually went wide and checked up to let Rivkin gather it up. Meanwhile, back to the front here, you can see Dakota Fenn doing his thing out in front. Horn doing everything he can, but now he's fallen 1.4 seconds back with 1:30 left to go. At this point, Fenn doing everything he can to keep that X-Ray chassis with Coyote horsepower and Matrix tires in that black groove. Here he comes down the start-finish line one more time. 15-2 on lap number 14. Quickest lap of the race on lap number 14. And all Aiden can muster up is a 15-4. Once again, Dakota Fenn looking absolutely locked in here with a minute 10 to go. The rest of the order is Rivkin, Schimmel up to the 4th spot now. Cavallari 5, good run for Ryan. Levi Raymond up to 6, great run for the local boy Levi. Davey, Brock, Doug, and Chase with 1 minute to go.
Yeah, so not only is DP out front, he's got hot lap right then. That's going to smell like trouble for the rest of the field right here. So Dakota, he is looking good here in A1, and we got 45 seconds to go. Let's see if he can't bring it home and take this A1 victory right here for Team X-Ray on Matrix Tires.
Absolutely. Just to make one side note, from 5th on back, there's a huge line from Cavallari on back, but we're going to keep our eyes on Fenn. As you can see, Horn still in the back frame there, doing everything he can to give Fenn something to run for. He just topped 4/10 out of him that very last lap. Aiden Horn doing everything he can do to get back up there. This is Matrix versus Hot Race Tires right here. Fenn and Horn going to have about 2 laps to go as they cross with 20 seconds to go. Fenn 15.6 and Aiden 15.6. A little quicker for Horn, but all Fenn's got to do is keep it in the line right now. Aiden not close enough. Little pipe there for Dakota over the center tabletop. Aiden's charging here at the end with 5 seconds to go. Sean, who's it going to be?
I don't know. It's going to be close. They're going to get by here for one more. And Dakota, he had a 1.5-second lead. It looks like he's managing the race here a little bit, but you don't want to back off too much because here comes Aiden Horn in the Associated.
Over the quad they go. Horn just put a 15-2 up. He makes a little mistake. He's going to fall down. He's going to try and protect second, but there goes Dakota Fenn. Dakota wins A-Main number 1 of two-wheel drive modified buggy, and man, Aiden Horn gave him all he wanted there at the end. Horn does hold on to second at the end, just scampers back in front of Spencer Rivkin, followed by Brennan Schimmel finishing 4th, Ryan Cavallari in the 5, Davey Bada in the 6th spot, Brock Camplin in 7, Doug Luriviere in the 8th spot, Levi Raymond 9th, and Chase Lemieux unfortunately could not come back from that early mistake, finishes in 10th. A great run for Dakota Fenn. He got everything he wanted there from Aiden Horn, Sean. He really had to fight there at the end.
Yeah, that was a great battle right there. And Horn knew he had to get something in there at the end as he was running out of time right there. And he really tensed on this little ski jump step up. But as you can see, the traction is high out here on a mains day. And that one little mistake, I think he knew, no matter what, he was going to finish second right there. Had a nice little gap on 3rd and 4th right there. But he took a swing at it.
Absolutely.
It was a foul ball.
Can't wait to catch up here with Dakota Fenn in your One-Up Racing Race Report. Standing by with Dakota Fenn, your A-Main number 1 winner in two-wheel drive modified buggy. Another great run there, Dakota. Looked like you were just kind of managing the gap there at that point, but Aiden really put on the charge at the end. Tell me how you're feeling about that race and how you feel about your car at this point in the race.
Yeah, got off to a little bit of a sketch start there at the start. I think I just went a little bit tight there in that corner tabletop, and there's not quite a groove there and kind of sketched me out a little bit, but was able to stay in front after some close racing with Aiden. And then, it took me a second to get going, and then put my head down, got a gap, and then managed her at the end. The track is super sketchy today. It's definitely a lot drier than it has been. So we're still able to go fast, but like I said, it's really sketchy. It's easy to slide out and lose quite a bit of time. So happy to start out on a good note, and I will try to finish out in A2 here.
Awesome, Dakota. Based on the last few days, we've seen the grip usually comes up as the day goes. Are you planning on making any adjustments for higher grip, or are you just going to kind of let the track come to you as it looks like the grip is a little bit low here so far this morning?
Yeah, I just let the track come to me. We haven't really run racing this early on. Even for qualifying, we were, I think, race like 10 or something like that. So running a little bit earlier than we normally do. So, yeah, let the track come to me. I think as the grip comes up, it's just better for me. So hopefully A2 will have a little bit more speed and be able to manage even easier.
Wonderful job, Dakota. Give me your best sponsor rip right here. A lot of companies help you get to this point.
Yeah, thanks to the Airstream America-backed X-Ray rides, Coyote for the power, Matrix tires, Nitro Pro servos, Gens Ace, Fly Sky, Stick It One Racing, Nitro Pro servos, just everyone for all the support. Thanks for your time, Dakota. Good luck the rest of the way and trying to claim another national championship for the X-Ray team. Cool, thank you. 13.5 stadium truck, Sean. We don't take our foot off the gas pedal here. We continue to go with some stacked fields right here. TQ from Doug Lariviere. He just came off of a two-wheel drive modified buggy, so he gets to relearn how to drive his stadium truck.
Yeah, this should be pretty good right here. It's 2 TQs for Lariviere and 2 for Meeks, and it went down to tiebreaker laps and times, which went to Lariviere. But I think Meeks got a little something here in our first A-main event. So that'll be the battle to watch as they're snaking through the track here on lap number 1.
Absolutely agree. I think Caden Meeks has something up his sleeve here for Dougie. I don't think that Doug's going to have an easy battle right there. You see Doug getting wicked loose around that 180. That corner has so much grip laid down in it, but a little pipe there from Caden gives a little space to Doug off the start. You can see they go over the big quad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we had a nice little lineup here at the beginning. Doug Lurvey, they're up front by half a straightaway.
Yeah, so Meeks kissed the pipe over here in turn number 2, and that kind of gathered up the killer, Sammy Moran, and that allowed the 11-year-old Connor Esbeck to get around. But then he has a little mistake here, going to go back from 3rd to 7th right here. So top 2, a little bit of breathing room, and then it's going to be the killer right there in the number 3. And then Ryan Moore with that TLR running in the 4. Ethan Hoskins, I said he might be one to watch out here today, having a nice little run up here. It's going to be Grant Esbeck, Hoskins, Hicks, Edwards, and Ivan Moreno Jr. rounding out my field here with our first minute in and 4 to go.
Yeah, obviously the storylines have gone to Doug and Caden with those 2 TQs, but I'm curious to see what Sammy has done here to his stadium truck. He looks a little more racy this time. I know he's been working his tail off on this truck, trying to get it up to the speed of those 2 associate teammates up in front of him. But like we said, Ryan Moore holding up the flag here for TLR this weekend in the stadium division. He looks tough in his 22, but right now it's Doug, Caden, Sammy, and Ryan right on cue. Sean, 16 flat for Moran, fastest lap of the race. Does he have what it takes to get up there and can challenge these top 2? I certainly think he does.
Yeah, longtime TLR racer, moving over to Associated over the last few years, racing out of Apple Valley, California, in his home track, Coyote Hobby Raceway. And you can see we got a ton of Coyote Hobby boys in here. Got the rally towel out for the killer, and you can never count Sammy out on a mains day. He's always going to be right there.
Absolutely. He hasn't won as many big races as he has on accident. And one thing that we did want to make note of, Sammy always makes sure to mention One Up Racing as his primary sponsor. He's basically One Up with an associated back ride is what we're trying to get after here. But shout out to Randy Castor, Joe Pellers back home. Your boy is doing a fantastic job, and he is right now all up in Caden's grill trying to take that second position away. But check out your lead battle right here as Caden has also run down Doug. The ratchet is tightening here for 1 through 3, Sean. We're at the halfway point, 2.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, I had a feeling this might be a good one right here as they split the TQs right here. And as advertised, that's exactly what we're getting so far.
New hot lap put in by Caden Meeks, 15.9. Only driver under that 16-second threshold. And Doug looking a little bit edgy here. He's trying to double set these corners, and Caden just slamming it in there on the bottom line, looking for some airspace. Little pipe there from Doug, but there goes, oh man, Sammy had his chance to take advantage, and he clips the pipe, and we stay 1 through 3, and Keaton Grant going to come out of this one smelling like a rose. We'll let the scoring come back around. Oh no, lap traffic issue right there, and now Meeks takes over the lead, so a tough break there for Doug. Oh, and then Doug has even bigger trouble onto the straightaway. So that one's going to come unglued quickly for Doug. Meeks, Moran, now Ryan Moore up to that 3rd spot. Don't count out Moore or Grant. They're still in the mix here. But you got to feel like Caden Meeks just got a gift on a silver platter here, Sean.
I mean, there was a car upside down behind that pole where you can see Aiden turn marshaling, and he came flying around that corner. I don't know if he saw that car upside down. He ran into that car, flipped upside down, Meeks get by, and then poor Dougie got pile drive as he fell back into the pack.
Major blind spot there too, and that's nobody's fault. That's not the marshal's fault. It's nobody's fault. It's just a blind spot in terms of elevation and how far away you are from that car. So got a feel for Doug there, but I guarantee he's going to continue to push hard and try to win this one in 3 races, because at this point, Caden Meeks doing everything he can to win this one in AMA number 1. Moran under pressure, though, from Moore. We continue to watch that race for second place. The red, white, and blue one-up associated ride, followed by the yellow, orange, and blue TLR car of Ryan 2nd and 3rd. Doug 4, Keaton Grant 5, followed by Edwards, Esbeck, Moreno, Hicks, and Hoskins. Your top 10 with 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Moore from 6 on the grid, only a second behind Moran for a top 3 run right here. So Moore keeping out of the carnage, and so far having a nice little A1 here for the TLR driver.
You can see Moran doing everything he can do right now. He's overdriving just a little bit right now, Sean. He overcooked that center a little bit, overcooked the quad a little bit. But right now he's just trying to manage that gap. I think he probably comes to the realization that unless Caden has a major, major mistake, he's going to have to settle for second here. So at this point, it looks like Moran going to try and put it back in the 2 spot. Moore in 3, but Moore can't lay up at all because Doug just went 15.9. Here he comes trying to salvage some positions here with 8 seconds left. But this is the man right here, Caden Meeks. Looks like he's going to get a victory lap with 5 seconds left. Let's see if he can make it by the start-finish line for one more. No, he is cut, so Caden Meeks is going to win AMA number 1, a 13.5 stadium truck. brought to you by brought to you by Team Associates. So congratulations to Caden. Sammy Moran going to bring it home in the 2 spot. Ryan Moore finishing 3rd. Doug Riviere in 4th. Keaton Grant finishes 5. Connor Especk 6. Brendan Edwards 7. Ivan Moreno Jr. finishes 8th. Tyler Hicks 9th and Ethan Hoskins in 10th. Another crazy one, Sean. Telling you what, my friend, these mains have not failed to bring some amazing action so far. And Caden Meeks from 2nd on the grid brings it home. I'll let you steal a word with him on our One Up Racing Race Report.
All right, here we are with our One Up Racing Race Report right here with Caden Meeks, 2nd on the grid. You just kind of stayed right there and applied a little bit of pressure, and you were just waiting for any little bit of luck. And Doug came around this back left sweeper right there. There were cars upside down. There were lappers in the way. It was full-blown chaos. You kind of cold-trickled it through the chaos, and you took that lead, and you never looked back.
But it was still a fun race.
Yeah, man, that was really exciting for us. Probably a little bit of nerve-wracking for you and getting that heart rate up. But you come out here, you get the big win here in A1. Let's give a shout-out to your sponsors, and we'll get you back on the track for
awesome
duty.
Yeah, just thanks to all my sponsors and family.
Cool, man. Thanks, Caden. Good job, and good luck in A2.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah. So there it is. That's official, man. Meeks. Sometimes it's better to be smart at these races, and he doesn't always have to be the fastest driver, but it pays off to just go out there and run a nice, smart race. Keep yourself close enough to the action. That's exactly what Meeks did.
Oh, I like that too. He's a man. He's a businessman at this point. He's locked in. Not many words to say. He knows that there's still some work to be done. So I kind of like that, man. He didn't have much to say. He just says, you know what, job's not finished. Time to get back to work.
A man of few words. Which is fine.
Absolutely.
Sometimes less is more, and I'm fine with that. Not everybody's going to come up here and light it up the interviews like Caden Horn, and you know what? That's perfectly fine with me. He's all about business here this morning.
For sure. 40-plus four-wheel drive modified buggy going to be rolling off here very shortly. Brought to you by Techno RC, and congratulations again to Brent Telke for stealing away that TQ last night. That was a thriller, stealing it away off the tiebreaker from Al Horn. Let's see if these guys can have a cleaner start than 40-plus two-wheel, and it looks like they certainly do. Over the big quad they go. Telke going to hold serve here so far with Horn, Swanson, King, Wright, and company in tow. But check out Horn looking for an early pass here after the first completed lap.
Yeah, the old school guys know how to get a good start in there, and so far so good right here. They're not stressing out and trying to pass each other. They're just kind of settling for the long haul. Now, only a 5-minute race. It's not necessarily a sprint. It ain't a marathon either, so these guys are kind of picking and choosing when it's the sprint. Much like in Supercross, those first few laps, it's a bit of a sprint. You want to spread yourself out, and then you kind of pace each other right there. So far, so good here. A beautiful start here in our 40-plus four-wheel drive. A main event brought to you by Techno RC.
Telling you what, Brent Telke has gone to work. Oh, Horn makes a big mistake through the center. He's going to drop back to fourth. Just wanted to get back to this point that Telke has worked so hard on that four-wheel drive machine. This is by far the best it's looked. That car looks like it's definitely not rolling over as hard as it was before. It looks like it's definitely being kinder to the tires, and he's doing just that. But don't look now, Sean. Andrew Swanson, your two-wheel drive plus 40 winner in AMA number 1, just put up the fast lap of 15.54. Here comes Andrew Swanson finding his flow on main day, followed by Kevin King up to third. Al Horn, Jimmy Wright, your top 5. Chris Raycelis, Nick Miller, Ben Jones, Randy Tanaka, and Jose Newman. A minute 30 in, 3:30 left to go. It's starting to tighten up front. Here comes Swanson running down BT.
Yeah, BT said the main change he did to his program is he's going one run on tires, which on clay, especially natural dirt clay, I don't know if that's the norm out here. It's usually like a break-in period, and then you get a few runs out of them. But he said he went to brand new tires in 3 and 4, ended up TQing 3 and 4 to start on the pole. And right now, 1 and 2 starting to check out here. Swanson, he was your A1 winner in the two-wheel drive 40-plus. Do you think he can get it done here again? He's only a half second back from BT. Swanson on a ripper here this morning.
Swanson definitely looking like he's finding his rhythm here on main day. And once again, he suffered a little mechanical problems early in the weekend. But like we mentioned, all the headlines have gone to Al Horn thus far. Al with a little mistake to a sweeper. We always say this, Sean. Today is a new day. The track's a little bit different. There's more pressure on main day because now this is the big show. There's no more mulligans. There's no more staggered starts. You're racing your competitors, like we mentioned earlier in the weekend. It's a different kind of pressure, but it's still quite a bit of pressure. Now that you have the announcers picking up their little intensity a little bit, all the drivers know this is for all the marbles. And I have no doubt that Al Horn's going to be a threat in A2 and A3. But, of course, A1's not going the way that he was looking for.
Yeah, there is no doubt about that. He pretty much had a clean sweep of the two-wheel drive class, and he had some good runs in the four-wheel as your TQ in round one and four-wheel as well. But as you stated, main is a whole new day, and so far A1 and two-wheel and four-wheel not going to plan here. But if anybody can get it done, it's going to be Al Horn. He's going to have to go to the drawing board, come up with a new game plan, and really going to have to come out firing here because most likely his A1s for two-wheel and four-wheel are probably going to be his throwout from how fast he's been this weekend.
Not a doubt on that. Once again, still keeping an eye on your lead battle. Telke still leading Swanson, but only by 0.9 of a second. So here they come one more time down that switchback down the straightaway. 16-1 to a 16-5. So right now Telke trying to pull a little gap on Andrew. But as we've seen, this racetrack is the 11th competitor out here because it will reach out here and bite you when you think you've got it sealed up. We thought Kevin King was cruising for that 40-plus two-wheel drive win. Makes a small mistake over the quad. Swanson steals in the last couple of corners. You can never call this one official until everybody crosses the line on that final horn. Right now, Telke doing what he's got to do. But as we've said, Sean, sometimes when you try to back it down and drive 90%, you get out of your rhythm. That's when you can make mistakes.
Yeah, it's a fine line that you got to, when you got now a almost 2-second lead, you got to hammer down, but you also got to play it smart now that you're catching up on lappers. But you can see Swanson starting to have a little rebuttal. 15-9 last time by for Telke. 15-8 for Swanson. Another 10th gain there, and then he's back to 3.6 to Kevin King, and that's a great battle for third and fourth. That's Kevin King in the Associated, and Jimmy right there in the Schumacher. And then it's going to be Crace Rosales, Horn, Miller, Jones, Randall, and Jose Newman rounding out my top 10 here with just under 30 seconds to go.
Yes, and about a lap and a half left to go if you're the lap watchers at home. Again, 20 seconds remaining. This will be the final lap for both Telke and Swanson. You can see Telke now has about a straightaway and a half over Swanson. You got to think this is going to be one of the most conservative last laps Telke's going to try to run. He really wants to bring this one home from the pole spot, give himself a chance at that A main number 2 because these drivers want to win it in 2 races if they can. Here he comes last time by. Brent Telke going to win 40-plus four-wheel drive buggy A main number 1 brought to you by Techno RC. Great drive for Andrew Swanson finishing in that second spot. Kevin King finishes up in third. Jimmy Wright fourth. Chris Rosales in the 5. Al Horn going to bring it home in the 6th spot just over Nick Miller in the 7. Ben Jones 8th. Randy Tanaka finishing 9th. And Jose Newman brings it home in the 10th spot. So congratulations to BT. Brent Telke bringing it home here in A-Main number 1, a 40-plus four-wheel drive mod. You can see your A-Main Hobbies race results screen showing you the lay of the land. And we'll grab a word with Brent Telke and our one-up race report. Standing by with BT, Brent Telke. This is Jared over in the booth. Congratulations on a great run in A-Main number 1, my friend. Sean and I were making comment. This car continues to get better. That Associated B84 just continues to get faster and faster. Looked like you had this one in the bag. Looks like you were just managing the gap there at the end. Wanted your words, though. How hard were you hustling it, or were you just kind of doing what you had to do to take down that first main?
Yeah, I mean, when you start in front, it's all about just not making those mistakes and letting anybody by. So, just trying to be really cautious up front. Kind of settle into a pace and see what happens. I saw Al hit the cone, and then maybe 2 minutes later, Andrew had kind of a little mistake, and just kind of managing that 1 to 2 second lead, pretty comfortable there. Car was awesome. J Concept's tires are hooked up. Lots of fun out there.
Awesome, my friend. Well, we've been asking a few different drivers. Obviously, your goal is to win the championship in 2 races. Of course, nobody wants to go to an A-Main number 3, but you got to believe that Al Horn and the rest of the field is going to be tough next time by. What is your strategy to try and get it done, in fact, in 2 races?
Same thing. Just clean start, control the pace, and make them beat me.
Sometimes you just have to go out there and execute, man. You're one of the best at doing it. Give us a nice rip through of your sponsors that get you this point.
Yeah, Team Associated, Reedy, Factory Team, J Concepts, Dark Side Designs, Sticker One Racing, Makita Kicker, Live RC, all the guys that have helped along the way as well. Thank you very much.
Well, awesome, Brent. Thanks again for your time, and congratulations and good luck the rest of the way in the rest of your races.
Thank you.
That was BT getting a word here with your 40-plus four-wheel drive winner. And 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy is lined up, Sean, presented by One Up Racing. This is going to be a banger. On pole is Bryce Butterfield, the much-discussed Bryce Butterfield, making his return to off-road racing. He was primarily doing on-road for a little while, but he has really brought some headlines here this weekend by TQ in this first one of the premier divisions here in 10-scale off-road racing. We had a dead car on the line there, and this is it.
Yeah, I like it.
Well, I guess they called that one back. That was a little rough, so that's always race director discretion, and I will say Mr. Braun, I think, made the correct call on that one. So we'll re-rack him one more time for 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy brought to you by One Up Racing. Let's us mention again that Bryce Butterfield was your TQ. Dom Passione, again, much discussed. Passione starting second. Sutherland 3. Moran, Hayes, Meeks, Robinson, Henley, Templeman, and Ryan Moore grabbing that last A-main spot last night.
All right, a little re-rack 'em and stack 'em right here.
There we go. Second time's the charm, we hope. And one more time, Butterfield leads him around. There's Passione. Everybody else through the center tabletop. Great start in A-main number 1 for take number 2 this time by. And Butterfield under fire from the very tough Passione. You got to think Dom's riding the wave of momentum from winning the 17.5 buggy A-main number 1. But you can see Sutherland right there giving the pressure along with Moran and Jeremy Hayes Jr., one of the guys we've been covering all weekend long. Good to have Jeremy on the broadcast yesterday, stealing a few words with him. So it's been fantastic. And look at this assembly line start up front. No position changes except for Meeks dropping down to 9. So I'm telling you what, this is the premier division in stock racing. 13.5 cars just continue to get faster and faster. Robinson makes a nice inside pass. Jermaine moves up to the 5th spot now, getting around. I believe that was going to be, he makes the pass on Moran. Yes, Sammy drops to 6th. But check it out, Sean. Bryce Butterfield and Dom Passione nose to tail.
Yeah, Bryce looking pretty good right here. He's got company, so no time to breathe right here. Any one of these 10 drivers can come up here and win this main event right here. But Butterfield, Passione, and Sutherland, as they qualified, running top 3. And then Jeremy Hayes from 5th on the grid up to 4th. And Jermaine Robinson started 7th, already up into the top 5. But a 3-car breakaway out at the front. And then it's going to be a plethora of rippers right there all the way down to the 10 spot.
Absolutely. Butterfield pulled a little gap, but then made a small error at the end of the sweeper. And Passione up in his grill along with Sutherland. How many times have we seen 1 and 2 make contact and third place comes out the beneficiary? Sutherland's got to be feeling pretty good about where he's sitting right now. Hayes in that 4th spot. Robinson, Moran, Henley, Meeks, Moore, and Templeman. Your full rundown. Check it out over the big quad, though. 1, 2, 3 lined up. Small gap back to Hayes in that 4th spot. He's got a pack behind him from 4th to around 7th or 8th, all the way back to Caden Meeks. Check this out, though, Mr. Miller. These guys are getting after it, putting on a good show for our spectators here at the track and on Live RC.
Yeah, the Iowa boy sitting back there just kind of waiting for his chance right there, and I think that's a good, smart position that he's sitting in right here. Of course, he'd like to get around these guys, but he knows we're still pretty early in this race, just past 2 down and 2:45 to go. So he's just kind of staying in the action, waiting for a little mistake, and late in the race, I think Sutherland's going to pounce because he's got no other choice to sitting in 3rd. But right now, just kind of pacing those leaders, and I think it's a nice, smart drive so far from Sutherland. He doesn't want to lose those leaders, but he's just kind of sitting in there, lurking in the shadows.
Last couple laps I've gathered here that Butterfield really, I don't think he has as much power as Passione has. I think the R1 power is definitely ripping, but check out the ground speed of Butterfield through that center checkup. He picks up about 3 feet on Passione right there just from keeping it low and slow to the ground, and you can see that right now Passione at the end of the straightaway does haul him in just a little bit, but right now Butterfield's superior in terms of ground speed. Almost threw it away over the center checkup right there, able to save it, but again, Passione starting to put the heat on. You got to think that if Butterfield's down on power, that's only going to get worse, that discrepancy, as we progress throughout this race. Dom looks to the outside, tries the inside. Doors slammed shut. No airspace there. Here comes Sutherland, and now how about Robinson up the 4th spot, gaining on all 3 of them.
Yeah, it looks like Robinson's the fastest one on the track here, just past the halfway point. because it's been about a 3-car battle, and all of a sudden Robinson from 7th on the grid all the way up to 4th, and he can smell those leaders.
Butterfield starting to hold him up just a little bit up the inside. Goes Passione, makes the pass over the
Sutherland
quad,
gonna
and
get by.
Sutherland tries to get back in there, and they're side by side making contact. And man, Butterfield made sure he put both elbows out on that one. He knew that he could not lose any more spots, but Passione, a big pass right there. Little small error from Butterfield going through that center checkup. Dom got the inside line, made the clean pass in the air. Now could that be the race for the win? We're going to find out with 105 to go. After these two, it's going to be Robinson taking third away from Sutherland, and Hayes Jr. still back there in fifth. Check out that white and blue car. He's not out of this one yet, along with Meeks, Templeman, Henley, Moore, and Moran. 50 seconds left.
Yeah, you can see with just under 1 to go, here comes Jeremy Hayes Jr. now. Didn't have the best of starts, but he's going to keep himself right here in the action. A little mistake out of Sutherland. So it's a 5-car breakaway right here with 40 seconds to go. It's about to get good, Jared.
Now Butterfield, the chaser, and it looks like he's a little bit quicker behind Passione. You got to think there's a little draft factor here in these buggy classes with how close these guys are lined up. And again, you can see Butterfield chops that center checkup and still gets a little couple feet on Passione there, but with 2 laps to go, 22 seconds left, he's got to start making something happen. Almost traction rolled right there. It's getting to be crunch time with 15 seconds left.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get by here for one more. It's going to be close. But Passione, he was just sitting there, applying the pressure, showing him a wheel, showing him a fender right here. And with 5 seconds to go, last lap is out there, so we are racing here to the checker flag. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Passione, Butterfield, and Robinson still right there?
Robinson coming in from behind, but they only have a couple corners left. Passione trying to keep the inside door shut. One more time down the start-finish line. Dom Passione, a fantastic drive. And AMA number 1 of 13.5 four-wheel drive. He makes the winning pass with a minute and a half left to go and holds on over Bryce Butterfield, who brings it home second. Jermaine Robinson finishes third. Sutherland 4, Jeremy Hayes Jr. 5, Caden Meeks in the 6th spot. Mason Templeman finishes 7th. Talon Henley brings it home in the 8th spot. Ryan Moore finishing 9th, and Sammy Moran finishing 10th. Hey, Sean, you think Dom was saving anything at the end? He runs his fastest lap on the last lap. Lap number 20, brings it home for Passione, and once again, can't say enough about this kid. He's now won A1 of both 17.5 two-wheel and 13.5 four-wheel. He's got to be riding this wave of momentum, and he's got to be the betting favorite for the A2s. We'll steal a word with him on our One Up Racing Race Report and Sean Miller.
Hey, Dom, this is Sean here in the broadcast booth with our One Up Racing Report. You get it done in two-wheel, you come out in four-wheel, you were starting second right there, and you a very smart drive from you. You just kind of stuck with it. You applied the pressure right there, and you just waited for the slightest of errors right there, and you took your chance, and you got it done here in A1.
Yeah, that was intense. It was, I mean, he was driving so well, and I saw a few openings here and there, but I was just too worried to try to dive in, and everyone else was so close and bunched up. I was just like, all right, I'm just going to follow and see what happens, and luckily the opportunity came. I was able to get by, and that was an amazing race. I was super happy with that.
I mean, you and Butterfield were so close. You could probably tell what size sway bar he had on the back of that associated ride. And then, I don't know if you know this or not, but that R1 program you got going on, you did your fastest lap of the race, even after 5 minutes when the batteries are fading and the motors are heating up. Let's give a little shout-out to those sponsors, brother.
Yeah, R1, TZO, HobbyWreck.com, Home Track, RMRC, and everyone who supports me. So happy to be here, and yeah, that was an amazing race.
Right on, man. You got the ball rolling here this morning at the Roar Nationals. Good job. Get on out there to Turn Marshall, and I got a feeling we'll be seeing you up here for another One Up Racing Race Report soon. Thank you.
Awesome.
Not much else to be said. He's not enough TV time where he can only say the same things over and over again. Dom Passione dominant so far in the stock divisions. This is four-wheel drive, modified buggy. Oh, man. Brought to you by Coyote. We have Chase Lemieux starting on pole. That thriller last night, taking TQ from Brock Champlin's cold, dead fingertips, followed by Dakota Fenn 3, Rivkin, Bottas, Schimmel, Cavallari, Valeria, Rinderknecht, and Tollard. Here they go. And again, Champlin putting the pressure on early, makes the pass through the center checkup. Oh, Chase goes big for the quad. How did he somehow gather it back up in second place? He tried to hit the quad. It didn't work. And Brock Champlin going to the front on lap number 1 with Chase, Dakota, Spencer, Davey, and everybody else in tow. The only position change there was, in fact, the race for the lead. But now we have the X-Ray teammates of Lemieux and Fenn running down Champlin. But Brock with a great head start. He's out front 30 seconds in.
Yeah, Lemieux's car looking a little off the pace here for our first few opening laps. It's just an observation, but he was pretty much clearing this quad with ease yesterday. As you've heard for some of the interviews of our A1 winners so far, traction a little bit down right here, and he's losing just a little bit of forward bite, it looks like, right there, and he's got to get his head back in the game because he's got the whole field hunting him down.
Champlin 14-8 last time by. He comes out swinging here in A-Main number 1. You know when this guy loses on a TQ run, it only makes him want to work harder. You know the way Brock holds himself to a standard. He was furious after losing that TQ last night. He's going to make sure that he's able to bring this one home this time. But Lemieux and Fenn starting to get on their horse a little bit. Bada makes a mistake, falls from 4th off of the quad, so that's going to move Rivkin up to the 4th spot, followed by Cavallari. Old Uncle Ryan still out there competing here in his mid-30s. I tell you what, man, like we've said all weekend long, for what Cavallari might lack in outright speed these days, he has them in experience and consistency. And right now, Cavallari in the top 5, followed by Tom, Davey, Brennan, Cole, and Doug, then Cole. And check out Brock Champlin, man. He is just cruising, triple single, no worries. He says, I don't need that stinking quad. But here comes Lemieux. Last time 14-8, 14-9 this time for Brock. 14-7 for Lemieux. Here comes Chase as Fenn throws it away at the end of the straightaway. That's going to put, I believe, Rivkin up to the 3rd spot now, but it's a 2-car breakaway, Sean.
Yeah, and Brock trying to avoid what he did at the Carpet National, same kind of thing. Had some good qualifying efforts, didn't qualify where he wants, and it waited till A3 on a last lap pass to win that Carpet 10-scale national championship this year. This race for the 10-scale Dirt Nationals. It looks like, he's gotten out front. He wants to get it done here early in A1. He's not going to wait till late in the weekend right here, but he's got company. Don't look in the rearview mirror. Here comes Chase Lemieux, that car coming in.
Don't look now. Chase's car definitely starting to get back in the game after being a little edgy off the start. Last time he hauled in Brock by 2.5 tenths. This time he calls him in by another 1/10 of a second. It's down to 4/10 of a second. Brock Champlin in the Schumacher and Chase Lemieux in the white and red X-Ray. Here they come over the big quad. Again, nasty quad from Lemieux. Gets right to the rear wing of Champlin with 2:15 left to go. He sticks it on the inside curb, almost hits him, but again, these drivers so talented and so much mutual respect right there. You know if he's going to try and make a pass, it's going to be clean. But is he going to do what he did in qualifying, Sean, and jump over Brock, over that quad? You know he's looking to line him up here with 2 minutes left to go. Let's keep our eyes on this race for the win in A-Main number 1. It is Brock Champlin, followed by Lemieux, Rivkin, Cavallari, Rinderneck now up to 5th spot. Good run for Tom here in A-Main number 1, but Lemieux still under big pressure. You know Brock's playing defense going over that quad. He cannot let Chase get that inside line as he tries to launch the quad.
Yeah, Schumacher versus X-Ray right here. And if you guys think back to a Saturday qualifying effort, 3 of the 4 rounds of qualifying, these two finished within less than 1/10 of a second out here. So I'm not surprised to see this at all, and it's exactly what I was hoping for. This is some great racing. A little mistake right there from Brock at the end of the straightaway, and Chase Lemieux out front right here with 1:15 to go, Jared.
Couldn't quite see from Rangel if he hit the pipe or just got a little upset with the bump, but Chase definitely had a little contact getting by right there. I see no penalties issued by Roar, so they're calling it good, and I would have to agree because right now Chase Lemieux gets right back by Champlin. Champlin, oh man, he almost throws it away over the quad. Got a little bit loose on the takeoff, but Champlin, of course, brings it back in. Lemieux, lap number 8 is the quickest lap, 14.707. And Lemieux right now getting the job done with 50 seconds left to go. Over the quad, still clearing it with absolute ease. That motive horsepower from Paul Lemieux, his father, definitely flexing its muscle right there.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good here. 40 seconds to go, so we got just a couple laps in there. It's Lemieux, Champlin, and Spencer Rivkin from 4th on the grid. And look at Ryan Cavallari, 7th on the grid, up to a top 4 run right here. Not bad. His best lap, only a 10th off our fastest lap of the race by our race leader, 14.7. That's going to be the factory associated driver from Victorville, California, Davey Bata in the 5, Tom Rinderneck 6, Dakota Fenn 7, Cole Tollard in the 8, Brendan Schimmel in the 9, and Doug Riviere rounding up my top 10 here with 10 seconds to go.
Last lap here for our top 2. And right now, Champlin putting on the full court press. He wants by here on this final lap in A-Main number 1. Lemieux tries to protect from the pole spot. Here they come around the final set of switchbacks. One more run down the straightaway and a dive from Champlin. It's not enough. Chase Lemieux wins A-Main number 1. A 4-wheel drive modified buggy. A clutch pass at the end there to get by Champlin with almost a minute to go. And he's going to get the job done here in A-Main number 1, winning four-wheel drive modified buggy by 0.5 of a second over Champlin. Spencer Rifkin brings it home in the 3 spot. Davey Bonner gets by Cavalieri at the end, gets up to 4th. Ryan finishes 5th. Tom Rinnerneck, nice drive from 9th up to 6th. Dakota falls to 7th after a couple mistakes mid-race. Cole Tollard finishes 8th. Brennan Schimmel 9th. And Doug LaRiviere finishing in the 10th spot. And once again, Chase Lemieux showing that he is the man this weekend in a four-wheel drive modified buggy. Brought to you by Team Coyote. We'll steal a word with him in your one-up race report coming up momentarily. Chase Lemieux, another clutch run right there. Fantastic drive for you there in A-Main number 1, a four-wheel drive modified buggy. Conceded the lead early. Looked like your car was a little bit edgy, but, man, when it came in, it came on like a freight train. Tell me how you're feeling about taking down A-Main number 1.
I felt good. I mean, Brock applied the pressure early and got by, and he was driving aggressive, and I caught back up, and I drove him aggressive as well. I mean, if he's going to drive aggressive, I'm going to drive aggressive as well. Car was good, came in late, and yeah, let's get on to A2 and get it done.
That's what we like to see, man. Elbows out, like we saw Brock with a coercive pass on the start, and you forced your way through there at the end to make that pass through the sweeper. Any comments on your car? Are you going to make any changes, or are you going to basically let the track come in and hopefully the car starts off a little bit better for you next time?
Yeah, just see if how the car starts off next time, and try and maybe pull away a little bit earlier. He was really aggressive on the start, so maybe I got to try and take the first few corners a little faster and keep my gap to him. But, yeah.
Congratulations, Chase. Fantastic driving here for you this weekend. Everybody here is very proud of you. Who would you like to thank, and all your sponsors and your family?
Yeah, all my sponsors, everyone back home watching, my dad, Gregory, Jamie, everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Awesome, Chase. Well, man, a few words. You're back to business, and good luck the rest of the way, brother.
Thank you.
Man, can you have asked for a better set of A1s there, Sean? I mean, we just had some fantastic driving. Like you said with Chase Lemieux right there, if Brock's going to race me aggressive, I'm going to go aggressive right back at him. And you love to see that elbows-out competition between two of the sport's young stars.
Yeah, and I think as a racer myself, you kind of race how you're getting raced, if you will. I know that may sound like a little bit of alphabet soup right there, or jumblage. But, what I mean by that is exactly what Chase just described. If they're racing you kind of nice and clean and not being too aggressive, you're going to give that. If they're going to race you aggressive, you got to get a little aggressive too and kind of match that energy.
No doubt, and I did like what he said because Chase is very mild-mannered, but do not confuse that with lack of intensity. This kid works hard. He's extremely dedicated to his craft, and like I said, race like you're going to be raced. And Brock kind of forced his way by in the start. Chase said, "All right, you want to play hardball? Let's play hardball." And he made the pass to the sweeper at the end and ended up being the beneficiary.
I mean, and you saw it as well as I did. We're sitting right here at the lander of the quad. He threw it to the inside of the pipe, and he was lucky to not hit the cone of shame right here. And that was really the difference maker. Had he done that, he would have gone to dead last on lap number 1 because the marshals can't go out and retrieve you. He jumped to the inside and was able to get it over the pipe and stick in that number 2 spot. And just what a run for Chase, man. I'm super stoked for him.
Yeah, that was expert level driving too. Just one more topic before we get back to our live racing coverage is he could have easily, if it was a less experienced driver, they would have locked the brakes down and slammed right into that pipe and not flown back over. And he exactly straightened the wheels out, let it free roll, got it right back in the pipe in second place, and great job.
Yeah, and the pipe out here is as you said yesterday, a bit more of an A-scale style pipe, and it's a pretty large, and he works some magic right there.
Absolutely. I'm going to let my man Sexy Leg free roam here for a little while here in our two-wheel drive 17.5 C-Main coverage. So everybody, Sean Miller, gonna do some chat work here for you and cover our 17.5 two-wheel C-Main.
All right, we got Ryan Prince, the Arizona native, rocking his home track out there in hobby action, and then Ethan Hawkins about 4/10 back, and they're working their way past that straightaway here. We got Miller running 3, Pauly 4, Daxton, Hoskins, so that's the second Hoskins in there. Both Hoskins running in the top 5 right here, and then you got your local fast guy, Brendan Groot Edwards, running in the 6, Logan Hall 7, Jones in the 8, and Robert rounding up my field here in the 9. This is our 17.5 two-wheel drive C-Main right here. So Prince and Hoskins, we are following that battle here, getting themselves a little live RC airtime right here. Prince racing out of Mesa, Arizona with the team associated, strapped up on J-Concepts tires with Hobby, Wing, Power, and, of course, ProTech RC and Stick It 1 right here. So Prince not, he was CQ right here, and unfortunately we do not do any bump-ups right there, but he's going to go out there and try and win this C-Main and represent his sponsors proudly. And I know everybody back there in Arizona at Hobby Action, cheering on their guy right here. Oh, and a little mistake right there. So Ethan Hoskins going to take over the race lead. And it looks like possibly Robert Pauly has gotten by as well. Coming up on 2 down, 3 to go. Race number 9 of 36 out here. And we started out with a bang. Our first 8 A main events. We're going to jump into some of the lowers here. We'll run into the A2s. We'll go some more lowers, or depending on how many we have, about 177 entries out here. So definitely going to drop back into some lower mains right here. And those drivers from A1s all back in the pits right here getting ready for their A2s. But we got some lowers here, as it is now just past 12 Pacific Standard Time out here on the West Coast. So thank you guys all for tuning in. We appreciate you guys for jumping in the chat. Give us a like, give us a share, give us a subscribe. And don't forget, guys, you can guys do Live RC and get your bonus laps membership right there. And you guys catch a little extra action right there. And thanks for supporting Live RC with Jared, myself. We got Travis Milton up on the cam. And, of course, Sam behind the scenes out here doing a great job out here and bringing you guys all the action. All right, Ethan Hoskins right here. Miller about 3.1 back. So Hoskins doing the best you can when you find yourself in the C main event. Your goal is to just go out there and win it. And right now, Ethan with the hot lap out front, 16-4 for Hoskins just a few laps ago. And then it's a battle for second, third, and fourth. That's going to be Miller, Prince, and Edwards right here. So let's try and find them. It looks like they're working right in front of us. So your leader across the line. Then this is going to be the battle for the 2 spot. It looks like Prince getting back up to the 2. Miller a long lap. Edwards now back up to third. Starting in third, fell back the ladder just a little bit, and he's working the process to get back up, finishing that top 3 run right there. Edwards does have a short course national championship, although I don't know if it was an official national championship, because sometimes they just didn't have enough entries or for whatever reason. But he was out there, and a bit of an exhibition class, I said. But he was there. They had the trophy, and I consider him a national champion, whether it is officially in the Roar books or not. He showed up. He raced. He won that race. He got the trophy. He's a national champ to me. You may even have one in Stadium Truck as well, but you never count out B. Edwards out here. 45 seconds to go here. Race number 10. You guys can see him going through tech. And over here in staging, getting ready to rock and roll. And the racing action has been as advertised. We knew it would be close, and we got a little insight from that through a Saturday qualifying effort. And it's a mains Sunday here for the 110 scale Roar Off-Road Dirt Nationals at beautiful SDRC in Miramar, California. We're following along here with Hoskins now, 4.2. 5 seconds on the master clock. Ethan from the 2 spot on the grid. A nice little run right here, and he will be your 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy C-main winner right here. Everybody else racing the line. Ryan Prince, 16.3 official hot lap of the race. Going to finish in that 2 spot after a bit of a mistake. And it's going to be Edwards, Miller, Pauly, Hoskins, Jones, Beatty, Hall.
Thanks, Sean, for taking that over for a little while. Just had to update these notes here. My pen and my paper are smoking over here. We're writing all sorts of notes down. So these racers keeping us on our toes. We're trying our best to give you all the storylines and headlines from the Roar 110 Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by Hobby Wing. And yes, great run for Ethan Hoskins right there. Like we were talking about earlier in the weekend, Sean, if you make one of those lower mains, all these racers go out there with the mentality, I'm just going to go out there and decimate this field and show them why I should have been higher up than I went out qualified. And I'd say mission accomplished for Ethan.
Yeah, that's all you can do at that point. Qualifying is what it is. You either in the show or you ain't.
Absolutely.
Go out there and represent those sponsors you have proudly on those shirts. And finish off with the bang. That's all you can really do.
No doubt, brother. And I'm sure Ethan did just that for his factory tracks back rides. And coming all the way from Syracuse, Utah, I'm sure that the whole family there is pretty stoked on that run. And they'll have some positive momentum to bring into the next event that they attend. So good stuff for the whole Hoskins family around. You can see we're lining up 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy D main, our biggest class on the weekend, brought to you by One Up Racing. 40 entries deep this weekend. This really was a test of mental toughness and how much you can hang on to these 13.5 cars, because like we keep covering through the weekend, these 13.5 cars are only about a half a second a lap off on pure speed per lap than a modified car, and that's quite the discrepancy, quite the small discrepancy compared to it's like a 17.5 versus a two-wheel drive mod. So these things definitely haul the mail, and we're gonna be excited to watch who might make a name for themselves in these lower races, because again, there's always something positive you can take away from the weekend, even if you didn't qualify where you want to.
Yeah, just wait till you see the B main we're going to have coming up later this evening. It's incredible how stacked this class is right here. Of course, the top 10-2 qualifying with no bump-ups. But that B main, I mean, some of the fastest kids all around the country. And we're going to, 40-plus of these guys in our 13.5 four-wheel drive class. We're going to kick them off here with our first 13.5 four-wheel lower main. That's our D main. You guys listening for the tone. All right, Johan Blizzard racing out of Rain Man Hobbies in Bakersfield, California, going to start us off here. And then Carlos Shamaradian, that is the younger brother of Chris Shaw. And he's one of the Hot Rod Hobby boys out here. You've been seeing him out there with that JBRL Hot Rod Hobby sweatshirt on. And we're going to be cheering on for him. He's one of my local kids back at home. And representing Hot Rod Hobbies very well out here this weekend. His first ever Nationals. And I'll tell you what, you just come out here and finish in the top 3, and that is something to build off for the future.
Very cool. And yes, Johan Blizzard looking for a little revenge after a rough race in the 21.5 A1. So doing his best right here to take a little moral victory away, if you will, trying to win this D main of 13.5 Him and Carlo did a little pushing and shoving right there, but everything was able to sort out pretty cleanly. So again, leader still Blizzard, followed by this good battle for second between Carlo and Jay Neal, second and third. Grayson Leonard, Grayson in that fourth spot, followed by Nick Mellon, 5. Logan Hall, Eric Urban, Byron McDermott, Felino Vasquez, and Bryson Miller in that 10th spot. And a shout out to Felino, our man, taking some good photos of us and giving us the shout outs on the stream and sending us personal messages, giving us some love. So thanks, Felino, and definitely appreciate the love everybody's been giving us this weekend in any of the chats on Live RC or on Facebook or YouTube, wherever you decide to watch. And wherever you decide to watch, we got you covered here with every moment of the action, don't we, Sean?
Yes, we do. And it's Blizzard and Shamarani, and you can see Father VJ over here, Mom Treza, and older brother Chris out here cheering on Carlo right here. He's got a little bit of work to do. 2.3 back now from Johan Blizzard. And it's back to Neil, Nick Milan, another one of the Bakersfield boys right there in the 4. Leonard Hall, Irvin, McDermott, Miller, and Felino Vasquez. Oh, no. And it looks like Carlo's race is done as that car just shuts off right there. Dang it.
That's a bummer. And those are always the ones that leave your head scratching. Like, I think when you break a suspension arm or you have a big wreck where you see it's a physical break, it's like, I maybe deserve that one if I cased a double or hit the wall. But, the ones that always kind of leave your head scratching and have the pit in your stomach are the ones where the car just slows to a stop, and you're like, what the heck just happened? Was it motor? Was it speed control? Was it maybe an unstarted battery wire or something like that? And it's not a fun position to be in when you're up there in the stand. You have to take a step back and just kind of wonder what happened.
Yep, that's racing sometimes. When you're racing with electronics, you get that little gremlin in there every once in a while, and unfortunately for Carlo off the stand, he'll be all smiles still. This young man got a bright future here in this hobby, and he's been racing a lot of the fast races and the big races back home out here on the West Coast, and he came out here to race with the big dogs. And regardless of his results, I'm proud of him.
No doubt. And one thing that you learn as you gain more experience in your RC career is it's just like anything. Like when a race car driver has an engine fail, the most poised race car drivers will say, "Listen, it was just our time. These things happen on occasion, and we were the unlucky ones in the roulette today. And since sometimes you just have those things happen. Of course, the companies that put out electronics here for this industry have great track records. They do everything they can to help our racers stay on the racetrack, and sometimes those things just happen.
Yep, just a part of racing, and we're used to it. Sometimes you go out there and have a flawless weekend and great race results, and other weekends it's just an uphill climb.
No doubt. 1 minute 30 left to go. Johan Blizzard controlling this race pretty steadily. He's got a 4.5-second lead with 1 minute 30 remaining. Gene Neal with a nice run up to 2 spot. Nick Mellon moving up to that 3 position, followed by Grayson, Logan, Eric Irvin, Byron McDermott, Bryson Miller, and Felino Vasquez. The 9 we have left running. And once again, as we keep mentioning, 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy there are some household names even here in this D main. Again, 40 cars deep. Only 10 drivers could make that premier show. There's going to be a lot of drivers you see in these next couple of races. They are like, wow, that's like the fast guy at my local track, and he qualified 24th. That's just how it goes here at the Roar Nationals. Some people have some rough weekends, and just how deep these fields are, you're going to see people down there in the fields you may not have expected to see up until later.
Oh, that one's broke. Well, it looks like he's going to try and keep it out there. Yeah, it looks like a broken linkage there on the back of that ride right there. So
that was Nick Mellon, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
Schumacher ride falling out of this one. It looks like he may have either pulled a ball link off or broke a rear hub, unfortunately. So tough break for Nick. Man, you gotta love Nick. A couple times he's walked by the booth, all smiles, all good vibes for Nick. So hate to see that for one of our brightest competitors out here. He's from Bakersfield, California, with a Schumacher car and Hobbywing and ProTech Power.
Yeah, he overjumped this quad here a little bit, and when you get it wrong here in these four-wheel drives, it smells like disaster for him, and unfortunately for Nick,
absolutely,
he could be hitting the trailer.
Following Johan Blizzard for these final couple of corners here, Blizzard has put in a fantastic wire-to-wire effort. He's going to be rewarded as he brings it across the start-finish line. Johan Blizzard wins the D main of 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by One Up Racing. Congratulations to Johan. The young man's going to be pretty stoked about that one. Jay Neal finishes in the second spot. Grayson Leonard brings it home third. Logan Hall for Eric Irvin fifth. Waiting for a couple of cars to finish. Byron and or Bryson should overtake Nick. Yes, Byron to the sixth spot. Nick will hold seventh. Bryson Miller eighth. Felino Vasquez ninth. And Carlos Shamaradian finishes in 10th. There's your A-Main Hobbies race results stream. Johan Blizzard winning the D-Main of 13.5 World Drive Buggy.
Yeah, nice little run right there for Johan. He's a younger driver with the Hobbywing Power TZO tires and Pulse Media RC. A little shout out to GD right there. What up, Garrett Dykes? And goes out there and wins that D-Main and representing those sponsors proudly. That's how you get it done here at the Nationals.
21.5 Buggy C-Main is going to be our next race up here. It's going to be a three-car endeavor with Eddie Kellogg, Jeremy Sanders, and Felino Vasquez back-to-back. Oh, man, he's got to relearn how to drive a three-wheel drive buggy after that four-wheel drive race. So our man Felino is going to be a busy man here for the next few minutes.
Yeah, I want to give a little love here to everybody in the chat on Facebook. Tony Coach Squallis, Tommy Long, Gary Slater, DC, Dylan Caldwell. Man, I got to hang out with him last week.
DC
it's always,
Designs, baby.
Yeah.
Those are sweet paint jobs from Dylan Caldwell. Dylan, good to have you checking in, brother. Thanks for tuning in.
You got Victor there, and then, of course, Chase getting lots of love over on the U2 side. We got PMRC. I'm assuming that's Andrew Cox right there for Promotion RC. And then we got Stephanie Miller and Rob Pauley out there cheering on their fellow racers and their family members. And it's a family affair here at the 110 scale Roar Dirt Off-Road Nationals.
Yes, and I know we sound like broken records, guys, but all the love that you folks are putting in the chat, trust me, it's a lot more exciting when you have people engaging with the chat instead of just the notifications that people are watching. We promise you that the more people that tune in and throw in their comments and their input, it just makes it more enjoyable for us. So keep it coming, folks. If you're just joining the chat, make sure you drop a like for us. Maybe subscribe to the YouTube channel, follow the Facebook page, and let us know where you're watching from and who you might be rooting for this weekend here at SDRC. Try my best to keep up with the crowd work, man. Sean, you got me beat on that. You're a man of the people, Sean. I gotta say, you're doing a killer job engaging with our chat. So we're learning from each other this weekend, brother. Trust me, it goes both ways.
Yeah, it's a fine line, like working with the races, and especially like at the Nationals, you want to focus a little more on the racing, and I think the racers appreciate that, and I'm sure the viewers can understand. But every once in a while, you got to keep that chameleon eye on the chat and thank our viewers for tuning in. And without them, we would just be announcing to a pile of dirt. So I got to give a little love to the viewers and stuff right there. And it's kind of cool when you're watching back at home. I've had experience with that, and you're saying hi to the announcers and the commentators and stuff. It's always cool to get a little shout out, and we appreciate you guys tuning in. So we're gonna focus mainly on the racing, but we'll jump in the chat there and say hi to you guys and just let us know where you're watching from. Give us a like, give us a subscribe. Give us a share. Let's grow this hobby and spread the positivity, man. Positivity goes a long way out here. And, of course, any forms of racing, you're always going to have up and down weekends. But positivity is the key to life, man. So let's keep it light. Let's keep it fun. And hope you guys are enjoying the coverage out here brought to you by Live RC.
No doubt there. Donald Flowers checking into the YouTube channel. He's watching from Payson, Arizona. So not too far away here, about a state over. And a lot of Arizona representation here, not just on the chat, but also here at SDRC Raceway. there's a big hobby action pedigree here at this race this weekend. So shout out LT, Larry Tom.
Yeah, LT getting some love right here from Jared, man. He's been hitting it hard this year. He's over at Silver State, and they've been doing a fine job over there, and they're getting into oval out there. And I mean, of course, Jake Thayer and Matthew Willoughby, longtime OCRC racers, now out there at Hobby Action, and they're getting like 100+ entries at their club races out there, just like they did out here in Huntington Beach, California with OCRC. And, man, those guys, that's the dream team out there in Arizona. Of course, Larry Tom at the helm out there.
And how well deserved is it they get those 100 entries a week? Because, I mean, what you talk about this being a premier facility, think about another premier facility, Hobby Action in Chandler, Arizona, man. It's just a fantastic place right out there. And LT, and like you said, Jake with his rent sessions, and Matthew Willbilly, as they call him. I actually just bought a Futaba radio from Matthew. So shout out Matthew, appreciate the good deal there, and of course anything that Matthew uses, he takes good care of, and definitely a trusted guy you can buy from.
Yeah, it's not by accident that they're getting those 100 entry club races plus. So those guys obviously they know what they're doing out there, and I got to hang out with them for many years, and just want to give a shout out to the boys.
Fantastic. Yes, 2:30 and 2:30 left to go. Ooh, right there. That was going to be Felino getting a little bit jiggy with it. He headed the straightaway. Eddie Kellogg is out front by a full lap, so that green car is your leader of Kellogg. Meanwhile, we have Felino and Jeremy racing for second. Oh, and they all get hung up. There was a moment there where no cars were moving on the racetrack. Oh, and they're still going at it. Oh, man.
Only 3 cars out there, Jared, and they were all wheel to wheel right there.
They all find a way to rubber band back together for sure. Folks, we assure you, even if this is a 3-car race, we always bring in the action here on Live RC. We do our best to play it up for you. And, again, these guys are having a good time here in this 21.5 buggy. C-Main brought to you by SXT Racing Products. Just wanted to rip off our sponsors once again. You guys continue to support us. We really appreciate it. Big thanks to Hobbywing North America, your title sponsor of the World Nationals this year. I want to thank SXT Racing Products and Jeff Brown, ProTech RC and Troy Hansen, Team Associated, TZO Tires and Nick Hernandez, Jay Concepts with Jason Rona and Paul Wynn, One Up Racing, Randy Castor, Joe Pillars and crew, Techno RC, Daniel Lewis, Team Coyote, once again, Troy Hansen and the whole A-Main team. Art Sanfratello at RC Speed Secrets, Vista Design doing all of our graphics and awards. And, of course, I want to thank Avid for sponsoring Live RC's Jump Cam, One Up for doing our race reports. And, of course, A-Main Hobbies doing our grid lineups and race results. And, of course, Jay Constance, a longtime sponsor of the Live RC stream. So all you folks that were just mentioned and all the affiliated people, thank you so much for your continued support of what we do here at Live RC.
You know, I want to give Jared a shout-out right here. I've been sitting next to him for the last few days announcing and everything, and I'm pretty new up here in the Live RC broadcast booth. The homework this man has done to bring you guys the cover in action, and the notebook he's done, and the sheets he's printed out, and just to have all his ducks in a row out here, I've been really impressed out here. And, Jared, it's been an honor to come out here and sit side by side and commentate with you, man. And I've learned a lot from you and just your professionalism and the homework you've done behind the scenes. You know, it's given me a little insight, and I've learned a few tricks from Jared, and I've been really impressed, man. And just a fine job you've done preparing yourself for this event, showing up with all the correct information, and it's just been a sight to see, man. Good job out here, J-Dog. I got to give you a little love.
Hey, thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. And likewise to you, like we've mentioned a couple times, showing up a day late's never an easy task.
Yep, that was weird.
Kind of playing catch-up, and we do our best to help each other here, and you've done a wonderful job as well. Thank you for being the ideal color commentator. Thank you so much. And we're watching Eddie Kellogg bring this one home, man. He started on pole and kind of drove away early. You're not done, Eddie. Keep going.
I think he thought he was
Eddie thought he was done. I think he was waving to the crowd. You see the wheel wiggle right there? It's like his wave to the fans.
Yeah.
Eddie Kellogg's going to win the C-Man at 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. He's always got a flair for the dramatic, doesn't he? Kellogg's going to win it, followed by Felino Vasquez finishing second and Jeremy Sanders finishing third. That was pretty cool. I like the little wave to the fans. Put one hand out the window.
Was he looking for the checkered flag from the race official right there?
I think he was. He had to pull a little closer to the announcer's booth. So, tell you what, man, that was pretty cool. And like Sean has mentioned a couple times this week, and I have to agree, vibes are so good this weekend. We really have a good bunch of people here racing this weekend, and it's so appreciated. The professionalism shown by Roar. They've run a fantastic event from cover to cover, and of course all the racers have been doing exactly what they've asked to do. Mike Braun doing a killer job keeping things on schedule here in the announcers booth for the at track racing, and once again just fantastic weekend overall. Sean, I'm sure you have to agree.
100%. I mean, dude, the hat's off here to Clayton Young. It was no secret that Roar, the fan base was dwindling a little bit over the years. He comes in, he goes to bat, he gets the pine tar out, and he has just put his head down. He has hired the right crew. He has put in the time and the effort, and slowly but surely he's bringing Roar back to justice out here. Some of the finest racing all across the country, and just a really great job right there from Clayton and his crew right there. Of course, we got his tech guys out there, Cal Southwork and Josh Richardson. Track owner Brad Ambrose, we got to give him some love out there. He's been sitting trackside and helping with tech, bringing the cars back over here. Of course, the hobby shop of Scott McFarland. I believe Adam out there in the shop as well, so thank you to those guys. Our head track honcho out here, Chris Raymond. I know it takes a whole crew out here, but Raymond kind of leading the charge here for the track crew. And, of course, Sam, Jared, Travis, and myself here from the Live RC crew. And, of course, our title sponsor, Hobby Wing, Avid Jump Cam, One Up Racing, SXT, ProTech RC, TZOJ Concepts, Team Associated, Coyote, and Techno RC. Without you guys, man, we can't get this done right here. So thank you to all of our sponsors and everybody out here putting in a fine effort. And just Clayton Young, man. Take a bow, Clayton. Take a climb. And you can see him right there perfect on the cam.
It was like right on cue, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'd set that up perfect. I did that on purpose.
Gridding up our 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy C-Main, brought to you by One Up Racing. And your lovely wife, Amanda, just checked into the chat. She said, good afternoon, gentlemen. And good afternoon, Amanda. Thank you so much for all your kind words this weekend.
Yeah, hey, what's up, babe? Miss ya, love ya. And we're not going to be out here too late tonight. We're looking anywhere from 4 to 5, and then we got some packing up to do, and then I got about a 2.5-hour drive. Even though it's only 140 miles, I got to go right through the heart of L.A. up that 405. So, you know, I'll be home late, but not as late as I normally am on these race weekends. So, miss you, babe, and I'll get home safely, and I can't wait to see you and give you a big hug and a kiss and get in my own bed for a night.
Yeah, that car, I just saw one car slamming in the wall. I'm pretty sure that was going to be Tyler Hicks that just hit the wall on the left side there. But just to finish up your point, while you're driving through L.A., Sean, I'm going to be going to the airport tonight, taking a red-eye flight home. So I'll definitely be using my sleep mask on the plane and trying to catch some shut-eye from that flight to from San Diego to Detroit, and then a little hop, skip, and a jump from Detroit to Syracuse.
Yeah, all the way back to New York. A 3,000-mile trip for you.
Oof, yeah, it was worth every single mile each way, though, brother. What a fantastic weekend we've had. And Otis Jones, as we've been talking about our travels here, he's trying to travel to the front of the field. But right now, a little contact there with Gavin Miller. And I believe that Caden C. going to come out the beneficiary there, going to the top of the board. Not the best start for Caden. He had a little trouble off the beginning, but doing his best to come back here. Doing a heck of a job. So it's Otis, your leader, followed by Caden. So once again, you see Otis there. Actually, a few cars up in front. So Jones leading by 2.6 seconds. This is the race for second on back. Caden C, the yellow and pink and white, followed by Tusa Carrera, Riley Christie, Gavin Miller, Christopher Shamaradian, Robert Pauling, Daxton Hoskins, your top 8.
Yeah, give a little love out here. Great call right there. Jones from the 2 spot and C only 2.4 back. We got Noah Hagemeyer. What's up, Noah? We got Michael Schnepp in the house. Team Pink Wing in the house. Jovi Levin in the house, man. Where's Jovi out here? He's been on the road a lot lately, so little shout out to Jovi and his father, and they're watching back at home. One of the NorCal Hobby boys right there.
Absolutely.
And man, he had got himself some really good runs and made some A-mains at the Carpet Nationals, as he has now worked the ladder up into the modified classes right there. And I've known Jovi for about 10 years now, one of the fastest young drivers making the change up to the modified classes, and he'll be one to watch over the years as well.
Oh, no doubt, brother. And just want to give Jovi a shout-out, man. I was at Island Speedway last year for the Roar Nationals on carpet, and the two-wheel drive 17.5 championship had eluded him. He's a 6-time champion now, but 17.5 two-wheel was eluding him, and had the pleasure of speaking to him multiple times on the interviews. And you could just tell with Jovi how special it was to him, how much it meant. And you love to see that, especially, like you said, with all the talk around Roar, now starting to regain some of the following that it had lost before. it's still, to this day, guys are still so enthused at trying to win a Road National Championship. It's still very special to these racers. So it was really cool to see Jovi not be ashamed to show that emotion.
Yeah, I love to see that. I had a great interview with him there at Maximus RC, and just a fine young man right there. And good to hear from Jovi always. Thanks for tuning in, Jovi.
Hey, Mike Tuntikit checking in. He was on the entry
Mikey
list
T.
this weekend, but didn't join us this weekend. So, Mike, hope all is well back home, brother. We certainly wish you were here with us, but thanks for tuning into the live RC stream. You're watching race number 12 out of 36. We're 1/3 distance through our main day here, Sean. 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy C-Main, brought to you by 1UP Racing. You're watching Audis Jones by 0.7 of a second. The white car with the yellow wheels leading Caden C in that yellow, white, and pink. This is the race for the win with 1:30 left to go.
Yeah, Mikey T, one of the fastest 40-plus drivers out here. Long time. I mean, dude, this guy's been with TLR 20-plus years right here. So a little shout-out to my buddy Mikey T. What's up, dawg?
Thanks for tuning in, brother. And you guys are watching a great race for the win. Hopefully the traffic's going to give him a little bit of love right here, because this big race here, the white and the pink, yellow, and pink, yellow, and white cars. Oh, man, Caden taps the pipe just a little bit right there. So Caden going to try and get back in it, but he's got to keep on the hammer, because Tusa Carrera just a few seconds back in third spot. Definitely has a shot here in case these two have some catastrophic errors. But you see the white car over the quad, just trying to mind his P's and Q's for these last 45 seconds. That is Audis Jones.
Yeah, it was 0.6, and then with that obvious mistake back to 1.8. So Caden, he comes back firing with the fastest lap of the race, so he was not happy about that little mistake. And he's going to be sending here with 30 seconds to go and try and take that top spot here in RC Main for 13.5 4-wheel drive, brought to you by 1UP Racing.
15.6 is getting it done, man. You talk about the elite of this class running 15.2s and 3s. This entire field from A to D all can run those crazy fast laps like we've mentioned throughout the weekend, though. Who can do it for 5 straight minutes? And right now, Dom Passione has to be the odds-on favorite. But A2 is coming up shortly, folks. Don't go anywhere. And we will do driver introductions for those A-Main number 2s. We'll throw it down to Mike Braun on the racetrack for those introductions. Meanwhile, racing to the finish line, Caden gave it everything he had, but it's not going to be enough. Audis Jones wins the C-Main at 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy. Caden C does bring it home in the second spot. What a charge there at the end, Sean. He made him work for it. Tusa Carrera finished up in that third spot. Christopher finishes fourth. Gavin Miller in fifth. Riley Christie finishing in sixth, followed by Daxton Hoskins in seventh. Robert and Tyler both are the ones that had some early trouble, and Austin did not make the call from third on the grid. So Audis Jones, you see it right there, by 2.7 seconds, beating Caden C here in the A-Main Hobbies race results screen. I'll tell you what, man, from top to bottom, we've had some great racing all day long. Anything that you're specifically looking forward to in these next 24 races, Sean?
Yeah, the A2s right there, just because those A1s were just fireworks all the way through. So, of course, naturally, I'm looking forward to those A-Main events, but we still got a few more lower mains. I believe we start back with the A2s at race 15, so we got a couple more lowers here.
Check this one out, man. 17.5 2-wheel drive buggy B-Main. This is going to be the best of the rest, if you will. And look at these household names. Ryan Moore, Hunter
awesome.
King, Aaron Mitchell, Connor Esbeck, Caden C., Keaton Grant, Luke Pravacek, Skylar Mandela, Tyler Hicks, and Talon Henley. Yes, you heard those correctly. This is the B main. These are not the top 10. These are 11 through 20. Just showing you how stacked this field was this weekend. There are already former champions in this list, and all the local hot shoes from the racetrack. I'm thinking Ryan Moore from Sacramento. I'm thinking Hunter King from Florida. Aaron Mitchell from Iowa. We covered him earlier this weekend. Top Gun champion. He was shut out of both A-mains this weekend, and it really wasn't anything of his doing. It's just how tough this field is, Sean. We're in for a treat here.
Yeah, most weekends this would be your A-main right here. But not here at the 2026 Dirt Nationals here in SDRC Raceway. These B mains for 17.5 2-wheel drive are stock premier classes and 13.5. We're going to be cooking here in the B main. I want to give a shout out to Jovi as well, as his father Scott has jumped in the chat, and he let us know Jovi just graduated from Berkeley, getting ready for grad school in July. What an accomplishment, young man. Really proud of Jovi. Go in there and get that schooling. It goes a long way, and we're really proud of you guys right there. Good job, Jovi and Scott right there. Great dad right there. I've known Scott a long time, too, and congratulations on your accomplishments, Jovi.
No doubt. Good luck, and we'll see you at the next one, guys, for sure. There's always another event coming up, so thank you, guys.
Yep. Here we go.
Oh, man, this is going to be good, Sean. B-Main 17.5 two-wheels off and running this class, brought to you by ProTech RC. Ryan Moore with a nice clean start. Ryan Moore just missing the main here in two-wheel, but he did make it in four-wheel drive right there in that 10th spot. Oh, over the top. I believe that was going to be King going to the lead. So Hunter King with an exhaust horsepower flexing the muscle goes to the top, followed by Mitchell, Espec C. Ryan Moore drops to 5th, followed by Keaton, Luke, Talon, Tyler Hicks, and Skyler. So Hunter King now under pressure from Aaron Mitchell. Both these guys have big wins to their credit. You know, Hunter goes through the southeast scene there, running all the 10-scale events down there, J Concepts, ONS. He's been doing a little less racing recently, Sean, but just like anything else, the rust falls off, and this guy comes to the top, and no surprise to see him here leading the start. Oh, and he goes for a spill over the quad, will hold second, but now Aaron Mitchell, one of the guys we covered, to the front of the field. No surprises.
No, not at all. And Mitchell's had a pretty decent year right here, falling a little bit short of maybe some expectations, but out front leading this B main, and he's got some stack competition behind him. He's got about a 1.3 second lead after that mistake from Kevin King last time through the quad. And it's going to be Keaton, Grant, Pravacek, Connor Esbeck, the 11-year-old, running top 5 here in this B main. And he was running 21.5 last year. I believe he got second at the Nationals, and he goes right up to the premier stock classes right there. And a very respectable run for that young man. Talon Henley 6, C7 Moore, Mandela, and Hicks top through 10. And Talon Henley 16 flat. Let's see. I have a feeling we're going to see a 15-second lap here shortly. Yeah, Talon Henley, it's been well documented. He makes the show in four-wheel drive, and he's been quick all weekend long. Just some terrible luck in two-wheel drive. Struggled a little bit with the setup on his X-Ray car. Excuse me. But this young man from the Hoosier RC Hobbyplex in New Albany, Indiana, works as hard as anybody. Talon, a great young man, of course, son of Eddie and Angie. I'm sure they're watching back home on Live RC, and can't say enough good things about the young man. He's got a long career ahead of him, and I would not have any doubts here that he's going to come through the field and try to compete for this B-Main win. Yeah, coming up to the halfway point here any second, and start that microwave up. Get that popcorn going, guys. A2's coming up shortly. Man, oh man, race 13 out of 36. We have one more B-Main to get out of the way. That's 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy, and then, of course, we do go right back into A-Main number 2s, where we have a chance to crown 8 national champions. Like we mentioned, folks, it is triple A mains, so we will have 3 races. No matter what the outcome, we will still run all 3 races. But the winners from A-Main number 1, if they can do it again in A-Main number 2, they will clinch the overall Raw National Championships. They will not need to run A-Main number 3. Meanwhile, we're watching a great race right here. Oh, my goodness, that was rough. That was going to be Esbeck and Pravacek getting together, but good sportsmanship. Luke lets him back through, but the beneficiary, who is it again? Talon Henley moves up to the 3rd spot. So Talon has to make up 4 seconds, but he does have the quickest lap. And, man, you're Nostradamus, Sean. 15.7 on lap number 8 for Henley, the fastest lap of the race. Only driver under 16 seconds. Here we go. We got a battle for the race lead. Grant has caught Mitchell. It was about 2 seconds a few laps ago, down to a half second here with just under 2 minutes to go here. Mitchell has got to stay locked in right here because Grant is sanding that thing. He is also the second and only the top 2, the second and third driver to run a 15-second lap. So Grant's car getting better as the run goes on. Henley is chopping that gap down. Now, checked out that last lap, 15, and he took 7/10 out of your leader. Henley's got time, but not much of it. He's going to be pushing hard to try and get back in here. You know Talon would love to have this win in hand. After qualifying 10th, if he could win this one, that would be quite the moral boost after a pretty rough weekend for him here in 17.5. Watching that race for the win, though. Mitchell still up on it right here. Again, the blue and white car leading the pink, blue, and white of Grant. That's your race for the win. They just crossed the start-finish line, going to the right side of the racetrack, through the center now. Again, leader blue and white, and second place pink and blue. You can see them just coming to the bottom of the screen now. They're on the left side of the racetrack. Coming across the start-finish line now are your leaders. Followed by Henley, Esbeck, Pravacek, King, C, Moore, Hicks, and Mandela with 45 seconds left. There's your race for the lead over the quad. 40 seconds remaining. Mitchell, Grant, Henley, Esbeck, and Pravacek, your top 5. Has got King in that 6th spot. C, Moore, Hicks, and Mandela. 30 seconds remaining. Race for the win through the bottom of the racetrack right there. You can see Mitchell and Grant coming up on some traffic in the form of Hicks. I'm sure he's going to let them through. Leaders by the line now. Leaders by the line now. There they are, blue and white. And there is Grant putting on the pressure with 12 seconds left to go. Hicks going to give him room one more time. Thank you very much, Tyler. 5 seconds left. They may get one more, but it's going to be tight. 3 seconds
2 seconds. Aaron goes one more. Keaton goes one more. Talon won't, but this is the race for the win. Mitchell trying to hold up a very fast Grant. Oh, Mitchell makes a mistake, but Grant overcooked it, and Mitchell actually caught him with the front end. So let's see if Mitchell can hold him off through the final switchback section. Down the straightaway one more time. Aaron Mitchell wins the B main of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. A fantastic run there at the end with Mitchell and Grant. Keaton gave it everything he had, Sean. He actually got around him there quickly, but overcooked that center triple just a little bit. Aaron Mitchell snuck right back through and took the win.
Yeah, good exciting action right there from a B-main. Grant, man, he was sending it right there, but he's just going to fall a little short. They did get that parade lap out there. They both made it by with just a few ticks on the master clock right there. And great racing right here from our 17.5 two-wheel drive B-main event brought to you by ProTech RC.
Talon Henley with a nice run from 10th up to 3rd. That's got to feel good for him. Pravacek in 4th. Hunter King, your top 5. So a great run there in 17.5 two-wheel drive. Had a few different leaders there, but Top Gun champion from 2025. Gets a nice moral victory there winning that B-main 17.5 two-wheel.
No doubt, no doubt.
B-main 21.5 two-wheel drive buggies up next here. Brought to you by SXT. Mark Robinson, father of Jermaine, as we've mentioned a couple times this weekend. On the pole for this one, followed by Carlos Shamaradian, Nick Mellon, Grayson Leonard, Bryson Miller, Nate Champeau, Lester Brooks, James C., Byron McDermott, and Eric Irvin. Your full starting grid here for race number 14. We're warming them up.
We're nationwide out here. We got Texas tuned in, Central Oregon checking us out. Let's see, Sticky McStickins tuned in and watching all the action. Thank you guys. 3DRC Racer. Hey, how's it going, everybody, guys? And checkered past. No bumps? Nope, no bumps out here. And, of course, Tiny Miner's Treasure in the house just picked himself up a Team RC10. What a deal right there. And Rob Polly out there.
I'm not sure if you saw this here, my man. Barak Kilich is watching, one of the overseas superstars for Team Mugen. So thanks, Barak, for checking in, along with Elias Arkadaris, the Greek running for Techno. So pretty cool to see, like I said, worldwide coverage. And thanks, guys, very much for putting us on here for some live coverage of the Roar 10 Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals.
Yeah, I've been able to hang out with Elias a few times this year as he comes out for Silver State and DNC, and one of the big head honchos out there for Techno out there. And I'm surprised he's not on the mountain bike right now. He's got himself some real nice rides and enjoys a good mountain bike ride. And a good shout out for him. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Hey, you never know, because we're portable these days. He could very well have us on the phone, not on the mountain bike. So we'll see if that's the case. But
You're not wrong.
Regardless, thanks folks for tuning in. You're in for a treat here for our B-Main 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy brought to you by SXT. On pole, Mark Robinson. You see we're zooming in on 3rd place, Nick Mellon there, and 2nd place, Carlo Shamaradian. Here we go, folks. And calling a false start here. I think somebody may have went early. False start on car 1. So, yes, Robinson went a little bit early. These drivers have to wait for the sound of that tone, and sometimes they get a little amped up. So, we will once again re-rack them. Clayton Young, our Roar president, is setting the grid spots, and you'll see Clayton, once he gets through spots 1 through 10, he'll give a thumbs up to race director Mike Braun, and that'll basically signify that the grid is set and locked. Ryan Moore helps out with a couple spots up front. Here we go, drives take number 2, 21.5 B-Main. A lot better that time. Mark Robinson goes on the tone this time by, and we're off racing, folks. Good, strong start here in 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy B-Main, brought to you by SXT. Ooh, up on 2 wheels goes your leader, but he saved it. So Robinson out front of Carlos Shamaradian, followed by Nick Mellon in that 3 spot. Top 3 unchanged right there. Nate Champeau jumps to the 4. Byron McDermott in the 5th spot, followed by James C. in the 6th. Bryson Eric Lester and Grayson tumbles to 10th, but he's got plenty of time to get back in there. So I'm sure Grayson Leonard, the youngster, going to get back in this thing and fight as hard as he can. Robinson, Carlos Shamaradian, your top 2 separated by 0.4 of a second. Good race for 1 through 3 right here. Nick Mellon in that white machine. Nick looking for an inside pass, trying to go inside outside. Carlos shuts the door. Nick goes a little bit high that time, lets Carl get a little more space. And again, there's Nate Champeau coming up from behind. So Nate Champeau, 2nd place last month on carpet in 21.5 buggy here at Maximus. Now we're here at SDRC, and spoke with Nate early in the weekend in Norman, Oklahoma. Nate native hailing from 405 RC Raceway, and he told me this is kind of his first time doing this dirt clay stuff. And Robinson with a little mistake right there. He's going to fall down to the 4 spot, holds the 3 barely. And now Champeau, little mistake, falls off the side there, and it looks like he may have popped the ball cover, broken an arm. Oh, man. Tough break there for Champeau. Was going to finish up that point on Nate where he said this is his first time really on carpet or dirt. He's more of a carpet guy, and I was going to tell him he was getting a lot better, but unfortunately a mechanical failure going to send him out of this one early. So tough break for our man Nate, but good racer, even better human being for sure, Nate Champeau. So Carlo going to the front after that mistake from Robinson. Nick Mellon in that second spot on the white machine. So that dark blue car, I'm certain, is going to get a wave by. Yes, he does. Oh, no, he tried to let Mellon through, and then he tagged him on the way by, and Robinson rolls it over. Again, really no fault there. Eric tried his best to stay out of harm's way, but this track is tricky. Definitely has the potential to for some unintentional contact for certain. Folks, make sure you stick with us. We are going to go straight into A-Main number 2 of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Austin Riley won the first A-Main of 21.5. He has a chance to wrap it up in 2 races overall. He would win his first Roar National Championship if he could do just that. Refreshing your memory there from 21.5 A1. It was Riley 1, Christie 2, Carrera 3, Rigby 4, Spencer 5. That's how they finished that first A-Main of 21.5. So we'll see if Austin can do it or if somebody else is going to prolong that championship presentation until A-Main number 3. Carlos Shamaradian still your leader. 0.3 of a second back is Nick Mellon. You're following third place, Mark right here. That's Bryson, Grayson, Lester, James, Byron, and Eric Irvin. So Carlo the leader and Nick Mellon in the second spot in the white machine. Oh, Carlo having a rough lap here, so that's going to put Nick to the front. The all-white car is Mellon, working his way through the center tabletop right now. There he is. Nick Mellon getting the job done from Bakersfield, CA. Schumacher machine trying to take home this B-Man at 21.5. Mellon gets away by from the fellow white car of James C. So Mellon is that first car in line there, the faster one. That is James that we're following, so the leader is 1 car up ahead. There he is. 1:05 left to go. Nick, Mark, Carlo, Bryson, Lester, your top 5, followed by Grayson, James, Byron, and Eric Irvin. Minute left here, and this is going to be a pretty awesome win here if Nick Mellon can bring it home because he had a mechanical failure in his 13.5 race. So this would be quite a way to rebound on the weekend if he's able to do so with 45 seconds left to go. It's going to be about 4 more laps to go here, maybe 3. It depends on the pace of these last few laps, but Nick Mellon doing a workman-like job, 3.5 seconds in front of Mark Robinson. Carlo jumps back into the 3rd spot now. Looks like Bryson falls to 4th after he had just taken 3rd away. Lester, Grayson, James, Byron, and Eric Irvin with 25 seconds left to go. Your leader, clean and green. No worries for Nick Mellon. And, Sean, this has got to feel good for your buddy Nick to bring this one home if he can do it.
Yeah, he just come out here. I don't know what his expectations were. Obviously, you always try to do your best right here, but coming out here, going to get the hot lap and potentially a win with 7 seconds to go here, that'll feel good. Absolutely, and he's on his last lap right here. He does on the fast lap of the race at a 17 flat. So master clock is expired. You can see Nick is racing to the line. Nice solid run from 3rd on the grid. Nick Mellon wins the B-Main of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by SXT Racing Products. Great run for him. Mark Robinson is going to bring it home in that 2nd spot from the pole position, followed by Carlo Shamaradian finishing 2nd, Bryson Miller 4th. So Carlo 3, Bryson 4, Lester Brooks 5th, James C in 6th spot, Byron McDermott finishing in 7th, Eric Irvin finishing in the 8th spot, then Grayson and Nathan both having some early trouble. Doing a little bit of track prep here, and here comes A-Main number 2 of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy brought to you by SXT Racing Products. We're going to throw it down trackside to Mike Braun for your driver introductions.
Thanks to my wife, SDRC family, for the support. Maddie G from San Diego, California. Ed Garcia. Qualifying in the 9th spot in your 21.5 A main event, driving an X-Ray. Would like to give a huge thanks to my dad for letting me come race. Also, a shout out to the Hot Race Tires and Team EM for the support from Mesa, Arizona, Mitchell Berkey. Qualifying in the 8th spot, driving a TLR. No sponsors, but thanks a lot to the TLR team, ESP, Donnie, Skippy, Victor Mulder, and Jose Newman, and Ryan Dunford from San Diego, California, Jay Neal. Qualifying in the 7th spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Hobby Wing, TZO, Sticky Kicks, SX Factory Racing, ARC Racing, and my dad's Visa card from Bakersfield, California, Trent Rigby. Qualifying in the 6th spot, driving Associated, sponsored by J&T Bearings, Milwaukee Tools, Team Kelp, Hobby Wing, High Tech, and Promotion from San Diego, California, Riley Christie. Qualifying in the 5th spot, sponsored by Pulse RC Media and my dad from Glendale, California, Christopher Shamaranian. Qualifying in the 4th spot, driving an Associated, sponsored by my wife and my wallet from San Diego, California, Aiden Spencer. Qualifying in the 3rd spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by my dad, Ironworks Off-Road Rentals, my wallet, my friends and family. Thank you a lot to everybody. I love you all from San Diego, California, Tusser Carrera. Qualifying in the 2nd spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Hobby Wing, TZO, Pulse RC Media, Sticky Kicks, War Paint, and Mom and Dad for Bakersfield, California, Johan Blizzard. And your TQ in the 21.5 two-wheel drive class, sponsored by RC Dischargers from San Diego, California, Austin Riley. Get him checked in, boys. Race 15. Get him checked in.
We're back. That was our driver introductions. A2s on deck right here. Austin Riley was your A1 winner on an 18.504. He wins this one. That's a wrap for the 21.5 class, brought to you by SXT. Let's see if he can get it done, or is there going to be a little spoiler alert going on?
Well, we're going to find out together in the next 5 minutes here, Sean. There's just something that just hits a little different when there's a little bit of tension there. You're sitting there with your introductions being called, and usually you got somebody waiting there, trackside to turn your car on for you. Just some jitters going on, man. And these racers here, and these are a bit newer style racers in the 21.5 class. They've got to be feeling some nerves and some jitters here, especially Austin Riley with his chance to win his first Roar National Championship. Can he do it, or is somebody going to prolong that celebration till AMA number 3? We're going to find out.
Well, I think that was well described right there. Me personally, as a racer, I want to get up there and go hammer down right to work. So anytime you add a driver introduction in there and you're kind of standing up there, nerves may be creeping in, the ham's getting a little clammy right there, but it looks like we're all lined up and getting ready to rock and roll for 21.5 two-wheel drive. A number 2, 5 minutes. Are we going to possibly crown our first national champion of the weekend, or Blizzard, Carrera, Spencer, Shamaradian going to have something to say about that?
No doubt. And grid is set and locked. You're waiting for green here at AMA number 2 of 21.5 two-wheel drive. Thanks for joining us on Live RC.
Here we go. Here we go.
Good launch, and it looks like Austin Riley going to try and take care of business here at AMA number 2, but he's got a rear view full. Johan Blizzard, Blizzard wants to get it done early, because if Austin gets into a rhythm and starts cruising, I think all these drivers know it's about game, set, match, and checkmate. Right now, Austin doing a great job, though, so far. You can see Blizzard getting some heat there from Tusa Carrera. That's 1, 2, 3. Pretty good gap back to Aiden Spencer in the 4th spot. It's really been these 3 all weekends, Sean, that have been going after it for the win. But, of course, plenty more racing up for grabs. We're not just going to keep track of the race for the win. We're going to watch the points battles as well, because everybody out here is racing for something a little bit different, Sean, even if they can't win it overall.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Of course, it's all about those interior battles. If you can't go out there and win it, we're going to keep you guys all tuned in and try and give you those battles for the final steps on the podium. As you can see, our estimated running position, that gives us kind of a good idea right here.
No doubt.
I want to give a big shout out to DP tuning in. Little 10 scale action right here. I've seen him race a lot of 8 scale, some 5th scale, and maybe we'll get Dylan Peterson here with a 10 scale one of these days.
Awesome, man. Thanks, Dylan, for tuning in. And you're watching Austin Riley trying to win his first Roar National title. Second place finisher in A1, Riley Christie, currently buried down in the 7th spot. So right now, looks like it's going to be Tusser jumping up to second place, estimated with a pair of thirds. But right now, telling you what, man, it's all Austin Riley. He's been the man of the hour this weekend in 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. And I don't think that Austin would be too upset to be told by Roar that, hey, this is your last time running two-wheel drive 21.5. Now it's time to run some 17.5 on a national level. He's definitely trying to do just that. You see that little contact for second place right there, but Tusser Carrera works his way around Blizzard. So Tusser, about the only driver that can play spoiler at this point, because Tusser has a 3, and it would be a second place if he can do it right now. But Riley out front by 2.7 seconds. Oh, man, you got to just have that bad feeling in your gut, Sean. You can see him go, but there's nothing you can do about it right now.
Yeah, we're in for the long haul here as the leader checked out now. Got about 3-second lead here for Austin Riley as he's working his way through the field. But it looks like Carrera and Blizzard not too far back behind as your leader kind of getting held up by a little bit of traffic right here, and that's just a part of racing. They're going to part the seas and let him on by. But now it's only 1.1 back, so Carrera and Blizzard keeping their name in the talks here for a championship right now because they got to get around that purple, blue, and white car. Otherwise, it is over.
Absolutely. You can see we're following second place Carrera right here, but we're doing our best to keep everybody informed of what's happening. There's your leader, Riley, as we catch him going over the quad. Double, no issues there. Takes a nice little wheel wiggle over that first double. Gets a wave by from traffic. Christopher and Jay, of course, good sports there. They're going to let him through when they get there. So, again, Austin Riley, he's been the man this weekend, Sean. It's kind of at this point, I think the racers kind of understand, like, as long as he doesn't take himself out of this one, I don't think anybody in this backfield wants to be a factor. But right as we say it, little contact with lap traffic, Austin somehow able to come away fairly unscathed. But you got to think Austin's heart rate very elevated. The shoulders got to be tense for situations just like that. Things are out of his control. He's just trying to mind his business, stay away from everybody right now.
I mean, that was right on cue right there as he was working his way through the pack. A car got spun around and actually was going the wrong way on the track, ran right into him. That was about a nightmare disaster coming true right there, but Riley kept his cool and was able to work his way through the pack, even with a little bit of bumping and banging. Hot lap of the race, 16-4 now for your race leader. Let's see if he can't lock in here.
It's like we were saying, Sean, sometimes the brakes just go your way, sometimes the bounces just go your way, and right now it's been all in favor of Austin with 1:10 to go. Let's see if he can wrap it up. Tusser still holding that second spot. He's about 3 seconds back now, followed by Johan 4 seconds back of Trent, followed by, looks like Trent now in that 4th spot. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Johan 3rd, Trent 4th, Christopher Shamaradian 5, followed by Riley, J, Edward, Aiden, and Mitchell. But it's all this guy right here, Austin Riley, with 50 seconds left to go. He's got some clean racetrack, just one car ahead of him in the form of Mitchell Berkey. I'm sure that when Austin gets to him, Mitchell's going to give him some love, as he does right there. Oh, Austin turns a little short. I'm telling you, he's got to be shaking like a leaf right now. He's 35 seconds away from winning his first Roar National, Sean. Just try to describe what he's feeling right now.
I believe we are feeling that shaking right now. That's from his knees up on the driver's stand right now.
Absolutely, my man. Well, he has absolutely earned it this weekend. As long as he can bring it home for about another lap and a half, Austin Riley doing the job out in front. Over the quad he goes. Getting a little challenge there from Christopher in the lap car, but I'm certain that Christopher knows that's your leader. 13 seconds left to go for Austin Riley. One more lap around to claim his first Roar National Championship, a local here at SDRC Raceway. Love to see the organic grassroots home track drivers here every time we go to a Roar National.
This place is going to go nuts.
And here they comes around the start-finish line. Austin Riley claims his first Roar National Championship in 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. And yes, the crowd definitely spiked up on that one, and rightfully so. Their homeboy wins the 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy national championship. Congratulations to Austin Riley. Of course, all pending Roar technical inspection, but at this point, pretty much a foregone conclusion. Austin Riley dominates the weekend and wins two-wheel drive 21.5 buggy. You see Tusser Carrera, name number 2, brings home second. Trent Rigby finishing third. Christopher Shamaradian finishes fourth. Johan Blizzard drops to fifth there on the last lap, followed by Jay Neal, Riley Christie, Ed Garcia, Aiden Spencer, and Mitchell Berkey. Your final finishing order. We get to catch up with our first official national champion on the weekend, Sean Miller. You're going to be talking to our man in our One Up Racing Race Report, Austin Riley.
Austin Riley with our One-Up Racing interview. Cam, what is there more to say? You've had a ton of interviews out there this weekend. You get it done here in A1 and A2, man. Just the crowd was going nuts for you, dude. Give us a little insight of how you're feeling right now, I'm trying to say.
I am just so happy. I've spent years just working on trying to become more serious and competitive with this. I have put in months of effort to making my 21.5 as easy to drive and as fast to drive as possible, thanks to the help of Matthew Gonzalez and Hobby Wing. Just getting my cars as dialed in as possible, make it personal to me, and just get me ready to drive the car.
Dude, so cool, man. I've watched you since you were a real young man, only 16 years young. Now, what's it mean to go out and win this in front of your hometown crowd?
It means a lot, but more than to just my hometown crowd, it means a lot to do it in front of my dad. He's helped me through every single year of doing this, and do it for my mom who's watching at home, who I'm doing it for her for Mother's Day. This is her gift for Mother's Day, is me shouting her out as much as I can and just thanking her for everything she's done over my entire life, being there my entire life, giving me the life that I love, and keeping a roof over my head, everything she's done over every single minute of my life. I can never thank her enough for how much of a good mom she is.
Great job. Great shout out to Mom and Dad right there, man. You are a Roar 110 scale off-road dirt 21.5 national champion.
Thank you so much.
Good job. Give a quick shout out to your sponsors and we'll get you out of here.
Thank you so much to TZO, Hobby Wing. Hobby Wing is the best. They've done the most for me. Matthew, Charlie at Hobby Wing, everybody at Hobby Wing has done so much for me. TZO for making a great tire and keeping support with me, and RC Discharger for, of course, powering my cars.
Great job, Austin. Thanks, man. Appreciate the great interview.
Thank you so much.
In the 4th spot, driving a Schumacher, sponsored by Schumacher, Hobby Wing, TZO Tires, Trackstar, Team EAM, Power HD Servos, ARC Racing, and Pulse RC. Big thanks to all my supporters and family at home. Also, Nick from TZO for making this possible. From Hemet, California, Jeremy Hayes Jr. Qualifying in the 3rd spot, Driving Associated, sponsored by 1UP Racing, Team Associated, Team Powers, TZO, Mod, TDK, Vision Racing, Pulse RC, Killer RC, Factory Team, and Coyote Hobbies. From Apple Valley, California, Sammy the Killer Moran. Qualifying in the 2nd spot, Driving Associated, sponsored by Whip It RC, Double Down Heavy Equipment Repair. Thanks to my family and sponsors from all their support. From Reno, Nevada, Caden Meeks. And your TQ in the 17.5 two-wheel drive A main event, driving an R1. Special thanks. Thank you to my sponsors for helping me get to where I am. R1, TZO, HobbyRec.com, RMRCR, DRC, CX Factory. Hi to my girlfriend back home and my family watching. Also, huge thanks to everyone who came here to support me this weekend from Salt Lake City, Utah. Dominic Passioni. Race number 16. Let's get him checked in. Race 16. Check him in.
Driver introductions complete for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Sean, this is going to be one of the best we see all weekend. Of course, refreshing everybody's memory from AMA number 1. Pole sitter won the race. Dom Passioni was dominant in AMA number 1. Of course, we had Caden Meeks, Butterfield, Hayes, and Moran all in the mix in the top 5. But just one question for you, Sean. From your perspective, does anybody have anything for Dom here in this A2?
Well, yes, I think so. He's been the guy to beat. He's starting on the pole right here, but as you know, anything can happen in racing, and we're going to find out here in the next 5 minutes if he can win his first two-wheel drive, the elusive two-wheel drive National Stock Buggy Championship.
Yeah, that's we could be talking about a whole different race in this first corner if he decides to turn a little short or miss that first double. So definitely don't want to call it official till it's all done, but Passioni for sure, the odds-on favorite. Pretty awesome to see this this R1 Works R1B two-wheel drive buggy sitting on top of the grid, and obviously it takes a very talented pilot to do that as well. Passioni, one of the best in this industry in stock racing, and certainly going to be a not an easy one here for him. These are 10 of the best in the country. Grid is looking pretty good. One car getting position there. And drivers, thanks. And folks, thanks for joining us here watching 10 of the best drivers in the country. 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy brought to you by ProTech RC, AMA number 2, waiting for green.
Here we go. Dom needs to come out firing right here. He's going to have to sprint these first few laps, and then he can kind of pace whatever he's got behind him right here. But if anybody can get it done, that buggy has been dialed here.
And I couldn't ask for a much better start. He just did what he had to do. Caden Meeks, of course, a very respectful driver. He's going to take good care of Dom. It's not in either of their interests to hammer and smash each other right now. So Passione, good clean start. Meeks comes out right behind him along with Sammy. Jeremy, top 4 unchanged. Gonzalez jumps up to 5th, though, so good start for him. Templeman, Sutherland, Moreno, Butterfield tumbles to 9th, and Jermaine Robinson. But again, basically assignment completed there on the start there for Passione. Couldn't ask for much better, but Meeks looking races this time. He does not want this to be over in A-Main number 2, but Passione, we see as the run goes on, his car just gets better and better and better. It's going to be tough for that top 4 to hang with him, but they're doing a good job of that right now.
Yeah, with the 2 in A1, it has to happen here in A2. Otherwise, it's over right there. But he's got no time to rest right here because here comes Sammy the Killer in that associated one-up racing ride. And, of course, Jeremy Hayes Jr. with that Schumacher. So, great battle right here. These guys got to work together. If they get to bumping and banging, or, God forbid, they get a race director call for rough racing, the leader is just going to check out and we'll be over.
Inside pass there from Rand. That's right on cue there, Sean. He knew he had to make quick work of Meeks because the more they messed around and battled, Dom's getting away. It's a straightaway length lead. Makes a little pipe there. Hayes moves to 3rd. Oh, and Caden trying to get back up the inside with that big rip there from Hayes. Gets in the 3rd spot. So once again, Caden dropping down a couple positions. But if you're Dom Passione, this is all due respect to Meeks, but if you see Sammy behind you in 2nd place, that my heart rate goes up a little bit because you know that Sammy's a proven product. He can do this. He's won national championships before. You don't want to see Sammy in 2nd place right now.
No, you don't. He started 3rd, and he had a pretty rough A number 1 as he went upside down on lap 1 and went back up to 5th right now, up to a top 2 run right here. Sammy knows he's been here a few times. He's got to get it done here in A2. If he wants to catch up to Dom, he had to get a little aggressive. Meeks driving a bit subdued right here, which is a bit surprising right here. But Moran and Hayes Jr., they are on the gas right here, and they made some they were clean passes, but they were aggressive.
Yes, Hayes and Meeks, when they came together in the straightaway, neither driver was going to lift, I think you would agree, and Hayes ended up getting the better end of that deal. Luckily, neither of them crashed, but Hayes definitely was shooting the gap right there. Meeks all over him. They're looking to get back into that 3rd spot. I'm sure they'll keep it clean, but right now, Dom Passione getting away. He's leading by 2.6 seconds, just put up a 15.5 on lap number 9. Fast lap of the race. He pulled 0.6 on Moran that lap, and sometimes it's just a matter of the way the luck goes. And Passione parts the seas going down the front straightaway. I'm telling you, Sean, it's just the way it goes this weekend. We saw it with Riley in 21.5. Sometimes things just go your way. Those 50-50 calls go your way. You know, usually if it was a different weekend where you didn't have as good a luck, maybe he runs right into that pack of cars. But Passione doing everything he's going to do. He's checking all the boxes right now, Sean. He's 2.7 seconds out front with 2 minutes left to go.
Yeah, well said, Jared. He executed that start here in A2 perfectly. He got it to just under 3-second lead. He's like, this is going good. And then he came up to a 3-car pileup coming onto the front side straightaway. So I got a little bit puckered up right there, but keeping his head down right here and doing exactly what he needs to do to get his first 2-wheel drive national championship. He does have a 4-wheel drive national championship already here in 2026. That was on carpet in Seabrook, New Hampshire at beautiful Maximus RC, but he's trying to get one here on the dirt.
Absolutely. It's been covered many times that R1 is yet to win a national championship with this brand new buggy, and who better to do it than their flagship stock driver, Dom Passione, with 1:15 left to go. He's exactly a minute 15 from doing just that. The young man from Salt Lake City, Utah, and Rocky Mountain RC Raceway under new ownership here in the last year or so. And Passione, a little mistake there over that front side quad, but able to keep it clean as it looks like Moran just made a mistake. That's going to put, I believe that's going to put Hayes to the 2 spot. And once again, with 55 seconds left to go, it's all happening behind Passione. A big scrum back there in the left side switchbacks. But this is the man right here, Sean, Dom Passione, imposing his will. 4.5 second lead as it comes to 45 seconds left.
Yeah, it's going to be more than that this time by as he saw Sammy go upside down, and Hayes was a little bit farther back now. So does he have the arm out the window yet? With 35 seconds to go, a 5-second lead right here. He is in control of his own destiny here at the moment, and what a great run here with that RB1.
Absolutely. Passione not laying up short, still going triple single over that big quad. Rest of the order is Hayes 2, Moran 3, Gonzalez 4, Ivan Moreno, nice run up to 5th here. Meeks 6, Robinson 7, Templeman 8, Butterfield 9, and Sutherland 10. But on the last lap, we're going to keep it right here with Dom Passione the whole way. What a great story for this young man. Of course, a two-time national champion in four-wheel stock, one on dirt, one on carpet. Best 12 months you can imagine for this guy, and he's going to do it for R1 Works. They are a national champion with the R1B. Dominic Passione wins two-wheel drive 17.5 buggy, and he's going to do it in two mains. No A3 needed for Dom Passione. He clinches the championship in 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. And Steve Villanueva at R1 Works, you are national champions with your new R1B two-wheel drive buggy. There's Jeremy Hayes Jr. finishing in second place in this one, followed by Sammy Moran, Matthew Gonzalez, Ivan Moreno Jr., Caden Meeks, Jermaine Robinson, Mason Templeman, Nate Sutherland, and Bryce Butterfield, your final finishing order in A main number 2. Passione locks it up. Still lots of racing to go in A main number 3 to decide our final podium order. But Dom Passione got to have a big sigh of relief, and we'll catch up with him in our one-up race report.
I think we just sold ourselves some new R1Bs. RB1s is what I'm trying to say.
Dom Passione, a big sigh of relief. Obviously, you're always cool and subdued, but I can just see the weight lifted off your shoulders. I know this one's got to mean a lot. R1 Works, courtesy of you and Steve and the whole team, you are national champions in 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Tell me how it feels from your raw reaction.
Oh, super happy with that. Yeah, that was, big sigh of relief. Just glad to have that one over with. As long as we passed tech, motor checks, we're good. That was a really fun race. Luckily, I made it a little boring, which was kind of my goal. Hopefully, the rest of the race was fun. But, yeah, I was super happy with the car. Ran it inline this weekend. It was really, really good. I'm super happy with the team here, and, yeah, I can't be more grateful.
Awesome, brother. Well, man, we were talking about this early in the weekend when we caught up with you. You know, all the talk around the new R1 Works car. I know you're so good at keeping your wits about you, but there had to have been a little added pressure to try and get this first national championship, try to get this car on the map, and I think you've done just that. Just tell me how special it is to have all the support from Steve here at the racetrack, of course, your engineers, everybody that's here trackside to see you win your first national on two-wheel.
It's awesome. Yeah, it's an amazing feeling. I just super grateful. Really happy to be here. Yeah, with actually, I did run it last year at Nationals, and I got second with it. So to get the first this year is an amazing feeling. I'm really happy.
Hey, and now that it's a production car, you can say that you are the first national champion with R1 Works as on a chassis. So, hey, man, there's a lot of people to help you get to this point, of course, sponsors and people in your family. I want to give the floor to you to let you acknowledge all those people and companies.
All right, yeah. Steve, Thad, my whole family watching back home, R1, Motor Labs, TZO, Nick's here, and honestly, everyone who's helping me, Hobby Rec, my work, that are super chill with me traveling. It's amazing, awesome feeling. And yeah, Home Track supports me, like everyone. It's awesome. I really appreciate everyone.
Well, great job, my friend. You earned this one outright. You were the man this weekend. You still got four-wheel drive to come, so I wish you luck and go celebrate with your team.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Qualifying in the third spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Factory Team, Bradley Fine Designs, the team, my incredible wife, and the kids, Kaylee and Kaden, and all of my teammates for the help, and, of course, the entire SDRC staff, and Chris Raymond from San Diego, California, Kevin King. Qualifying in the second spot, driving a TLR, sponsored by TLR, J Concepts, Hobby Wing, Spectrum, Horizon Hobbies, and One Up Racing for Rancho Mirage, California, Andrew Swanson. And qualifying your TQ for your 40 and over two-wheel drive mod class, driving associated, sponsored by Factory Tracks Racing, Team Associated, Reedy, Factory Team, Mod, VRP, Live RC, and Bradley Fan Designs. Special thanks to Good Lord and my wife for watching at home, SDRC and Roar for an amazing event. From Highland, Michigan, Alan Horn. Check them in, boys. Race number 17.
All right,
Check
Sean.
them in.
Well, we just crowned another national champion, unofficially, of course, until approved by Roar. But we're 2 for 2 so far, and Andrew Swanson has a chance to keep that streak going here as he was your AMA #1 winner in 40+ two-wheel drive modified buggy. This class certainly has been anything but predictable. Al Horn, Andrew Swanson, Kevin King, Brent Telke, Jimmy Wright, even Chris Versellis, everybody has had a chance here. And you think about Nick Miller running second place at one point in AMA number 2. Got to think the door is wide open here. Any preliminary picks in this one, and do you think that we'll keep that streak going or maybe see an A3?
Well, I don't think Allen could have had a worse A1. So I'm expecting good things here from Alan Horn right here. It's going to make it tough here for Swanson, King, Wright, and Telke. Chris, all going to have something to say about that. But if Alan Horn can just get out there and get a few laps under his belt, I think he should be all right. But let's see if we can lock in here. I know he had a bit of a rough start right there. And then 1 and 2 got caught together, and Swanson got that A1. I think Horn, if he keeps it a good start right here, he's pretty fit here to win A2 and push it to an A3.
And that's the advantage of qualifying, right? That's why qualifying is so important at the Nationals, because even if he has a terrible race in A1, he still starts on pole for AMA number 2. So I'm certain that Al Horn's going to try and reverse the fortunes that he had in AMA number 1. Thanks for joining us here on Live RC. You're watching AMA number 2 of Plus 40, two-wheel drive mod on the Tone. Off we go. Good start. See if Horn can have a better start than AMA number 1. Oh, he almost threw it away on that same jump. So you got to think Al Horn's got a little bit of nerves right now, but after he gets over the first couple of jumps, I think those start to dissipate. But Andrew Swanson definitely putting the heat on early. Oh, it looks like that was going to be King. I believe that was going to be, who was that on his lid? Was that
Jimmy?
Going to be Jimmy Wright? Oh, man. So Jimmy goes tumbling early. Kevin King upside down, but he's able to get back all fours on that lucky roll. Sometimes you need those friendly rolls to stay in the race here. But once again, Horn, a much better start this time. He's going to try and push this to an A3. But Andrew Swanson, the one man that can end it right here, would definitely like by. And as we mentioned with all these guys, if they're in a position to win, they don't want to deal with AMA number 3. They want to get it done in 2.
Yeah, that's the plan right there. It didn't go to plan for Allen, but a beautiful opening 1 minute here of 5 for Horn, but Swanson all over him like white on rice.
Associated versus TLR, the classic Ford versus Chevrolet battle. Kevin King also in the Associated running in that 3rd spot. Chris Versellis in that 4th spot also on the Associated chassis. So got some good parity there on the manufacturers. But again, King, very quick. You can see he's getting closer to that top 2. And you got to think once Al starts playing some defense, once he starts hitting the brakes, once he starts making certain of where his lines are, that's only going to put King closer. As you can see, 1 through 3 in the same quadrant on the racetrack. Kevin King may just be sitting in the perfect position. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, sometimes it's just best to sit back and let the race come to you instead of trying to dive in there and get real aggressive. So I think King driving a nice, smart race there. He showed some serious pace out here through seeding. Didn't have the qualifying effort he was looking for. Going to start third
inside
out here.
Inside pass right on cue. That was a beautiful spot. Sorry to cut you off, Sean, but
no, you're good.
Wanted to make 1 point that he was 1 corner, about 3 corners away from winning AMA number 1, but he gave it over to Swanson after a mistake off the quad. So Kevin King, in his own right, a very big threat here to Al Horn. Just because he's made the pass for second and it's an associate teammate, Al should not feel any more relaxed, if you will, and that's in that second position now was King.
Nope, it is on here in A number 2, and Kevin King, your fastest driver on the racetrack, but he is getting pressured by Swanson, and this is exactly what Alan Horn wants. He wants these 2 guys to battle and duke it out and let him stretch it out, so these guys are going to have to work together here. And look at Chris Versellis all the way up to the number 4 spot from 6, and Miller climbing the ladder again here from the 7th spot, rounding top 5. Telke, he was the one who got into Jimmy Wright. He stopped, gave the position back there, running 6th and 7th. Tanaka
rolling it over, moves, put Swanson back up to 2nd. Sorry, keep going, Sean.
And Newman, there we go. I was almost done.
Hey, no worries. Al Horn, though, he's definitely going to inherit a bigger advantage now, as that was going to be King making a mistake at the end of the sweeper 1 lap ago. So Andrew Swanson now 1.8 seconds out in front. You can see Al Horn. No, Al made a little mistake. I do believe Swanson gets around him right here. I do believe that blue machine is the TLR of Swanson. And
no,
yes,
the one
sir.
back from him.
Oh, that was Newman. I'm sorry. So Jose Newman, these guys have magic painkillers on me. But again, Swanson coming up from behind there. He is very close to Horn. He's actually chopping that lead down. It was about 2 seconds. Now 1.5. You got to think Al Horn. Those shoulders are tenser now. He knows he has to win this race to push it to an A3. If Swanson finishes on the top spot here, it's over. So right now Horn has basically the whole weight of this race rested on his shoulders, and I'm certain that Horn would like to break that trend of crowning champions in 2 races. He's doing just that with 1:25 left.
That was 1.6 last time by 16-1. Alan Horn, memo received, does his best lap of the race on the last one, and still 1.6. Top 2 both go 16-1 last time by the line. Now we got a battle brewing here for the 3 spot, and that's King, Chris Versellis, and BT three associated drivers right here going to duke it out here for a top three. Put up your dukes.
Yeah, so Telke definitely getting back in the race here after a pretty rough start. Like you said, making that contact with Jimmy Wright. But BT, always a good sport, doing the right thing. And BT has a third-place finish from AMA number 1. He really could use another podium run here to give himself any sort of chance in AMA number 3. But at this point, Al Horn trying to just keep order restored here, if you will. That A1 definitely didn't go his way. He brought it home in 4th in AMA number 1, so he would definitely love to bring that home. But here's that race we're talking about with Rosales and Telke, 4th and 5th, and not far in front would be Kevin King, the red and white. But right now, that is your closest battle, 4th and 5th. Horn in cruise control with 1.6 in hand over Swanson. But Horn one more time, working his way across the start-finish line, will go 16-2. So leaders on the right side of the racetrack with 15 seconds left to go. And Alan Horn going to try and nail this one down. Rosales trying to hold off Telke for that 4th spot. And again, the yellow, blue, red of Horn is your leader coming across the line now. We'll follow him home and see if Swanson can give one more run with 3 seconds left to go. Al Horn, 1.7 seconds the advantage, and he's got some traffic up ahead, trying to just mind his own business and bring home AMA number 2. And for the first time here, Sean, we're going to have this one go to AMA number 3. Alan Horn wins AMA number 2, a 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy, restoring order to the 40-plus two-wheel drive class, winning it from pole. And this will go to an AMA number 3. But Andrew Swanson, if you can't win it, Sean, you might as well bring it home in 2nd to keep your points as low as possible. Great run from Swanson in the 2 spot. Kevin King finishes in 3rd. Chris Rosales in 4th. Brent Telke finishes in 5th. Nick Miller in 6th. Jimmy Wright 7th. Jose Newman 8th. Randy Tanaka in 9th, and Ben Jones brings it home in 10th. So Alan Horn, once again, puts it back up top, gives himself a chance. Andrew Swanson will go 2nd place here. Those will be the two we're watching along with King as well as Telke. But, man, I'll tell you what, great racing in 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy. We're going to send it over to Sean Miller for our One Up Racing race report.
All right, Alan Horn, our A2 winner right there. You took that one tone to tone right there. It looks like maybe traction has come up and the car was looking really solid right there. Nice effort right there in A number 2. Keep your name in contention here. And you're a moto guy. You're used to having a few main events to get it done, but it's going to go to an A3.
Yeah, unfortunately, I blew out in the first one, and it was all on me. I just misjudged the corner when we took off and made a mistake, and it was over. These guys are all super fast. We're all about the same speed. You can't give them an inch, and you end up 4th. That's what happens. So yeah. I got to just not do that anymore.
It looks like traction in A1 wasn't quite what we saw here in A number 2. But you went back to the drawing board. Nice run here in A number 2. And, man, we're really looking forward to a great battle here in A3.
Yeah, for sure. It's coming down to the wire. Me and Swanee both got a win, so now it's time to do it or not. You know, it's I mean, I start out pole. I got no excuse to ever have him in front of me, so hopefully I can drive like that again. The car was good, and we just got to get it done. It's on me.
Right on, brother. Well, good luck in A number 3, and hopefully we'll see you back up here after that race as well.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
And Hobby Wing. Thanks to the team and for the fun times. Thank you to this crew, all the states to help, and all my friends and family and sponsors for the support. From Virginia Beach, Virginia, Brennan Schimmel. Qualifying in the 6th spot, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by X-Ray, RC America, Motive, Hobby Wing, Hot Race Tires, Nitro Pro, Hudi, Trackside Hobbies, 920, Colors by Cropey, and Gravity RC. From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Chase Lemieux. Qualifying in the 5th spot, driving a Schumacher, sponsored by Schumacher, Witz Racing Products, Hobby Wing, J Concepts, Gens Ace, Savox, Fly Sky, Core RC, Trish Bits, Easy Customs, 920 Designs, and Rocky Mountain RC Raceway. From Salt Lake City, Utah, Brock Champlin. Qualifying in the 4th spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Team Associated, J Concepts, Savox, Hobby Wing, ProTech, A-Main, Factory Team, TDK, Sick Lids, Mint Print Media, TNR, Mod, Makita, Kicker, and Coyote Hobbies. Huge thanks to everyone who supports me, especially my mom and dad from Victorville, California, Davey Bada. Qualifying in the third spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Team Associated, Hobby Wing, J Concepts, Savox, Futaba, A-Main, ProTech, Reds, VP, Factory Team, Hobby Action, Stick It One, SK Racing, Makita, and Kicker, and Live RC. I want to thank my parents, my sponsors for supporting me. From Chandler, Arizona, Spencer Rifkin. Qualifying in the second spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Team Associated, Reedy Power, Hot Race Tires, One Up Racing, Factory Team, Factory Tracks Racing, and A-Main Hobbies. RC1, Lens Bodies, Bradley Fine Designs, 920 Designs, and AHRC. Like and subscribe to Aiden Horn RC on YouTube. From Highland, Michigan, Aiden Horn. And your TQ in the two-wheel mod buggy, a main event, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by X-Ray, RC America, Matrix, Coyote, Gens Ace, Fly Sky, Hudi, Nitro Pro, Extreme Aerodynamics, Ultimate, Elite RC Productions, Nitrolux, Beach RC, A-Main Hobbies, J&T Bearings, Stick It One, Critter Paints, DRC. Special thanks to my family back home for all their support. From Angola, Indiana, Dakota Fend. Race 18, check them in.
Driver introductions complete for two-wheel drive modified buggy. This is going to be a good one. This is definitely one of the biggest classes we're watching all weekend. Two-wheel drive mod buggy brought to you by J Concepts. Dakota Fenn wins A-Main number 1, just to refresh your memory. And Aiden Horn brought it home second. Spencer Rifkin finished third, so top three were unchanged from their starting position. But Brennan Schimmel finished fourth. Cavallari with a great run up to fifth. Sean, obviously Dakota Fenn is the favorite, but Horn looked racy up front, kept it close there, actually put on a hard charge at the end. What's your prediction here as we see the Avid Jump Cam showing us our quad?
I'm all DP here in A2, man. I think he's going to get it done. And I know Chloe and Dax watching back at home cheering on DP. I'm going with Fenn to lock it in here in A number 2, but this is going to be fireworks here in May.
Absolutely. So Sean going with the incumbent here, Dakota Fenn, and never a bad thing to take Dakota Fenn if you're a betting man. So definitely can't fault you for that. I think that Aiden Horn has something to prove here. Like we were mentioning, not making the main in four-wheel drive mod. He looked racy up front and he came on strong at the end. I have a feeling that Aiden made some changes. He's going to have Dakota shaking in his boots here. But we're going to find out here momentarily. As you can see, Clayton Young, our president and race director, is getting the grid all perfect right there. Grid set and locked for the start of A-Main number 2 of two-wheel drive mod buggy race 18 at 36 here at the Roar 10 Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals. Thanks for joining us here on Live RC. All right, here we go. Pretty good start for everybody to get off to a clean one. Dakota Fenn going to try and win this one from pole. Trying to once again keep the trend going of winning it in 2 races. Aiden Horn right there with pressure from his teammates Rivkin and Bada. Brock Champlin in the 5th spot. Brock had a pretty rough A-Main number 1. You know he is the wild card here. He very well could get up in there and contend with Dakota. But right now, Dakota, business as usual. He's got about 20 feet on the first lap. You got to think if you're Aiden Horn, you cannot let him get much further away than this, Sean. He is on the charge 30 seconds in.
Yeah, and he said in his interview he was going to let the track come to him. He wasn't going to make any changes, put a brand new set of tires on, and I think that's exactly what we're witnessing here. And I think that was a smart play from Dakota Fenn. Instead of trying to chase the car and chase the setup, sometimes you just got to let that track come to you instead of you chasing the proper setup right here. And that's kind of why I geared towards him for the win right here. His car obviously pretty decent in A number 1. He went on to win it. It was pretty close right there from Aiden, but smart man, letting the track come to him, and I think the car is going to be a little better here in A2. And so far, so good. Already a 1.3 second lead.
You think the track's coming to him? 15.3 last time for Dakota Fenn. That is the fastest lap on track by 0.2 of a second. So Fenn definitely showing why he is one of the greatest in the world. Obviously, here at SDRC, doesn't have many clay tracks up where he's from. He has to travel quite a bit to get some testing in. But that whole X-Ray team, they share information as good as any other organization out there. And Dakota Fenn, you put the radio in his hands, let him go to work. and you see the end result. Dakota Fenn doing it right now, but Aiden Horn still 1.9 seconds back. Associated 2 through 4, and we have Schumacher in 5 of Schimmel, Ryan Cavalier, Levi Raymond, Brock Champlin, Doug Lariviere, and Chase Lemieux. You saw a little contact there off the quad there from Lemieux and Champlin. No intent there. I don't think that was left over from four-wheel drive. Just Chase overcooked that exit just a little bit, and of course Chase, a sportsman, waited up for him and let him gather it back up. So good sportsmanship there from two fierce competitors. 2 minutes gone, 3 to go, Sean.
Yeah, your leader's starting to check out here on the field, so game plan looking good here for Dakota Fenn. But then this is where it gets interesting. Aiden Horn about 1.4 up on his AE teammate of Rivkin, and then you got Bata, Schimmel, Cavalier, Raymond. So you got about 2.5 seconds from 2nd to 10th right here, as you can see them snake their way through this intersection of this track.
Yes, following that Hornet's Nest from 3rd place on back, you see Rivkin in the purple and white and blue running in the 3rd spot. Bata in the green, yellow, and black. That's 4th place. Couple associated teammates. Arizona for Rivkin, California for Bata. Not far back is Schimmel, then Cavalieri, Raymond, Champlin, Lariviere, and Lemieux. But I'm telling you what, man, Dakota Fenn putting his foot on the gas pedal, foot on the floor, 15-1 last time by for Dakota. He is imposing his will on this field. Last time 15-4. Aiden Horn to 15-3, so he does bring him back in by a 10th. But at this point, maybe diminishing returns. He's only 2.4 seconds. Here has with 2 minutes left to go, 2.4 seconds behind Fenn feels like an eternity. Rivkin still in that 3. Bata, Schimmel, Cavalieri, Raymond, Champlin, Lemieux, and Lariviere. But like we keep saying, Sean, you can't call this one done until Fenn can complete another minute 45. Obviously, Fenn one of the best in the world, but that wouldn't be the first time if he does give this one away. He gave it away in a qualifier as well this weekend, so I'm sure Fenn has that in the back of his mind.
30-plus time national champion right here, Dakota Fenn. So he's in his wheelhouse right now. He's been here before, and barring any major disasters right here, he's gonna wrap this one up here in A2. Now 3.7 seconds to the goods, and the fast lap of the race by 2/10 over the next best lap right there. So this is Dakota's national championship to lose right here.
Davey taking good care of his teammate Spencer here. He's had many chances to send it in there and make some contact, but he's being very kind to Spencer. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th in your screen right here, as this is the best battle. Oh no, Davey and Spencer make contact, and the beneficiary is Brennan Schimmel. Spencer hucked up on 2 wheels. That was not Davey just sending it in there on him. That was Spencer making an error, and Davey caught him, and now Schimmel tries to hold that 3rd spot. But like you said, with 45 seconds left to go, 4.2 seconds for Dakota. You saw him at the bottom of your frame there just to go over the quad. No issues for Dakota here as we come down to 35 seconds left to go. There is Schimmel in that 3rd spot trying to hold him off. For a nice run for him, he would pair that with a 4th place run. So Schimmel qualifying 7th, but doing a great job. We're going to follow your leader with 25 seconds left, Sean. Just give me a thought on Dakota, man. How do you stop this guy?
Well, they can't. Just really nice, clean A1 so far, and A2 looking just as good. And just a great, smart drive right here. He does a bit of a sprint at the start, and then he's just kind of pacing everybody else right here. And with 3 seconds to go, why don't you bring us home, Jared?
Absolutely. Final time through the center check up here for Dakota. No issues out front. He's got to pack cars out front. Does not need to pass them. One more time through the left side switchbacks. And bringing it off the final corner, Dakota Fenn, the Phenom, wins two-wheel drive modified buggy here at the Roar 10 Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals. Dakota Fenn seals it up in 2 races. Signed, sealed, delivered for the X-Ray team, Coyote Electronics, and Matrix Racing Tires. Congratulations to Dakota Fenn, wrapping it up here in 2 mains, winning the Roar Nationals here in 2026 in two-wheel drive mod buggy. Great drive for Aiden Horn. He has a pair of seconds on the weekend. He'll have a chance to solidify 2nd place in A main number 3, and he'll start from the new inherited pole. Brennan Schimmel going to finish that 3rd spot. Great drive so far for Schimmel. Ryan Cavalier, Levi Raymond, Brock Champlin, Spencer Rivkin, Doug Lariviere, Chase Lemieux, and Davey Bata, your final finishing order in race number 18 out of 36, and this is A2 of two-wheel mod. Let's catch up with Dakota Fenn, your new two-wheel drive national champion, here with our one-up race report. Dakota Fenn, my friend, great job. That was just a fantastic drive. Letting the track come to you seemed to be the proper strategy. You were the fastest car pretty definitively on the racetrack. We saw your 15-1 fastest lap of the race. That was 2/10 better than what anybody else could offer up. Just give a comment on how your car felt that time, and how special is it, even though you won 40 of these things, how special is it to be a Roar National Champion once again?
Yeah, it's always special. It's never easy. Everyone always brings their best for the Nationals, and Yeah, like you said, I let the track come to me. My car is definitely better when there's a little bit more grip in the track, and I'm just able to carry as much corner speed as possible. So yeah, I didn't want what happened to A1 to start the first lap, so I came out swinging, got a little bit of a gap, and just kept on pushing, and was able to enjoy that last minute or so, and just not take any risks, man. Like I said, this track is pretty gnarly out there with all the bumps. So yeah, pretty pumped on that. My wife said my kid's back home watching. He's waving at me. So hi, buddy. Daddy's bringing home a national title for you.
Awesome, my friend. You got a chance to get one more later on, too. You had mentioned that, Sean Miller, my color commentator right here, was spot on with his analysis that it looks like you have to sprint those first few laps, and then you can try and build that gap. Just how crazy is this track? And even though you're enjoying a 4-second lead, you still have to be thinking, all right, don't make a mistake here. Just give a comment on how gnarly this track's gotten.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Like I said, we have a lot of grip until we don't, and then when we don't, it's bad, especially the bumps. You slide 2 millimeters, catch a bump the wrong way, and you go flying off the track. Especially this back left corner over here by where we're stopping, and then through the straightaway is pretty gnarly too. So we're trim not driving in all those sections, just barely turning the wheel, and then the rest of the track is just getting to a flow. But the track has a really good flow too. When you get in the rhythm, it's a lot of fun, and yeah, like I said, it's really challenging. So definitely brought the best of me, and I'm glad I finished on a high note there in 2-wheel drive, driving the best I have.
Awesome, Dakota. Thank you again, and just want to give you some time, give you the floor here to thank everybody that helps you get to this point.
Yeah, like I've been saying, my RC Back X-Ray XB226 has been absolutely on fire all year long. We really have been nailing the setup. I don't think I changed a single thing from hobby action, and from hobby action from trackside, and that's before that I barely changed anything at all. So yeah, like I said, the team works really well together. We got good progress. Chase has been driving awesome all year as well, and the two-wheel drive now has the carpet and dirt national championship, so that's pretty awesome. Pretty excited to get Matrix its first national championship here in the States. The tires have been awesome all year long, and yeah, pumped on that. And the same thing, Coyote Power, man. It's been a great year with them. Just getting better and better the more time we have on the stuff.
Awesome, Dakota. Thank you again for your time, and hopefully you got some carry-on space on the flight home, and maybe you get one more of those later on. So congratulations, and go celebrate with your friends and your team.
Cool, thank you.
Qualifying in the second spot, Driving Associated, sponsored by Whip It RC, Double Down Heavy Equipment Repair. Thanks to my family and sponsors for their support. From Reno, Nevada, Caden Meeks. And your TQ in the 13.5 Stadium Truck Class, Driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Team Associated, Reedy, J Concepts, Factory Team, Cheetah Racing, Whip It RC, Aubin RC, NorCal Hobbies, RJ Tuning, RDD. Special thanks to my sponsors for all the help and support, as well as my amazing family and friends cheering me on, from Rancho Cordova, California, Doug La Riviere. Race 19, check them in.
Righty, two-wheel drive stadium truck. Introduction's complete. You can see Caden drops his car from the driver's side. That was kind of cool. Luckily, these off-road vehicles have some pretty plush 13mm shocks out these days. So even those competing for national champions don't mind dropping them from a few feet up, Sean. So refreshing your memory from AMA number 1, Caden Meeks was, in fact, your winner. Sammy Moran brought it home second. And Ryan Moore, great run for him, finishing third. Doug Lariviere, your pole sitter, finishes in fourth in AMA number 1. So doors pretty much open here. Doug definitely has the upper hand starting on pole, but he's got to try and undo some of that bad juju from the first main there. We'll see if he can do it, or if maybe Caden Meeks gets the jump one more time. Again, Caden can continue the trend of winning the championship in 2 races, but I'm sure Doug and company are going to do all they can to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, I'm picking the Riviere here for this one. That couldn't have gone worse for Doug either in the first one. And these guys have two drivers, Riviere and Meeks, have been the cream of the crop right here so far. I think Dougie gets it done here in A2, and it'll push us to an A3. But I also think Killer, you never count out Killer right there in the third. So if they get bumping and banging, I think Sammy gonna shimmy on in there, if you will.
Sammy definitely showed some better speed there in that first main. We'll see if the track getting some grip is beneficial for him, or if it's going to play more into Doug and Caden's hands. So Associated cars in the top 3 spots in the grid. We'll see how it plays out. Here we go, A2 stadium truck about to launch. A nice start. Doug got a pretty good hole shot. Looks like Caden slept a little bit on the start there, but still keeps good pace as we go through the center of the racetrack. Doug Lariviere over our average jump cam is the first one you'll see in that red and white Team Associated ride with Reedy Power, of course, on J Concepts rubber, and Sammy Moran early pushing the issue on Meeks, trying to get to that second spot. You know, Sammy knows he's got to get up there quickly and make quick work of Caden if he wants to get by Doug.
Yeah, it's a fine line of being patient and also knowing you're going to start in third. A little mistake from your leader.
Oh,
going to go
no.
back to about fifth, sixth, and upside down again. So this is Meek's championship to lose right here as he finds himself out front here in A number 2. He's already got the locked-in A1. And look at this. He got Ivan Moreno Jr., the youngster from Tijuana, Baja California, up to the number 2 spot. And I can see Dad over here, Ivan Moreno Sr., in the house cheering on his boy. Let's see if we get a little spoiler alert from Ivan Moreno Jr.
Unfortunately, man, Doug could have had the thing to fall back on from A1 where it was a blind spot and his car was upside down. Unfortunately, that was all in Lurvia right there. He just turned a little short, and Meeks once again being gifted the lead right here. Caden just kind of letting people take care of themselves. He's been back there letting those guys run their own race, and he's running his own right here. Ivan Moreno, Sammy Moran still running 2 and 3. So, of course, Moreno showing good speed this weekend, but has not really broken into that top 3 echelon, but he's trying to make a liar out of us right here as he is running down Caden Meeks and Andy. You got to think Caden driving a little bit nervous right now. You know he has a chance to claim his first national title. Oh, up on 2 wheels, riding the bicycle the whole way through that switchback. That corner is very, very tough over there. It doesn't look like much there, Sean, but that is all off camber. You're falling down the hill. The left side of your car gets heavy for sure.
Yeah, Ivan Moreno catching a little fire here in A number 2. He is a techno driver out here on the West Coast, just coming from south of the border right here. I'm not sure exactly what he's driving for manufacturer out here since 10 scale this weekend, and obviously Techno does not make a stadium truck right here, but really throwing down the hammer. I believe he's a TZO driver, obviously all the stock classes on a control tire this weekend. But, what a drive for this young man. Only about 16 years of age. And here comes the killer here running top 3. And then Connor Esbeck, the 11-year-old, all the way up to 4th right here.
Yes, Ivan, one of those 8-scale invaders, like we were saying. We were coining him and Jermaine Robinson. So Ivan definitely holding up the flag for the 8-scale team. I know he races a lot at Revolution Raceway and all the tracks on the California circuit. So definitely excited to see him doing well. There was a mistake over the quad there, but marshals were scampering to get that one done. So that was going to be Keaton Grant going for a spill, but everything works out clean. And Caden Meeks out front by 0.8 of a second, but that's not much. That's one missed corner here, Sean, and we could be talking about a different outcome. But Moreno not out of the woods yet. He's got Sammy the Killer Moran right there behind him, putting the pressure on. Orange, yellow, white against red, white, and blue, second and third.
Yeah, battle for second is on here, working the right side of the track, and a little mistake right there from Moreno. The killer going to get by.
What
and
a
still
save.
plenty.
Dude, did you see him correct that thing? Moran almost went in his lid, but lightning quick counter steer from Sammy. That gives him a chance, but Caden now inherits about a 1.5 second lead, now 2.1 to be exact, as we cross with 1:35 left to go. So at this point, Sean, Caden Meeks going to try and smooth these lines out, stay out of harm's way. He's coming up on Tyler Hicks here for a lap, and I'm sure Tyler, once the issue gets pushed, he'll let him through, because I don't think Tyler wants to be a factor. None of these lap traffic cars want to be a factor in deciding the championship.
Yeah, these guys were swinging for the fences to hang with Meeks, but Meeks now stretching it out to a 3-second lead here this time by the killer all the way up to the number 2 spot. He had some early mistakes right here, but that truck right there, the One-Up Racing Stadium truck right there for the killer, looking pretty good right there. Junior still running in third. Esbeck 0.3 back, so I got about 2.5 seconds from second to fourth, and it's going to be LeRiviere, Hoskins, Hicks, Grant, and Edwards showing off the track.
Yes, another good drive here for Connor. Like you mentioned, a 6th and a 4th would be his 2 finishes here. Ryan Moore would pair a 3rd with a 5th here. So a couple good drives right there, but we're all talking about Caden Meeks here. That blue and white machine working his way down the start-finish line now is our leader. You can see him just cross the line just out of frame right there. So again, it's going to be Caden, the dark blue and white car through the center of the track now. With 30 seconds left to go over the big quad, Caden 2.8 seconds out in front. At this point, Sean, what do you have to do to just try and not throw this one away? What is going through this kid's head right now?
Well, you got just under a 3-second lead right here, so he's not in cruise control, but he's just kind of managing and keeping that truck headed the right direction, being patient, working through the field, and Mike Brown doing a great job letting these drivers know he's coming through with less than 5. White checker flag is out. Looks like these guys are going to get caught the line, and Sammy and Moreno separated by 0.2, so no matter what. Moran got by the line right here. So Meeks.
One more time through the left side. Switchbacks right here. Here he comes, and his first national title. It's going to come in 13.5 Stadium truck. Caden Meeks wins 13.5 Stadium. He does it in both races from second place on the grid, denying Doug Riviere and Sammy Moran. Caden Meeks is going to be the national champion here in 13.5 Stadium Truck, brought to you by Team Associated. How fitting that the Associated Factory Team driver brings it home. Congratulations, Caden Meeks. A huge win for him, and I'm sure Fernley, Nevada is going to be celebrating tonight, and as they very well should. Caden Meeks wins the national title here in 13.5 Stadium Truck. He's still in the mix here in 13.5 four-wheel drive as well. So Sammy Moran brings it home 2 here. Ivan Moreno 3, Connor Respect 4, Ryan Moore finishing 5th, then Ethan, Tyler, Keaton, Doug, and Brendan, your final finishing order. We'll throw it over to Sean for a one-up race report with your national champion, Caden Meeks.
All right, Caden Meeks, your 2026 110 scale off-road dirt national champion here for 13.5 Stadium Truck. They gave you a little pressure here early. You went out there and won A1. You locked it in here in A2. Man, what's going through your mind here?
The truck was edgy, so I was just trying to keep it smooth the whole run. Doug made a mistake and took a little pressure off, so I was able to just drive it home.
Yeah, he made a mistake in that same section here on the back left, 2 laps in a row, and you were just there to pounce. Nice, smart drive. From my understanding, that is your first Roar National Championship. How are we celebrating? We going to Disney World?
Hell, I don't know yet. We'll figure it out.
Well, good job, man. Congratulations, and you get to kick back and watch A3. And just a great drive out there, and you get it locked in A1 and 2. Proud of you, man.
Awesome. Thank you.
You got it.
At Tacoma RC Raceway from Port Orchard, Washington, Ben Jones. Qualifying in the 7th spot, driving a TLR, sponsored by One Up Racing, TDK, Vision Racing, and RC Life from Woodland, California, Nick Miller. Qualifying the 6th spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Team Associated, Reedy, Factory Team, J Concepts, Shell Racing, Bradley Fine Designs, SDRC. Special thanks to my family, friends, and RC community. Doing it for the little buddy in heaven, Gavin Rosales from Oceanside, California, Chris Rosales. Qualifying the 5th spot, driving a Schumacher, sponsored by Nunn. Thank you to TZO, Schumacher, and High Tech for their help and advice. Thank you to my wife, Karna, for her wrenching and support from Menifee, California, Jimmy Wright. Qualifying the 4th spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Factory Team, Bradley Fine Designs, the team, my incredible wife, Chanel, and the kids, Kaylee and Camden, and all our teammates for the help, and of course to my entire SDRC staff and Chris Raymond from San Diego, California, Kevin King. Qualifying in the 3rd spot, driving a TLR, sponsored by TLR, J Concepts, Hobby Wing, Spectrum, Horizon Hobby, and One Up Racing from Rancho Mirage, California, Andrew Swanson. Finished qualifying in the 2nd spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Factory Tracks Racing, Team Associated, Reedy, Factory Team, VRP, Mod, Live RC, Bradley Fan Designs. Special thanks to the good Lord for making this possible, and the SDRC crew and Roar from Highland, Michigan, Alan Horn. Your TQ for the 40-plus four-wheel drive class. Driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Team Associated, Reedy, Factory Team, J Concepts, Stick It One, Dark Side Designs, Makita, Kicker, and Live RC. Special thanks to all the Team Associated supporters. Together we are AE. From Lake Forest, California, Brent Felke. Race number 20, check them in.
Introductions there for 40-plus four-wheel drive modified buggy are in the books. Brent Telke winning AMA number 1. He has the chance to seal it up here in AMA number 2 here at SDRC Raceway for the 2026 Roar Electric Off-Road 10-Scale Dirt Nationals. Again, beautiful San Diego, California. Sean, the weather has just been exactly as you expect here from San Diego every single day. It's been pretty gorgeous here, and gorgeous racetrack, gorgeous vibes. Everything's great this weekend.
Yeah, they average 72 degrees here year long out here in San Diego. It does not get any nicer than this. I'm lucky enough to call Southern California my home, and it's good to be racing in my backyard, if you will. And just like you said, you hit the nail on the head. The vibes this weekend, I've seen some of the most respectful, clean, hard racing that I have seen in a long time. And we're on the national stage this week, so that always amps things up a little bit. And it's always good to have a referee, Clayton Young, up there doing a great job. Even though I haven't heard him call a whole lot, there has been a few calls. That just kind of keeps everybody in check and in the back of their mind and letting them know the eye in the sky is watching. And let's keep this rolling here. Our first 5 A2s, we've locked up 4 national championships. Let's see if we can get another one here.
See if that percentage goes up or down this time. Telke, I'm sure, would like to increase that percentage from starting on pole here. 40-plus four-wheel drive modified buggy brought to you by Technum RC. Waiting on the start. Thanks for joining us here on Live RC. All right, good launch there from Telke. See if he can hold on to this one, but Al Horn, has a chip on his shoulder. Oh, little contact. Al tried to force the move there, and I don't know if there was enough space for that, but when you get off these little sprints like you mentioned a couple times this weekend, Sean, you really have to sprint these first couple laps, and then you're able to settle in and pace off each other. I think Al Horn was trying to steal that one early and then set his own pace, but unfortunately Horn going to be falling down to, it looks like, the 8th spot. So Brent Telke out in front, but there's Andrew Swanson, the man in the rocking chair. He has a chance to play spoiler. He is sitting pretty in two-wheel drive right now. Swanson has a 1 and a 2 in two-wheel drive. He would definitely like to throw his hat in the ring here in four-wheel drive. Doing a good job of that right now with Kevin King 3rd. Jimmy Wright 4th. Christopher Sellis, your top 5 after 45 seconds.
Yeah, I think that move out of Alan Horn surprised us as much as we surprised BT right there. After a 6 in A1 for Horn, he was driving a bit desperate there on lap number 1, and that's going to cost him dearly here now. And that one's going to sting a bit.
Last year's four-wheel drive national champion over at Hoosier. So right now the repeat effort's looking a little bleak. But again, anything can and usually does happen here with minute 15 and 3:45 left to go. But Brent Telge has a rear view full of Andrew Swanson right now. It's associated along with the TLR, Kevin King in the Associated, followed by Jimmy Wright in the Schumacher. So track star stand up, support your man. He's running 4th and giving Kevin King all he wants for that 3rd spot right now. But we're watching your leaders right here. Telke along with Swanson. Down the straightaway one more time. This time 15.6 to a 15.9. That is the fastest lap of the race put up from BT. Doing what he's got to do here, taking care of business with a minute 45 in, Sean.
Yeah, I'm noticing over here right before the quad, looks like Alan Horn off the track right here. I don't know if he broke or he was just, that thing looks like a broken front right A-arm. I almost said control arm, but that's an A-arm right there. And we got some lap traffic right here in front of our leaders. BT up over the triple. And then the TLR of Andrew Swanson trying to stay with them here. He knows if BT wins this one, it is over, and then will be a battle for second and third on the podium. Jimmy Wright with a nice solid run here behind King. That's 3rd and 4th. Chris Rosales, Tanaka, Jones, Miller, Newman, and Alan Horn off the stand here. So he's going to go 6 and 10. Not only did he start second right there, that might finish his bid for a podium here in this class this weekend. And he is your defending Roar National Champ here, from my understanding.
Yeah, with a 6, it's going to be tough. He's going to have to basically win A3 to have a chance of hitting the podium. But right now you're seeing two different driving styles. You can see Telke, very smooth, a little bit more reserved, not cutting the lines as tight. Swanson, I'm quite impressed at how much he's burying this car down into the corners. He knows he's got to make some of that happen pretty quickly, because once Telke hits his rhythm, it's going to be game over. And right now we can see Telke, the biggest lead he's had, 0.6 of a second. And how about a 15.3 that lap from Brent Telke? Got to think he's reaching flow state right here with 2 minutes left to go. He's got a chance to wrap up another 40-plus national championship. Brent doesn't run much four-wheel drive. Usually he's more of a two-wheel drive guy, but I'm sure that this race crowd is like, oh, man, I really hope this is a one-off for Brent, because he's making their lives miserable this weekend with a great drive so far. And really, he came from behind, as we well documented. Didn't really find much speed till Q3, and he's been solid so far.
Yeah, he's been working on it, and he found something to work, and he goes upside down, and actually the lap car runs into him and flips him back onto all 4 right there. So luck is as big a part of racing as anything else in this lifetime, and he probably would have got past right there. The lap traffic gave him a little McLovin right there, and then Swan Dog in that number 2 spot right back there on the rear wing.
Could you imagine if that's the way he ends up winning the Nationals? Like we keep mentioning, sometimes the lucky bounces go your way. Other times, Telke could have been pile driven, maybe a mechanical failure if he hits him hard enough. But that was the friendly Marshall from his fellow driver on the racetrack. But Swanson doing all he can. A little misstep there from Telke through the center. Over the quad they go. And again, Travis doing a heck of a job getting some tight shots on your top 2 right here. It's Telke and Swanson to settle it with 45 seconds left. That's about 3 laps left on the clock here, Sean.
Yeah, with 45 seconds to go, we got a battle here in A2. Can Swan Dog get it done with that TLR, or is BT going to take this one tone to tone? If it wasn't for that the flip turn marshal car from the lap traffic, we'd be talking about a different storyline right here. But it is on with 30 seconds to go. Jared, bring us home.
If there's one place that Swanson's going to get him, it's coming over that quad. Because he's holding a tighter line, has a little bit more launch. You can see a little wide out here for Telke, but he's just playing defense. White flag is out with 14 seconds left. This is the race to see if we go to an A2, wrap it up in A2, or finish with an A3. Because right here, Telke trying to drive back away. Swanson not close enough. Over the quad they go. Swanson trying to go over the quad, can't do it. One more time down the final straightaway. BT's going to do it. Brent Telke wins 40-plus four-wheel drive buggy here at the 2026 Roar 10-Scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals. Give a tip of the cap to Andrew Swanson. He gave him all he wanted there at the end. You see only less than a second back at the end. Kevin King finishes third. Chris Russell is fourth. Randy Tanaka finishes fifth. Jimmy Wright sixth. Mick Miller seventh. Jose Newman in eighth. Ben Jones ninth, and Al Horn unfortunately out early in 10th. Congratulations, BT. Brent Telke wrapping up the national championship here in 40-plus four-wheel and two races. We'll steer over them here in your one-up race report. BT, Brent Telke, fantastic drive there. Man, it was well documented throughout the weekend. Sean and I were trying to make the headlines over here. Man, maybe they got BT covered this weekend. He's lacking a little bit of pace. You proved us completely wrong there with those round 3 and 4 qualifying efforts. You win it in two mains here in 40-plus four-wheel drive. Tell me what you're feeling, and tell me how much progress you made through the weekend with that B84.
Well, actually, I might choke up a little bit here. So last time the Nationals were at SDRC, my mother just passed away, and I really wanted to win and dedicate that to her. So it feels good to be able to do that now. But yeah, what a race. Andrew kept me honest the whole time. I knew Al was going to be aggressive up front and just tried to defend my position as best I could. I wish he wouldn't have tried to throw it in where he did. It ended up costing him a chance to race later on. But that's racing. It's the way we do it. So, yeah, a lot of fun. Love driving that car. Looking forward to doing it at more races.
Awesome, Brent. Definitely cool to see the emotion. Of course, we're keeping your mother in our thoughts as well. Just wanted to let you give a comment here of how special it is to once again win a Roar National Championship. This time in four-wheel drive, and of course, they give you a chance to thank all the people that helped get you.
Yeah, so I got the two-wheel drive a few years ago on dirt. Now a four-wheel drive on dirt. A lot of second places in all the other events I've been at. So yeah, it's always nice to win. But it's not just me. It's a huge team effort. All the guys back at the shop. Billy, Kyle, Varen, Kurt, Curtis, Richard, Sean C., everybody back at the shop, Rick Hort that really helps with the Reedy development. So, yeah, we're always trying to make new stuff and the best products we can and trying to prove it on the racetrack, man.
Awesome, Brent. We'll let you get out of the corner marshal, and we certainly hope you celebrate properly with your friends and your team afterwards. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And qualifying in the 6th spot, driving a team associated, sponsored by Whippet RC, Double Down Heavy Equipment Rentals, Repairs. Thanks to my family and sponsors for their support. From Reno, Nevada, Caden Meeks. Qualifying the 5th spot, driving a Schumacher, sponsored by Schumacher, Hobby Wing, TZO, Trackstar, Team EAM, Power HD Servos, ARC Racing, and Pulse RC. Big thanks to all my supporters and family at home. Also, Nick from TZO for making this possible. From Hemet, California, Jeremy Hayes Jr. Qualifying in the 4th spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by One Up Racing, Team Associated, Team Powers, TZO, Mod, TDK, Vision Racing, Pulse RC, Killer RC, Factory Team, and Coyote Hobbies. From Apple Valley, California, Sammy Moran. Qualifying in the 3rd spot, driving a Schumacher. Huge thanks to Kevin and for all the help. Huge thanks to all my sponsors, Schumacher, Exalt, J Concepts, Invisible Speed, Vision Racing, Team Brood, Wise Designs, Bradley Fine Line Designs. Thanks to Trish for all the help this weekend. For Marshalltown, Iowa, that is Nate Sutherland. Qualifying in the second spot, driving a Schumacher. Thank you to everyone who supports me. R1 Works, TZO, HobbyRec.com, Rocky Mountain RC, Donathan RC, CX Factory Racing. Hi to everyone watching back home. Thank you to Steve, Thad, and Brock for all the help. From Salt Lake City, Utah, Dominic Passione. And your TQ in the 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy class. Driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Team Associated, Hot Race, Team Powers, Factory Team, One Up Racing, Sanwa, Pulse RC Media, and CHR from Rialto, California, Bryce Butterfield. Race 21, check them in.
13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. This is going to be one of the best races we see all day. Well documented that Bryce Butterfield has been very impressive this weekend. Of course, making his return more to off-road racing. I know he's doing more on-road recently, but he made sure to make it clear to us, Sean, that he has raced off-road at a high level before, and he was very confident going into this weekend. He told us, there's really no surprises here. I know what I can do, and I know how good my equipment is, and all the teams that support me, and certainly has proven just that here. He has to definitely worry about Dom Passione, who was your A1 winner. Butterfield did finish second. So right now Passione has the chance to lock it up in 2, but I got a feeling that Butterfield's going to be have a little chip on his shoulder this time after getting past late in A1.
Yeah, no doubt about that. He didn't quite have the race he was looking for in A1, but I'll tell you what, he brought in the big guns. Dad, Derek Butterfield in the house here to rally on his boy right here, and he'll be starting on the pole here. So if anybody wants to stop the machine, Dominic Passione, it's now or never here in our 13.5 four-wheel drive class, brought to you by One Up Racing.
Not a doubt, my friend. You can see the grids getting lined up right here. Butterfield, your pole sitter. Passione lines up 2. Nate Sutherland 3rd. We're waiting for Sutherland to have his breakout run here. He's been a little bit down in the field. He finished 4th in A1. We're about to go green here in A-main number 2 of 13.5. Here we go. See if Butterfield can push this to an A3. I'm sure Passione, coming off the momentum of 17.5 two-wheel, is going to be riding that wave. Let's see if he can do it, but got to keep in mind, Sutherland, Moran, Hayes, and company, there's plenty of drivers that are willing to step in and take that lead spot if somebody makes a mistake.
Yeah, Butterfield got some work to do here. Dominic Passione, he was your A1 winner right there, and he won a 25.10. So not only does he have to win this one, he's got to go a little faster than that 5.10 right now. Let's see, he's on an 8.505, 18.505. 507 now, so top 5 cars breaking away here a little bit. Oh, and a little bumping and banging right there. Rubbin is racing, Jared.
Nice sportsmanship right there with Passione. You could see that he overcooked that turn a little bit. He let Butterfield gather it back up, but a good call out there to Moran as well. He very well could have made a mess of that and tried to force it through. Oh, inside pass there from Passione as Butterfield blew it wide and unfortunately gets caught in no man's land. All of a sudden, Butterfield in a terrible position, and unfortunately, that's going to put him buried down in about the 5th or 6th spot. We'll see as the scoring comes around, but man, if you're Dom Passione, can you ask for anything better? He's out front. Unfortunately for him, though, Moran looking racy back there in that 2nd spot. You know Sammy really wants to get an A-main win this weekend. He had some TQ runs, but has not yet put it up in P1 yet. He's going to be a big threat this time, Sean.
Yeah, Jeremy Hayes Jr., 5th in round 1. He's looking 3rd here, or A1, I'm trying to say. The 3rd here in round 2, but it's all Sammy the Killer Moran, one of the most liked racers, not just in Southern California, but all around the country and the world. Killer, doing killer things right here, up to that number 2 spot from 4th on the grid, and he is hounding Dominic Passione.
Well, Passione becoming the silent assassin, if you will. A man of few words. He's always very soft-spoken, but when he gets on that driver's stand, he's all business. Passione out front. Moran now falls 6/10 back as Passione pulled 3/10 that lap. Check out Jeremy Hayes Jr., though. He's right in the mix, the white and blue, and now here is Jermaine Robinson, that all neon pink. Oh, side by side for 2nd place, and unfortunately, Hayes gets the worst end of that deal as Hayes tried to make the inside jump pass. Unfortunately, when you land wheel to wheel, somebody's going to pay the price, and the beneficiary, Jermaine Robinson, just made a little mistake through the center, but he holds the 2 spot. Unfortunately for everybody else, though, Passione is starting to drive away. You see that green and yellow car getting smaller out the windshield.
Yeah, Robinson has mom and dad. That's Mark and Maribel. right here over on the right side of the track, cheering on this youngster right here in a great run. Check this out, Jay, from 7th on the grid up to top 2 right here. Doesn't get any better than that.
Fast lap of the race, too. 15-1 for Robinson. So, again, Passione can't lay up short here. He's got a very fast pack of cars behind him. Robinson, Moran, Sutherland, Hayes, your top 5. So give Nate a shout-out for staying in that top 4, along with Bryce Butterfield, 6th, followed by Caden Talon, Ryan, and Mason. Couple bobbles there this time for Hayes. Going to drop him down to the 6th spot. That puts Butterfield up to 5, Nate up to 4. 2 minutes left to go. What are you seeing out here, Sean?
I'm seeing a fantastic drive out of here of Dominic Passione. Kind of like what DP did, sprinting a little early and then driving to the pace he feels he needs to bring this one home. As he was your A1 winner. We got 1:45 to go. A mere 1.6 second lead back, but the battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th is on. This is exactly what Dom wants.
Little pipe there from Moran through the left side switch, but I can see Sutherland starting to close in just a little bit. They're only 2/10 apart, but like you said, Passione out front, dominant. Moran makes a mistake through the center. That puts Nate up to 3rd. But once again, we go back to Passione. Just want to make a quick comment. He went into this race a 2-time national champion. If he can do 1 minute 20 more of this, he'll be a 4-time national champion. Can't call it done too soon, though, because Robinson and Sutherland right there. Nate has gotten by for 2nd, and he is flying right now with 1:05 left to go. But if you're Dom Passione, you have to feel like you are on top of the world right now, looking to win your 4th national title shortly after claiming your 3rd.
Yeah, 15.5 last time by for the leader, 15.2 from Jermaine, so got it down to 1.2 with less than a minute to go. Can he get it done?
Unfortunately, Nate was right there in the mix but had a long lap, and unfortunately, Jermaine and Nate both going to be about a second apart now. So again, for Passione, you got to think he's just trying to get this one home, not trying to take any big risks. But you know, for Jermaine in that neon pink car, he's going to be emptying the tank. There's nothing left to lose for him at this point. If he doesn't win this race, if anybody else with Passione wins, they can push it to an A3. But if Passione wins, it's over. They're just racing for 2nd place at this point. Robinson with 25 seconds left to go has about 2 laps to catch him.
Got it down to a second. It looks like less than that now. 20 seconds, so they're going to get by for 2 more laps here. Passione, and 1 second lead, and then Sutherland 7/10 back, so I got 1.7 between my top 3. Jermaine going to have to strap it up right here with less than 5 to go. Are they going to get by? Yes, they are, so white checkered flag is out. Dominic Passione going for his 3rd 4-wheel drive Roar National Championship. He's got the 2-wheel drive championship. Can he get the double up here? We're going to find out with about 2 more turns to go.
Up over the quad, he was perfectly fine. Through the straightaway this time, Dom Passione pulls the sweep this weekend at SDRC Raceway, winning 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy here at the Roar Nationals. He just claimed 17.5 2-wheel earlier, and Dom Passione, what else can be said? Game, set, match, winning here in 2 mains here at the Roar 10-scale Dirt Off-Road Nationals. Jermaine Robinson, a great drive up to 2nd place here in A main number 2. Sutherland finishes 3rd. Nice recovery from Butterfield, finishing in 4th, followed by Sammy Moran, Jeremy Hayes Jr., Caden Meeks, Ryan Moore, Mason Templeman, and Talon Henley. Your final finishing order in race number 21. This is A2 of 13.5 4-wheel. Dom Passione once again gets some TV time. We're going to throw it over to Sean Miller with your one-up race report with your newly crowned 4-wheel drive national champion.
Dominic Passione, what is there left to say on an incredible weekend here for you? You locked up your first 2-wheel drive national championship just a few races ago, and now your 3rd 4-wheel drive national championship. What's this mean to you to get it done here in San Diego this weekend?
Oh, man, I'm so happy. That was some tight racing. It was a crazy battle with everyone, and just happy to kind of have it over with, to be honest. Super excited and grateful.
Well, thanks for coming up and giving us another one-up racing race report here on our cam, dude. Super proud of you, man. You get to go kick back and watch those A3s, and everybody up here has been cheering for you, and Jared's been one of your biggest supporters out here this weekend. Congratulations on your 2nd national championship this weekend.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good job, Dom.
Speedway from Anarchy, Iowa, Tom Rinderneck. Coughing in the 8th spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Team Associated, Reedy, J Concepts, Factory Team, Cheater Racing, Whippet RC, Auburn RC, NorCal Hobbies, RJ Tuning, RDD. Special thanks to all my sponsors for the help and support, as well as my amazing family and friends cheering me on from Rancho Cordova, California, Doug La Riviere. Qualifying in the 7th spot, driving a team associated, sponsored by 1UP, Hobby Wing, Hot Race, Invisible Speed, High Tech, Sun Padao, PDX Raceway, and Stick It One. From Huntington Beach, California, Ryan Cavallari. Qualifying the 6th spot, driving a Schumacher, sponsored by Schumacher, Exalt, Wits Racing, J Concepts, Coastal RC, Coastal Paintworks, DRC, BBB Designs, Tide Tech, and Hobby Wing. Special thanks to the entire Schumacher team for the fun times all week. Thanks for all coming over to the States for all the help. And thanks to my family and friends and sponsors for all the support. From Virginia Beach, Virginia, Brennan Schimmel. Qualifying in the 5th spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Team Associated, J Concepts, Savox, Hobby Wing, ProTech, A-Main, Factory Team, TDK, Sick Lids, Mint Print Media, TNR, Mod, Makita, Kicker, and Coyote Hobbies. Huge thanks to everybody who supports me, especially my mom and dad from Victorville, California, Davey Bada. Qualifying in the 4th spot, driving a Team Associated, sponsored by Team Associated, Hobby Wing, J Concepts, Savox, Reds, Fataba, A-Main, ProTech, VP, Stick It One, Hobby Action, SR Racing, Kicker, and Live RC. I want to thank all my parents and my sponsors for letting me do what I love to do. From Chandler, Arizona, Spencer Rivkin. Qualifying in the 3rd spot, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by X-Ray, RC America, Matrix, Coyote, Gens Ace, Fly Sky, Hudi, Nitro Pro, Extreme Aerodynamics, Ultimate, Elite RC Productions, Nitro Lux, Beach RC, A-Main Hobbies, JT Bearings, Stick It One, Critter Paints, DRC, and special thanks to my family back home for all their support. From Angola, Indiana, Dakota Fend. Qualifying in the 2nd spot, driving a Schumacher, sponsored by Schumacher, Wits Racing Products, Hobby Wing, J Concepts, Gens Ace, Savox, Fly Sky, Core RC, and Trish Bits, Easy Customs, 920 Designs, and Rocky Mountain RC Raceway. From Salt Lake City, Utah, Brock Champlin. And your TQ in the 4-wheel mod, a main event, driving an X-Ray, sponsored by X-Ray, RC America, Motive, Hobby Wing, Hot Race Tires, Nitro Pro, Hudi, Trackside Hobbies, 920 Design, Colors by Cropeep, and Gravity RC. From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Chase Lemieux. Race 22, check them in.
All right, well, Sean, we come down to 4-wheel drive modified buggy, and there was some history in this race. We got a little spicy in the post-race interview with Chase Lemieux. He wasn't quite thrilled with how Brock raced him at the start of the race, and that came back with a return right hook at the end of that race for Chase to make that winning pass. We'll see if we have any remnants from that this time, or if we'll see if Chase can drive away to claim his 2nd Roar National title, or if Brock can get his 7th. Of course, 2-wheel drive modified already decided for Dakota Fend, but 4-wheel drive modified, always a barn burner. We're going to see who wins it here in A-Main number 2.
I think it's going to come down here to lap number 1. Jared Lemieux and Fenn starting 1st and 3rd, going for the quad. Champlin been playing it a little bit safer. Is that going to create some issues here on lap 1 as I expect Brock to go triple single, but we'll see if he pulls out quad nasty here on lap 1.
We'll see if he goes James Stewart, like you said earlier in the weekend. James would discover a line but wouldn't pull it out till the main event, so we're going to find out. Grid's looking pretty decent here. Clayton Young doing a great job setting it up. We're watching for A-Main number 2 of 4-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by Coyote Electronics. You can see we're zooming in on 3rd place, Dakota Fenn. 4th place, Spencer Rivkin. Clayton Young gives the thumbs up for the grid. You guys are here to join us for Race 22 A2 4-wheel drive mod buggy. Thanks for joining us on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. We're waiting for green.
All right, let the tires burn the fires.
Here we go. Chase Lemieux, like we said back in A-Main number 1. Car didn't come in until a little bit later, but Champlin and Lemieux hook wheels, and again, a little bit of contact between the X-Ray and Schumacher drivers. I'm not sure about that one. I think Brock's going to be a little sour after that one. We're going to find out, but at this point, everything looks good up there on the driver's stand. Looks like no calls yet from Roar. Of course, we'll let those guys handle it. We get to just yap into the microphone. But right now, Chase Lemieux couldn't ask for a much better set right here. Teammate Dakota Fenn behind him here on the second completed lap.
I mean, it was like an instant replay from the 40-plus four-wheel drive with BT out front and Alan Horn trying to stick it in through this short chute. I'm not sure what they're seeing. I don't see a lot left right there, but Brock, same thing, through the short chute, went down there, got a little bit desperate. Lemieux fended it off nicely, and he goes to the back of the pack here, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you said, you got to find a place to stick it in because Brock knows as much as we all do that once Chase gets settled in, his car gets better as the run goes, so you know that Chase is vulnerable up front. So you got to feel like Brock had to make something happen right there, and unfortunately, he ended up paying the price for it. Could have been much worse for both of our top competitors. They could have hooked wheels and sent Dakota to the front. So at this point, Chase probably thanking his lucky stars for how it shook out. But right now, it's Lemieux, followed by Fenn, Rivkin, Bada, Champlin, back up to that fifth spot now. So Brock going to definitely be driving with his hair on fire. Cavalieri, Schimmel, Tyler, Lervier, and Rinner next. So Chase Lemieux going to be out in front, but Dakota starting to put the pressure on. I don't think there's any team orders here, Sean. I think Dakota wants to try and win another national.
No, and a 7 in round A1 for Finn. I think he knows it's now or never right here to come up here and get this A win. It goes from third to second here on our couple opening laps. And kind of keeping himself in contention right here because that 7 wasn't what he was looking for in A1. But now he is all over Lemieux right here. The two X-Ray pilots, Hot Race versus Matrix right here, is going to get a little spicy. They're pitting right next to each other, man. This is going to be good.
Both drivers getting nasty over that quad. And look at Brock Champlin making hay up to that fourth spot. Gets around Davey Bada. So, again, you can see Brock there right in the back of that frame coming up on Rivkin. Brock is currently the fastest car from lap to lap as now Chase has a fight on his hands here with 2:45 left to go. This is to see if Chase can win his second national title. Remember, he won two-wheel drive at Maximus last month on carpet, so trying to reverse the roles on both the chassis and the surface. Fenn goes a little bit wide after the big quad, and that gives Chase some much-needed breathing room. But I got a feeling that Dakota's going to be right back on him here in a couple laps. And here comes Rivkin up from behind on Fenn.
Yeah, that was a costly mistake right there for Fenn. He was right behind Lemieux. Because now with that small mistake, here comes Rivkin Champlin up to the number 4 spot, and Cavalieri with the 5 in A1, trying to go 5 here again in round 2. What a run here for Cavalieri. He went 5-4 in A1 and A2 for two-wheel drive. He went with a 5 in A1 here, and now running up in the top 5 or just outside the top 5 here, and just keeping a nice little weekend going along for him.
Absolutely.
It's been a bit of a quiet weekend, but still pretty good run here for one of the best drivers to ever do it.
Awfully impressive, like we've been mentioning throughout the weekend. Has not had the raw pace to get in there and mix it up with these top guys, but Cavalieri, a veteran, as this track gets more gnarly and starts deteriorating, I expected it, and it came through that he would start picking up positions. He's doing just that right now in the 7th position. He was in 5th, but fell back down. So Chase Lemieux out front by 0.7 of a second, but again, you can see Fenn starting to get after it. He knows it's time to make something happen. 15-1 to a 14-9. Little pipe there from Fenn at the exit of that sweeper, though. You think that he's trying everything he can to keep up with Chase, you better believe it, because right now Lemieux is absolutely challenging for one of the best racers in not just the country, but in the world, because Chase Lemieux in the last 12 months has come an exponentially long way, Sean.
These guys matching laps as they go across the line. 14-9 Lemieux, 14 Fenn. So nothing gained, nothing lost. And with 1 minute to go here, we are burning the roof off of this place here in San Diego, California this weekend. Fenn got to get it done here with a pretty rough A number 1. Can he get it done here in A2?
Oh, no, and Dakota throws it away. I was about to mention that the insurance that Chase had was gone, and now it's going to put Spencer Rivkin up to the 2 spot. And all due respect, Rivkin has not had the pace yet to get up there and challenge Lemieux. Does Lemieux try to back it down here just a little bit, Sean, or does he try to just do what's been getting him here and just run that full out pace? With 28 seconds left to go, we should have 2 laps to go.
With just over 2 laps to go, or just under. We're going to finish this half lap, and then it should be checkers after this next one. Rivkin having a nice quiet run here. 3 in A1, looking for a 2 here. And, he's starting to reel him in here. It's just over a half second right here with 6 seconds on the master clock. It is actually now or never for Rivkin right here.
Final time over the quad, and you can see that Rivkin shorted just a little bit. It's not going to be enough. Chase Lemieux is going to win his second Roar National Championship, doing it here in four-wheel drive this year at SDRC and four-wheel drive modified buggy year 2026. Roar National Champion and four-wheel drive modified. Congratulations to Chase Lemieux. Wisconsin just exploded exploded with cheers, as they rightfully should. Rivkin's going to finish second in this one. Great drive for him. He gave chase, only one at the end there. Dakota Fenn was right there, made that one mistake late, finishes third. Davey Botta fourth. Ryan Cavallari fifth. Brock Champlin sixth. Brennan Schimmel in seventh. Tom Ritterneck eighth. Cole Toller 9, and Doug LaRiviere finishing in the 10th spot. So after all that, my friend Sean, that was a great race with Chase Lemieux. He's going to be your national champion. We're going to steal over with him on our one-up race report. Chase Lemieux, deep sigh of relief after two hard-fought mains right there. You saw that on the start, Brock tried to make an aggressive pass. You said no, sir, slammed the door on him. Obviously, you got some heat from Dakota and Spencer there at the end. What was going through your mind trying to hold those guys off to win now your second Roar National title, your first in four-wheel drive?
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, I didn't even really try to do anything crazy. I mean, again, Brock drove me pretty aggressive and didn't work out for him. I mean, that's the risk you take trying to do something like that first lap, so it didn't work out for him. But, yeah, I mean, it was super nerve-wracking the last 2 minutes there. I mean, Dakota was right on me the whole time, and then Spencer at the end there. I was just trying to keep it on all four and keep doing what I was doing, and, yeah, it was not easy out there.
Well, Chase, you danced with the lady that got you there. You stuck to your strategy all weekend. You'll go in that nasty quad. Of course, Dakota following you through doing that. Of course, there's been plenty covered on this topic. Just wanted to give you one more time to thank all your sponsors and those that support you on winning your second national title.
Yeah, X-Ray, RC America, Motive, Hobby Wing, Hot Race Tires, Nitro Pro, Hootie, FX Engines, Trackside Hobbies, 920 Design RC, Colors by Crappie, Gravity RC. If I missed any, I mean, sorry. But, yeah, and then everyone back home, and I really can't appreciate it enough, so thank you.
Hey, I wouldn't blame you if you missed a couple right now with everything that's going through your mind after a crazy race. Well, congratulations, young man. You deserve that one outright, and good luck the rest of the weekend for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, off and running here, a 40-plus two-wheel drive B main event. Man, a happy Chase coming off the stand, giving some knucks to the boys here in the Live RC broadcast booth. He's earned it. His first two modified national championships. He got one in two-wheel drive at Maximus RC just earlier this year, and now he gets one in the four-wheel drive. And he was a top finishing X-Ray pilot at the World's warm-up. I mean, what a year Lemieux is having. So let's get back to this 40-plus. I just got to give that man his accolades. Just really proud of Chase right there. And he is watch, man. He is on the map. If he wasn't already, these guys have noticed now. I got a four-car race right here, our 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy, sponsored by J Concepts right here. I got Odemark, Moots, Nibblink, and Brian Hoskins. That is dad to the two Hoskin boys. Only four drivers here in this one, so we'll be looking for a little bit of martial love right here, but we're following along with Joshua, our race leader. He was our BQ right here, and with no bump-ups to the A main events here at the Roar Nationals. You take your top 10, and the cards lie where they be through qualifying. So good, solid qualifying effort, and just missed it right there for the A main event. But he's going to earn himself a little Live RC airtime right here, the two-wheel drive modified. With 130 down, 330 to go, race number 24. These guys are on deck, so I got a few more lowers here before our A3s. Well, let's not say all. 7 of the 8 classes have been locked up for Roar National Championships in A2. The only one going to an A3, that's going to be two-wheel drive 40-plus modified. So that'll be the A main for this class. Everything else is wrapped up with a nice, pretty bow. And we're going to bring you all the racing action, and we're going to have some great podium battles coming up here, except for the two-wheel 40-plus. We still got the championship, the national championship on the line in that class, but everything else is going to be for those final steps on the podium. So thanks everybody for tuning in. We will really appreciate you guys supporting Live RC, bringing you guys the broadcast. Want to give a huge shout out to the Live RC headquarters back in Wisconsin, bringing you guys all the racing action. Brandon, Corey Kroll, Cam, we got Eric back home, and then Lucas getting a week off out here. Big shout out to Lucas, man. Normally out there on the camera. We got Travis Melton this weekend, and then Sam Jared and myself, Sean Miller. So thank you guys, man. We hope you guys have been enjoying the coverage. Don't forget, guys, you guys can go to Live RC and get those bonus lap membership. Check them out. Give us a like. Give us a share if you're following along on socials, and give us a subscribe So appreciate you guys along for the ride here. We're just about 2/3 of the way through our program. We're on race 23 of 36. 3 down, 2 to go. 6-second lead up over Rob Moots. Rob, a NorCal racer right here, rocking that TLR, longtime TLR guy. And I know the NorCal guys cheering him on back at home as he battles it out each and every week out there with Moots and Nibbling, longtime JBRL racers. And cool to see him out here at the Nationals in SDRC. Miramar, California here. Beautiful San Diego weather out here as advertised. We are looking at about 70 degrees outside. Of course, it's always a little cloudy here in Southern California at the beach in the mornings, and that'll blow off and be a nice sunny evening. But the clouds are kind of sticking around here with us this weekend so far. So no real battles on the track, everything 6 seconds or more. Race number 24 on deck. They are through tech and over here in staging, getting ready to rip. Let's see, race number 24 on deck. We got two-wheel drive modified B main. Look at the heavy hitters here in this one. Rennerneck, Chase Raymond, Tollard, Sontag, Sosa, Billy Hayden, Camden Lime, Zach, and a Hero. That's my top 9 coming up. And we got less than a minute to go here. Been an awesome race weekend. Everybody tuned in and giving us some love here on the chat. Man, we are having some fun out here. I hope you guys are too with our coverage. Of course, Miners Treasures, Top Line RC in the chat. Thank you to RC Victory Lane. These guys coming in here. That's our moderator on the chat, so you guys keep the gloves on there in the chat. Mouth guards in, gloves on, please. And you guys have been great so far, and let's keep it that way as we are working through some more lower mains, and we'll jump into our A3s here coming up shortly.
Just want to throw a note in there. Yeah, BJ Williams, our moderator, he does a workman-like job. He keeps everybody in line. So just like a row referee keeps the drivers in line, a chat moderator here of BJ keeps all of our watchers in line. So kudos to you, BJ. Letting these folks finish up their last lap. Josh Odenmark had a nice wire-to-wire win right here. Sean took it over from me for a few minutes, so I appreciate your relief work there, brother.
I got you, bro.
And Josh Odenmark, like we mentioned, bringing it home, winning his B main here, a 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy. Congratulations to him. Rob Moot's going to finish second. Sean Nibbling third. Brian Hoskins brings it home in fourth. Exactly how they started is how they finished. So Josh Odenmark going to celebrate a nice two-wheel drive 40-plus mod buggy B main victory. That's the end of race number 23, which means 24 out of 36. If my math's correct, that's 2/3 distance through our main day here, Sean.
You are correct.
66.67% completion. And tell you what, more household names here in this two-wheel drive mod buggy B main. Check out this list of drivers. That's your B main. Come on. These guys, everybody in this race has big wins to their credit, either regionally or nationally, and they are in the B main. It just shows you how loaded this mod field was. In every class this weekend was absolutely stacked. And the well-documented struggles of Tater Sontag. It wasn't his weekend out here, but you don't win an FMR World Championship by accident. I have no doubt that Tater's going to go back to the drawing board and put in some more work back home in Michigan. I would not be surprised at all if he comes out swinging the next time we see him.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Tom Ritterneck just missing that A main. He'll be starting on pole. Chase Raymond starting 2. Brother Levi made the triple mains, but again, that's no discount to Chase whatsoever. Those two are absolute rippers, and somebody had to be in the B, somebody had to be in the A, and Levi took point this weekend. But they continue to trade it back and forth wherever they go race. It's fun to watch those two in their everlasting championship battles. So that should be fun to watch the rest of the way. Tollard 3, Sontag 4, Mark Sousa in the 5th spot. Mark was getting faster as the weekend went. The man hailing from Canada. Billy Hayden, B6 Billy, caught up with Billy this morning. Great to see him again. Lead engineer over at Team Associate. He does such a killer job with all those associated rides. Camden Lime, 8-scale racer from Arizona. Factory Team S-Works driver, Zach Noya, and Hiro Nakaya. Your full starting grid for two-wheel drive mod buggy B main. Brought to you by J Concepts. Waiting for green here. Braun's going to fire him off. And off we go. What do you think, Sean? Who's your pick? I'm gonna put you on the spot as we just got the race going.
Rennerneck showed some pretty serious speed right here. I think it'd be kind of cool for Chase Raymond to end here with the win. CFT's really shown some good speed, and you can never count out the world champ. But as I say that, he's upside down and back to DFL, dead freaking last.
Ooh, that was one of those skeeve moments. I'm like, ooh, he just got hammered there as he came off the quad. Looks like one driver behind him kind of cooked through that rhythm section. Tater was trying to roll through after landing a little bit long, and unfortunately Sontag got the ejectocito cuz. So we'll see if Tater can get back up there and recover. But right now it's Tom, Chase, and CFT, like you mentioned, Cole Tollard in that third spot. Cole doing a great job this weekend, making the triple mains in four-wheel drive, just narrowly missing it in two-wheel drive. But a great race up front between Schumacher Associated and Schumacher drivers.
Yeah, nice plug right there for the Fast and Furious. That one's for Keith DiViterbo out there.
In the fourth spot, Camden Lime. Good start here for Camden. Again, that's the brand new S-Works two-wheel drive buggy we've mentioned. Billy Hayden, Zach Noya, Tater Sontag in at 7. I believe Mark Sousa was called for a stop and go, so he drops back down to the 8th spot, and Hiro Nakaya in that 9th spot. So just wanted to wrap up that point on Sousa. I promise you, no malicious intent there, just miscalculation on his part. Mark Sousa, one of the most established figures in the Northeast. He is a very professional young man, and of course, I promise you, there was no dirty intent there, just a mistake.
Yep, we're racing. You know, you're gonna throw some moves in on there, and sometimes they're gonna work, and sometimes they're not. But
absolutely,
gotta take a little chance.
Absolutely, for sure. And Rinderneck right now controlling the race like he's supposed to right now, 0.4 of a second out front. You see Raymond drops back just a little bit, but still holding third, and second, and Tollard still in third. How about old B6 Billy, man? Billy Hayden up to that fourth spot. That's that green and white and red running in the fourth spot. Team Associated, of course. Noya jumps up to 5. Good run for him. Sontag Sousa. It looks like Lime may have had a little trouble. I thought it was mechanical, but nope. He just had a 21-second lap, drops him back down to 9th. So Rinderneck and Raymond separated by 1.2 with 2:45 left to go.
So I believe our first A3 is going to be race number 29. If my mind suits me correctly.
I got your back
so
on
we got
that.
4. I think I'm pretty dang.
You're correct.
On.
Race 29. You got to trust yourself more. That was perfect instincts. Yes, 29 is where we start off our triples. And tell you what, man, I know that we've already crowned national champions in 7 of the 8, but you're not going to want to miss anything because plenty of spots left for the last 10 of the first 10 spots. And there's still people racing for everything. You race for podium spots. If you're racing for a salary, you get bonuses for finishing on the podium. And we certainly hope you'll stick with us here on liverc.com, Facebook, and YouTube, because we have plenty of coverage to bring you all the way from green to checker. So thanks again, everybody, for sticking with us as you're watching race 24-36. 2 minutes left to go. And, Sean, anything that's catching your eye here? I see we have the Raymond and Tollard race kind of spacing itself out. It looks like Chase moving to the front after Tom having an issue, but anything specifically catching your eye?
Yeah, Chase Raymond out there looking to move. He was really close to making it. He qualified 12th, and, of course, with the no bump-up system, super cool to see the local young man. These guys 16 years old racing with his twin brother out here, Levi, and he's got Dad Chris in the house, and I'm sure Mom Heidi running around here somewhere. So I kind of thought he might have a really good run out here, and just proud of these young men moving up to the modified class. Very, very great careers racing in the stock 17.5 and 13.5 class, and it's kind of cool. It'd be a nice little weekend ender right here for Chase to come out here on top in the B.
Absolutely, like we mentioned, you're always racing for something. When no matter where you qualify, you want to try and bring some positive momentum out of the weekend, and I'm certain this would lighten Chase's spirits a little bit after his brother beat him out for the last spot in the A main, but still looking like a great run here for Chase. Tom had pretty good control over this race until he had that mistake. So one mistake definitely can change the outcome here as Chase leading by 3 seconds with 35 seconds left to go. Tollard still third, 1.6 back of Tom, followed by Sontag making a nice recovery up to fourth. Tater just put in an anger lap, 15-4. I can definitely gauge you right now that he's pretty frustrated how this weekend's gone, and really can't blame him whatsoever. Hayden 5, Noya, Sousa, Lime, Nakaya with 15 seconds left to go. And Chase Raymond's going to get one more lap here as he crosses the start-finish line with 12 seconds left.
Less than 10 to go. Battle for the 2 spot is on. That's going to be Rennernick and Tollard.
9/10 between them, but it's not going to matter. It's going to happen out behind your race winner. Well,
There it
across the
is.
start-finish line, Chase Raymond wins the B-Man and two-wheel drive modified buggy. Nice run for the young Chase. I'm sure he's going to be pretty pumped up about bringing that home. He's going to finish 11th overall in this division. Best of the rest, if you will, Sean. Tom Ritterneck going to finish up in that 2 spot. Look at that margin of victory, though. A 10th over Toller at the end, 3.858 and 3.976 behind your winner, Raymond. Taylor Sontag finishes 4th. P6 Billy Hayden finishes 5th, followed by Zach Noya, Mark Sousa, Camden Lime, and Hiro Nakaya. Your final finish in order in the B-Main of two-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by J Concepts.
No, Minor Treasures, you're good, brother. You're good. That wasn't a comment for anybody in the chat, just a reminder.
No worries. And yes, Miners Treasures had a question as well. Brandon Rose is located near Houston, Texas,
Yep.
as long as he hasn't relocated. He's down there by the Gulf Coast. So B Rose, not normally a 10-scale racer, but man, one of the favorites every time he goes to an 8-scale race, and not just a driver favorite, but a fan favorite too. He's very loved by the RC community.
Yeah, he's got a big following, man. B Rose, a little shout out for B Rose, dude. He's one of the coolest out here to get it done, and
No
had a
doubt.
pretty good run at the World's warm up just a week ago in Hutto, Texas. And man, we're looking forward to that. Don't forget, guys, tune in later this year, September 26th to October 3rd.
Right here on Live RC, we'll mind you. All right.
Yep. And we're bringing you guys all the racing action. World's been since 2016, since the last time it was held in Las Vegas, Nevada, and that was David Ronafalk taking the win. That was a cool track right there. What a brutal track that was. They did no track prep in 10 days of racing. Not a shovel, not a hole fix, nothing. And he went out there and got it done. And then it's been the last 3 World Championships, 2018, 2020, 22, and 2024 to Davide Ongaro. So, yes, he is your back-to-back-to-back defending world champion in the Nitro Buggy, but he's a 4-time World's winner as he's got himself one out there in hobby action as well with the 4-wheel drive 10-scale class.
Yes, sir. And just wanted to make one point, like you said, RC Tracks Las Vegas. What a beautiful facility it used to be. Of course, we continue to mourn the loss of RC Tracks in Las Vegas, but that was quite the fitting venue to host that 2016 Worlds.
Yeah, that was David Talley and Chris Toko's racetrack right there, and I miss David Talley. I want to give a shout out to David, man. If he's ever tuning into some of these races, he might not be. He may be checking out some of those Dodger games as we started at 107. So middle of the game here. Looks like we're locked and loaded here. 13.5 Stadium Truck B main event. This race brought to you by Team Associated.
Absolutely. Christopher Shaw Meridian going to head this one from pole. You can see the grid's looking pretty good. Tom Ritterneck was helping us out space the grid, so of course appreciate Tom always being a good sport in victory or defeat. Oh, there's one spot he's got to fix up. There we go. That boy, Tom. Just a quick shake of the head.
Yeah, let him eat. That looked good to me.
That's right. 25 about to go off here, Sean. We're getting close. We got 12 races left here in our program. Of course, want to give a big thanks to everybody for joining us.
Restart.
False start being called right here, so they're going to re-rack them. And this gives me a chance to acknowledge Eric Hayes in the group chat, Jeremy Jr.'s uncle there. He wanted to say, Sean and Jared, you guys have been killing it, so thanks to you guys again for making it enjoyable to watch. Also, thanks to everyone involved to bring us this awesome coverage. Thank you, Eric. Really appreciate you and everybody's support. We have absolutely had a blast bringing you this coverage from liverc.com, Facebook, and YouTube. And just want to give another shout-out to my man here, Sean. He has been just an absolutely amazing color commentator here, adding the perfect amount of seasoning to the commentary. Absolutely doing a fantastic job. So thanks, Sean, for being fantastic on that. Sam Rabarczyk in production, Travis Melton on our moving camera. We are so thrilled to bring you the coverage, and thanks for all the love.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Jared. What a fun weekend we've had up here, and I hope you guys are enjoying the action, and all the comments have been very nice and positive so far. Let's keep it that way, and we're feeling the love up here, and thank you, Jared. I appreciate the kind words, man. I'm just kind of coming in here. I'm your B main commentator, and it's all A main commentator, Jared, this weekend. I'm just trying to, like he said, add a little spice to our broadcast, man. I'm just having a blast here with Live RC. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Live RC, for giving me an opportunity to come in here and work the broadcast with you guys. And it's just been so fun and a nice little refreshing as far as I've been working in the industry for quite a few years. And this is a new hat for me, and I just really enjoyed it.
Well, Mr. Miller, I do want to just acknowledge, I appreciate that, but I do want to say that, a main course meal is not the same without proper seasoning and spice. So I want to say thanks again for all the props, but you are equally as important to this stream, and we really appreciate you coming on and making the trip from down near L.A. and, of course, myself all the way from New York State. Of course, HQ for Live RC in Green Bay, Wisconsin. So it's a countrywide effort to bring you all this coverage, and certainly grateful to Brandon and Cam and the whole team for bringing us out here. As you're watching Daxton Hoskins, the brother of Ethan. Ethan's been stealing some headlines this weekend for his A-main effort in Stadium Truck and doing well in his other lower mains as well. But Daxton trying to get the last laugh here, if you will. Nick Miller in that second spot, though, right there behind him. That's the orange, yellow, and white. Good battle here through the center over the big quad. You see they're going double-double. Ed Garcia, Jose, John Blizzard, your top five, followed by Eric Irvin, Sean Nibbling, Aiden Spencer, Byron McDermott, and a tough break for Christopher Shaw Meradian, dropping down. Looks like he's going to be in the third spot now. Looks like he may have missed a count there. So Mike Braun, of course, giving him that lap back. Props to him. But right now, Daxton Hoskins sitting pretty half-second in front of Miller, but they have 6 seconds over Ed Garcia in third. So right now, that's the race we're going to watch as Daxton has those Aiden Horn colors. That's a pretty sweet-looking paint job, that white, blue, orange, a little bit of green X on there as well. And that almost looks very familiar to Aiden Horn's paint scheme when he won in 2024 at Beach.
Hoskins, Miller, Garcia, special ed now driving the school bus right there. That's the little bus right there.
I love that paint scheme, and of course, Ed, one of our SDRC locals, and one of the characters here that San Diego has to offer. That's always so cool. One thing that we always encourage people to do is, I feel like most people on the club level, when the Roar Nationals come to town, they feel like, oh, I'm not cut out for that. Maybe that's not where I belong. That could not be further from the truth. We always encourage local racers to participate here in the national event scene because there's a class for everybody. The 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy class, that is more of our newer driver, slower speed class. You also have the stadium truck class, and of course, as we were mentioning earlier in the weekend, usually there's a short course class as an exhibition level. So there are some more classes that are a bit more forgiving than, say, the modified two-wheel and four-wheel buggy ranks. So if you're watching back home and you're wondering if Roar National ever comes to your home track, please do not shy away from that. It's very good opportunity to not just race on this track with the best in the country, but watch and ask them questions and come see some of the drivers and teams that support the industry that we love to be in. So didn't want to get off on too much of a tangent there, but please, for sure, don't think that you're, below the level of a Roar National. Everybody is welcome here at a Roar National.
Well said, Jared. Well said. And if you notice, too, look at Special Ed. Not only is it a school bus, there are little kids painted in the windows. Got to have some fun when you're racing RC cars, man. Not all of us are racing for a paycheck out here. It's bragging rights and just, a lot of us are ex-dirt bike and athletes from different sort of action sports. And as we get a little older and racing RC cars, there's no such thing as a cheap form of racing. So we kind of come out here and we get to be competitive and have some fun. And a lot of these guys, this is their vacation out here this weekend. So don't forget to have a little fun, be competitive, go out there and help out the program and just go out there and just be positive, have some fun with your life. We all woke up and can see the daisies from the top of the dirt this morning. There's something to be said for that. And look at there, we got Special Ed, we got the school bus on cam.
Absolutely. Hey, Sean, you had mentioned former motocross. I know you were a motocross racer, and those are the new people on the stream are like, what the heck does Sexy like me? Can you explain your nickname and how that came to be?
Yeah, I had some complications with the surgery after a motorcycle accident when I was 22 years old. And I had some trouble getting a prosthetic leg for quite a few years, and so I was on crutches. And I was like to do a lot of offshore fishing back then, right out of Marina del Rey. And it was actually the deckhand for one of the boats that he saw me on crutches for many years. And then all of a sudden I popped up with a brand new microprocessor leg. He thought it was the coolest thing ever. He called me Sexy Leg. And one of my buddies, Corey Smith, that I was actually out there fishing with at the time, also an RC racer, started calling me out the racetrack, and from there it was just blown out of proportion right there, and now it's my nickname.
The name stuck. Well, that's an awesome story, man. Wanted to give our love to Daxton Hoskins. He wins that B-Man Stadium truck, wire-to-wire, dominant win there from 6th on the grid, mind you. So Daxton definitely showing he had some more speed in the tank and just didn't have the best luck in qualifying. But Nick Miller brings it home in 2nd. Ed Garcia 3, Special Ed himself, Jose Newman, Aiden Spencer, Christopher Shamaradian, Sean, Byron, Eric, and John, the final order here in the B-Man Stadium truck. And yes, Sexy Leg, we definitely glad to have you on the stream, and just one of the unique personalities here in RC racing. Very fitting to have you here on the broadcast, Sean. So thanks for sharing some info about how your name came about, and yeah, thanks again for joining us here for the stream. It's been great.
All right, here, let's see. What do we got next on the lineup? This should be a good race right here. Look at these names right here. Some of the fastest racers in all around the country right here. Didn't have the qualifying effort they were looking for, but that's in the past. It's all about the future. Let's go out here and win ourselves a B main and cap off the weekend.
Yeah, this A-Main Hobbies Grid lineup, this hurts me a little bit. Like, look at all of these big names that were not able to make the main. And again, want to be very clear with this. That's not because these guys are terrible and they blew out. That's not even close to the case. This is a very stacked field. There were so many deserving drivers that could have made that top 10, and it's just the way the cards fell after it was all said and done. You line these cars up 100 times, you get 100 different results. I can guarantee you that, Sean.
No doubt, man, dude. That was well said right here. Got a little question here for Jared in the chat, and we got a little kill time right here, so go ahead and hit it there in the YouTube chat. J-Dog, I'll let you take that one over.
Yeah, Miners Treasures. Sean, you took my next point from me there. That was good. Yes, so Delaware's, so Miners Treasures. I am originally from Rome, New York. That's from my hometown. I currently live in Whitesboro, which is about 10 or 12 minutes east of that. I'm from Oneida County, so I'm literally right smack in the middle of New York State. Almost equidistant from Syracuse and Albany, a little closer to Syracuse. That's my closest airport, 45 minutes away. So a little bit about me. Definitely about 2,700 miles from home here in San Diego, California. It's been great. So thanks for that question. Hopefully that answers it for you.
All right, rock and roll here in our 13.5 four-wheel drive class, brought to you by One Up Racing.
We are green, and once again, Luke Pravacek just missing that show. One of the standouts this weekend. One of his rounds was a 7, Sean, so only was able to back up with a 14. You got to think he's probably a little bummed about that he wasn't able to put in the show. But like we said, a lot of deserving drivers in this B-Main. And Aaron Mitchell, who won the B-Main of 17.5 two-wheel drive, would like to do the same thing here in 13.5 wheeler. But Hunter King, who he also raced in that B-Main of two-wheel drive, we'll try to prevent that from happening. But Hunter with a big mistake there off the start. That's going to put Ivan Moreno Jr. up to 3rd, along with Ryan Prince and Connor Esbeck on the second full completed lap here. Pravacek one more time through the center of the racetrack, up over that quad. You can see it's going to be TLR, the white and silver of the white and silver of Pravacek with the red number 1 on their windshield, denoting that he was your pole sitter in this race. And there's Aaron Mitchell in the 2, associated ride with Hobby Wing horsepower. Of course, got a little TV time this weekend, Aaron Mitchell. Hobby Wing was promoting their boy Aaron Mitchell for getting some interview time, and well-deserved. Aaron's been well-traveled over these last 12 months, and definitely not the weekend he was looking for, Sean, but he's going to try and put those doubts to rest and win his second B-Main on the day.
And after a qualifying effort, like you said, a 7 and a 14, man, he got close right there. Finished 11th out of 10 right there. And I got a feeling he'll be one to watch here in our stock and super stock classes here at the Nats in the future to come. We got a great battle right here. Right here on the camera. Travis doing a great job. I was just about to give a little plug here to the young man from Tijuana. And right here, I wouldn't be surprised if he could come up here and win this one. We got a little bumping and banging right here from our leaders, and here comes Ivan Moreno Jr.
Like that lead change right there from Aaron Mitchell. It was a bit of a coercive move to make that lead over, but he's able to do it. Pravacek still hanging in there from Green Bay, Wisconsin. So right now it's Iowa versus Wisconsin versus Tijuana, Baja, California. A lot of different walks of life right there. And don't look now, but Keaton Grant, that pink and black car right there behind, is in the 4th spot. Young man doing a great job with Skylar Mandela in the 5th spot. Connor, Ethan, Brendan, Hunter, and Ryan, your top 10. Hot laps for your top 2 the last time by 15.60 for Mitchell, 15.68 for Pravacek. This is the race for the win here, the B-Main. You know Mitchell would love to get it done, but Green Bay, Wisconsin, and Trackside Hobbies would love to see their young superstar there, Luke Pravacek, take this one home.
Yeah, Mitchell 7/10 up on Pravacek, 7/10 back to now Junior, then 2/10 back to Grant. I got 1.8 between my top four, and then you got Skylar around at the 5. The 11-year-old Connor Esbeck in the number 6, Group 7, Hoskins 8, King and Prince rounding out my field right here. We got a 4-way battle working to the right side of the track now, working into that center section. Right up over the big crowd pleaser. Triple, single, these guys go. Any one of these 4 drivers with 2:10 to go on the master clock and take this one home. So I promised you guys some good racing in these lower mains, and that is exactly what these racers are delivering to our viewers.
3 down, 2 minutes left to go. We're still watching that race from second on back. There is going to be Pravacek, Moreno, and Grant. You can see Mitchell just up in front there in that blue and white associated with the yellow wheels. So 1, 2, 3, 4 have a nice little breakaway. Mandela is in that 5 spot. You can see a mistake there from, I believe that was going to be Edwards that falls down in that 9 spot. So Brendan, tallest man on the driver's stand by a definitive margin, falls down to that 9 spot. I won't say it to his face. He could dunk on me if he wanted to. So,
you can say that to him. He'll agree with you.
Hey,
and
Brendan,
actually,
one
here's
of the
a little
people out there.
A bit of fun fact: we got the tallest driver here in attendance, and the smallest driver here being the 11-year-old Connor Esbeck on the stand at the same time, and they're longtime buddies.
Awesome! It looks like differentiating like Wi-Fi bars. You know, you're trying to get good cell service up there on the driver's stand. So. Minute 10 left to go. We still have Mitchell leading Pravacek by just 0.8 of a second. You can see Moreno right there as well. So 1, 2, 3 in frame right here. And Aaron Mitchell going to try and take this one down for his second win in the B-Mains on the weekend. The man from Palo, Iowa, I'm certain has John Manns and Jamie Thompson and the whole Island Speedway crew watching on from home. And again, not the weekend he was hoping for, but if you're Aaron Mitchell, if you win 2 B-Mains in pretty definitive fashion, you have to take some positive momentum into that, knowing that you maybe you found something just a little too late, but you get to put that in the notebook for the next time you come out here on clay.
All right, this one's going to come down to the wire right here. You just got 30 seconds to go on their master clock. Race 26 on the track, race number 27, and if anybody's just jumping in, viewing the live RC coverage, our A3s will start with race number 29, and that will finish us out to race number 36. So these guys go hit the bathroom, get a cold soda. We're getting closer to those A3s.
Pravacek putting the heat on here in this last lap. They will be done when they cross the line this time. Mitchell has a fight on his hands. Here they come over the big quad for one more jump. Both drivers clean. Oh, Pravacek greases the exit. Took a look to the inside, but it won't be enough. Aaron Mitchell wins his second B-Main on the day. A fantastic finish right there. Pravacek said nothing left to lose right there, man. That was awesome. So Pravacek going to finish up in that 2 spot. Ivan Moreno finishing 3rd. Hunter King brings it home 4th. Connor Esbeck into 5, followed by Grant, Prince, Mandela, Edwards, and Ethan Hoskins. Another great close finish there, Sean. 0.3 of a second was the separation between Aaron Mitchell and Luke Pravacek. Looked like it was over there for a while, but Luke gave it one more big charge. He took a deep breath, bared down on the mouth guard, and almost got him there at the end. Good race.
Yeah, we kind of saw that one coming, and that battle was about a half second, pretty much the whole race right there. So bringing the viewers what we want, some great racing action. I want to give a huge shout out. Thank you, Eric Hayes. Thank you, Mike Tunticket. Man, I'm doing my best out here. I'm enjoying a little bit of a different role from my normal role behind the RD up in the chicken coop and running in tech and working for the dirt and doing tracking. Just all sorts of different hats that I wear right here. But I appreciate the positive feedback, man. It's been a lot of fun here up here with Jared, and I'm glad you guys are enjoying the coverage. A couple of the boys showing legs of love.
Absolutely, well-deserved love too, man, Sean. It's been a good time, and sincerely appreciate all the love that we've gotten on the streams. And
it's been awesome, dude. These guys have been really excellent. Right here.
Viewership numbers are fantastic. They are, of course, they always go up a little bit on main day, but all weekend long, even from the first race, we had big numbers. So really appreciate everybody for sticking here with us. I hope that we've been able to keep you hooked, if you will, with all of our bonus content that we brought you during the intermission breaks. And, of course, trying to bring you the energy here on the commentary, trying to be informed, trying to keep our homework in check, and certainly appreciate everybody for showing us the support in all the chat platforms. And, of course, Sean and I both have our phones out to check out the chats as well, and we getting plenty of messages on our own personal platforms of people showing us plenty of gratitude, so thank you very much for that.
We got some fanboys out there, man. This is nice. You got to. We're kind of trying to build a following here, and that's kind of what Live RC likes. They like their commentators to have some guys following along, and good feedback and the Live RC guys back at home, hopefully they're watching, letting us know we're doing a good job. And, got to get the higher-ups to let us know we're doing pretty good.
That's right.
I think they would know if we weren't doing good, and the same goes for if we were doing good.
That's right. 40-plus four-wheel drive buggy B main. This is race number 27. Race number 27 and 36, 40-plus four-wheel drive, brought to you by Techno RC. So Joshua Oddmark got the early start, but made a little mistake there on the opening lap, so it looks like it's going to move Rob Moots to the top of the board. Yes, Moots, then Niblink, and Joshua Oddmark, your top three. So right now, race 27 of 36 off and rolling. Like we mentioned, A3 is coming up shortly. Make sure you stick with us. A lot more racing to decide. We have one more national champion to crown. But, of course, still have plenty of racing up for grabs, even if the overall winner has already been decided. So make sure you stick with us here on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. Still have to crown our 40-plus two-wheel drive buggy champion. Of course, everybody else, like you mentioned, has already been decided on the overall. Want to give congratulations to Austin Riley, winning 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Dominic Passione won both 17.5 and 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy classes. Dakota Fenn won two-wheel drive modified buggy. Caden Meeks won stadium truck. And Brent Telke won 40-plus four-wheel drive modified buggy. Chase Lemieux, of course, just claiming national championship in a four-wheel drive modified buggy a few races ago. So again, 7 or 8 championships already decided, but plenty of good racing coming your way here from SGRC Raceway. 27 of 36 is running right now. You're watching Joshua Oddmark back out in front in that blue and white, followed by Rob Moots in that 2 spot. Rob in the all-white. Sean is also looking red and white with the yellow wing as well. Eric Hayes says he's been watching since practice day. Seriously appreciate that, Eric. And yes, can sincerely congratulating Jeremy on some great runs. May not have championships to his credit, but you better believe Jeremy Hayes Jr. has put his name on the map as one of the premier stock racers, not just in this area, but in the country as well. Anytime you can make a stock A main at Aurora National, you definitely turn some heads and grab some attention. So definitely congratulations to Jeremy Jr. I'm sure Jeremy tuned in either on Facebook or YouTube. Jeremy Sr., that is. So congratulations to him. And everybody this weekend's been doing a great job. It's we've been trying to really cover that. Is even if somebody's in a C or a D main, that doesn't mean necessarily that they're a bad racer. There's just a very, very deep field this weekend in all divisions here at the Aurora Nationals. And tell you what, that's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you have 1 or 2 mistakes, 1 or 2 bad bounces that don't go your way, and you're down an entire main, if not more. Saw that with Talon Henley in the 17.5 buggy class. Saw that with Aiden Horn in two-wheel drive modified buggy. A lot of drivers having a tale of 2 weekends, if you will. So a lot of love being shown here in the chat for our racers and our sponsors and everybody out here. Thank you very much. And Sean hit the nail on the head. The vibes have been great this weekend. You go to some races where maybe the attitude is a little bit off. You might feel like there might be some bad omens, but this weekend, the chat, the stream, the announcing here, everything's been just top notch on all fronts. Shout out to Roar for putting on a bang up show from open to close. So I'm certain that they're going to continue that for the next 9 races because Roar has done a fantastic job this weekend. I think everybody would agree. People that have been asked on Roar this weekend, they'll say that it's been a very consistent event from start to finish, and I couldn't agree more. As you heard in the ambient background, 4-wheel drive modified. Coming up next, 4-wheel drive modified B main. Aiden Horn going to lead the pole from there. 4-wheel drive modified, followed by Levi Raymond, Chase Raymond, so both the Raymond brothers 2 and 3. Mark Sousa, 4, Sontag Lime, Hayden Noya, and Hiro Nakaya. Very much similar cast of characters from the 2-wheel mod B main. Chase Raymond would like to try and win his second B main, try to follow what Aaron Mitchell did in the stock class and win both of his buggy B mains. We'll see if he can do so. Meanwhile, not much to report on the racetrack. Josh Oddmark making it a snooze fest out here. 10-second lead for Oddmark. Over the quad he goes triple single, no problems there. Rob Moots in that 2 spot, Sean Nibbling in the 3rd spot. White flags out for your leader. He's going to go 18 laps in this one, and Moots and Niblink 6 seconds apart, so no battle at present, but we'll follow your leader home. Over the quad he goes. Another nice triple single. Kind of got 3.5 right there, but no problems as that Associated chassis soaked up all the bumps. And here he comes. Josh Odenmark wins the B main of 40-plus four-wheel drive mod buggy. Nice run for him. Rob Moot's going to bring it home in the second spot. You saw Rob jump in the quad for his final time, and Sean Niblink's already done for third. And here comes Rob for second. Nice run there for Josh Odenmark, taking it down. 12-second margin of victory over Rob Moots. They both go 18 laps. And Sean Niblink goes 17 as well. All right, Mr. Miller. Four-wheel drive modified B main. Some big names in this one as well, like we've been covering. Aiden Horn, tale of 2 weekends. Very competitive in two-wheel drive with a pair of seconds in the A mains, but had to settle for a tiebreaker BQ. I'm sure he was pretty bummed about that one. But what's the best thing you can do here in this B main? Just go out there and try his best to bring something home positive from this race.
I think you go out there and you go for the W. There's nothing else left to do, and you find yourself in the B qualifier. He's shown some serious space in the two-wheel drive, and he's usually up in those A's. He finds himself in the B. Let's finish off this weekend with the big fat W.
And it's not like it wasn't for a lack of trying. Aiden had a DNF in the first round, a 13th in the second round.
Yeah,
his comeback efforts were cut just a little bit short. And, again, just lost on a tiebreaker on points with Cole Tollard. And, again, the tiebreaker was fastest run. So you got to think, if Aiden's feeling a little stubbed about that, he's got to look back to those earlier runs where he didn't quite have the speed. So, Aiden, of course, one of the best in this industry. He's one of the best personalities in this industry as well. I'm certain that he's going to brush this one off pretty quickly, and I bet you that he's going to try something here different to try and learn something in this race. I wouldn't doubt if Nicola over at Hot Race has something that they might be trying here. So this is either going to go really, really well, and Aiden's going to stop the field, or it's going to go really, really bad, and they're going to go back to the drawing board and go back to the program they were normally on.
Yeah, I think this should be a pretty good race. You got the Raymond twins running 2 and 3. Mark Sosa from Canada rocking there in the number 4 spot. Sontag, Lime, always really fast. Hayden, Zach, and Hero. Yeah, well, I'll tell you in 5 minutes.
Absolutely. 5 minutes here in four-wheel drive modified buggy. Aiden Horn going to try and win this one from pole. Clayton Young says the grid's good to go, and we're waiting for green here in race number 28 of 36 four-wheel mod buggy B main, brought to you by Coyote. And off we go. You see our start-finish line camera right there, and off to the races we go. Aiden leads them out. You see both the Raymond boys keeping them tight. Levi and Chase. Oh, Aiden goes for the quad, and inside move there from Levi. There's that risk reward there, Sean. Apparently needs a little more rip because the X-Ray boys were able to do that pretty effortlessly. Aiden had to really wring that thing out, and Levi Raymond, as a result, takes over the lead.
I applaud the effort he went for. He went a little bit tight coming up to that and just cased the backside of that triple. And that was just enough for Levi to get by. So now he's in a Raymond sandwich here.
Second time over the quad, he looked a lot better that time. So I think it may have, like you said, just went a little too tight. And I think he's learned his lesson there. Oh, Aiden tries to go top shelf, but Levi had the spot covered. Look at this great race up front. Sontag jumps up to third early on, so that puts Chase down to fourth. It's going to be Zach Noya jumped up to fifth. Sousa, Hayden, Lime, and Nakaya. But check out this race for the win right here. My goodness. Levi under fire from Aiden and Tater. And you remember, Aiden and Tater have some history from a prior INS race, a little bit of bad blood there. I think they've since smoothed that over, and it's at least cordial to this point. But you wonder if there's any remnants from that. Oh, look at that from Chase Raymond. Trying to make the move, but he overcooked the quad just a little bit. And Tater goes back up to third. But again, Aiden putting the pressure on Levi with 1:20 in.
Jared stoking the fire here a little bit, it sounds like. But, yeah, you never know. You gotta put your head forward and not really live in the past right here. But, yeah, you never know what's going to kind of rekindle the fire here just a wee bit. And
Absolutely.
We might have a little something brewing here.
Well, you never know. It's not in their best interest now to just smash and crash each other. But I don't think there's any love lost in the fact that if Tater sees an opening, he's going to shove it in there and not let Aiden get that spot covered. I think that there's a mutual understanding right there. Oh, no. And Tater, as well as Chase, getting tangled up. Tough break for both of those guys because they had to check up after a little contact, and they both pay the price. That's going to let Horn focus forward now. We'll see if Sontag can get back on his horse here, but he just lost about 2 seconds on that deal. Once again, poking that fire a little bit. There's some coals that we're still rolling over there, but I got a feeling that Tater's going to try his best to get back up there, but a mistake over the quad not going to do him any favors.
Yeah, that was a little bit on Hayden right there. He just didn't quite have the preferred line going into that, so he was hard on the binder. And all of a sudden, the rear end of that Slinky came to boot right there as Sontag and Chase had nowhere to go, and they were hard on the binders to get stopped, and they couldn't do it with a little mistake out of a horn right there. So nothing to really call right there, but as you can see, they were second, third, and fourth were so close right there with Hayden making a little mistake. That kind of backed Sontag and Raymond into a corner, and they had nowhere to go and just ran right into the back of each other.
I'll tell you what, man, I'm just so impressed by how polished Levi and Chase are looking with not much modified experience. Like you said, it's been about their first full year really in this modified program, and I'm just so impressed at how they're able to transition from the super aggressive stock racing nature compared to the smoothness of modified. As I say that, a mistake from Raymond puts Horn to the front, but how polished and how beyond their years are these Raymond brothers? They're very impressive to me.
Yeah, this is their first full season here in 2026 up into the mod class right here, so very accomplished stock racing career so far for these guys, and it'll take them a little bit of time to get up to speed. That's why I don't like to rush my intermediate or expert drivers up to the next class too much, or your stock drivers working their way into the mod. They really got to work the process and get those big wins, because these guys are second and a half faster than your top, let's say 13.5 expert drivers right here. So, you really got to be ready. They work the system. They're here, and they're just like a sponge, soaking up all the information they can, and they're gonna get them some big wins here in the future.
No doubt about that. Chase under pressure from Zach Noya for that fourth spot. So Zach having a nice run here. He had some tough mechanical issues earlier in the weekend, but making a good account of himself here in this B main. Sousa's in the sixth spot. Hayden, Lime, Nakaya, but it's all happening behind Aiden and Tater. And Tater, you got to think, is driving a little angry because he's trying his best to catch your leader, Aiden Horn. But right now, oh man, fisticuffs there with both Levi and Tater. Levi makes the pass as Tater tried to go over the top of him. So Levi back in the 2 spot, but it's all happening behind Aiden because those two are settling their differences. And guess what? 3.4 second lead for Horn.
Yeah, Travis covering all the action for us right here, and we got a battle for the number 2 spot. Uh-oh. Well, these guys were racing pretty hard, and sometimes you just got to let them battle it out.
Yeah, I'm going to say no comment on that one. So, 8 seconds left to go. I'll let the viewers at home be the judge on that. But with 5 seconds left to go, Aiden Horn going to try and take this one home. Tater is cut off at the line. So we're going to follow Aiden all the way home here. That yellow, blue, and orange all the way from Michigan goes big on the quad. He jumped right over near our scoring booth. Yeah. And Aiden Horn going to definitely do exactly what he was setting out to do, winning the B main four-wheel drive modified buggy brought to you by Coyote. Tater Sontag going to finish up in second. Levi Raymond finishes in third. Chase Raymond in 4. Zach Noya 5. Mark Sousa 6. Billy Hayden, Camden Lime, and Hiro Nakaya. Your final finishing order here in four-wheel drive modified buggy B main. Aiden Horn, mission accomplished. B main win.
What do you think these guys are running for motors in here? 5-turn, maybe less than that, you think?
I would think probably 5.0. I know they've gone to the even turn motors, the rounded off turn numbers. Apparently they're a little smoother than say like a 5.5 would be. I would think probably 5.0 for four-wheel drive and probably like a 6.0 for two-wheel drive. That's kind of been the standard recently, but good question there. We'll definitely have to quiz whoever our modified A3 winners are. We'll see if we can drop that question in there. And, of course, if anybody in the chat might know, make sure you let us know, because I know there's been some body-off shots of some of the top competitors' cars. So drop some info in the chat if you might have it for us.
Look who we got in the chat here. Scotty Ernst checking in. Nice.
Scotty Ernst checking in. Thank you, Scotty, for joining in. Man, I think I can speak for everybody here that Scotty walks so that everybody else in this industry can run when it comes to announcing and broadcasting. And Scotty, the OG, there's a reason why he's the GOAT. And Scotty, thanks for showing us the love. And trust me, so much respect from this end of the broadcast. Thanks so much for tuning in.
Yeah, he's got to keep an eye out on those younger guys. Make sure we're doing a good job up here. So
keeping us in line, right, Sean?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, so good to have Scotty here in the chat, man. Everybody say what up to Scotty.
Hey, and perfect timing, right? He's right here for A main number 3. So Scotty, you have a way of working out your timing just perfectly. You're going to be watching A-Main number 3s here for the rest of the way. 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy brought to you by SXT Racing Products is our first A3 up and running right now. Of course, it has already been decided with Austin Riley winning that title, so you see that he is not going to be checked in here, and will leave that one spot open, which means that Johan Blizzard will inherit provisional pole. Tusa Carrera is going to move up to second, followed by Spencer, Sean Moradian, Christy Rigby, Neal, Berkey, and Garcia. So it's a 9-car race this time, Sean. A little less traffic out there.
Yeah, we got some battles for the podium spots up here right now, and it's just because most of the A-mains have been locked up in our first two, that doesn't mean these A3s are going to be lacking any entertainment right here, and I'm really looking forward to it. Battles for 2 and 3 on the podium here in 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy brought to you by SXT. Getting ready to go on the tone, and here we go.
Absolutely. Tusa Carrera's got a 3 and a 2 in this one, and Johan Blizzard, your second-place qualifier, would really like to throw out that 8 he had from A-Main number 1, so we'll see if he can do it. Man, nice frantic start right there. Everybody works it out. How about that, Sean? You know, this is a 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy class, but we don't want to sound like we're reducing the value of this class. A lot of great drivers in this division, even if they're a little bit newer to this hobby. Still some great skills being displayed out there. Good sportsmanship when they go side by side. It wasn't a big blow-up. They all sorted it out.
Yeah, and still a building class, but this is the national, so we still expect these guys to go out there and race hard, race clean. And none of these guys, this isn't their first weekend out here at the racetrack, so these guys still showing to have some good racecraft out there, and we expect some good, clean racing out of them. We hold them to high standards here at the Roar Nationals.
No doubt. Johan Blizzard, son of John, out there doing a great job so far. You see that blue-white car up in front of the field, followed by the red machine of Christopher, Sean Marine, and Chris Shaw, as Sean would call him, followed by Trent Rigby, Tusa Carrera, Jay Neal, your top 5. Then it's Riley Christie, Ed Garcia, Aiden Spencer, and Mitchell Berge. You're looking at the points right now. Right now, Johan looking to put up a 0, which would put him up to second place overall with 5 points. Tusa Carrera would finish with 5 points, tied for second. He dropped to third. Chris Shaw trying to move up to fourth on points with a 4 and a 2 counting right now. So still plenty of spots up for grabs. Like we mentioned, even though the champion's already decided, still plenty of things left to be decided here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to get some good racing action right here because at the Roar Nationals, if you can't go out there and win it, the least you can do is go out there and get on the podium. You're going to get a nice, sweet camera picture right there and get some real nice hardware out here. The trophies are sitting around out here somewhere, and they're going to be piling those things out on the track, and it's still a huge accomplishment to even finish top 3. If you can't go out there and win it, next best thing is to be on that podium,
No doubt, Sean. I like what Roar's done recently. Now, another tip of the cap to Roar, and the fact they've really upped their game on the awards. Top 3 in every class now get a really nicely designed trophy, and the 4 through 10 get the really sweet design license plate style awards. I really like those. It's a different spin on the awards compared to your usual plaque or little 50-cent trophy. I like the fact they've made it a little bit more of an elegant thing there, so hats off to Roar.
All right, 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Halfway through this one, Johan Blizzard, your second-place qualifier, leading us around right here. He's 1.5 up on Chris Shamaradian, one of the Hot Rod Hobby boys. Let's go. A little shout-out to the Hot Rod crew cheering on their guys back at home. I know Ken's working in the shop right now with Jimmy, so I just wanted to say what up to the boys. Carrera 3, Rigby 4, Christie 5, Special Ed in the 6, Spencer 7, and Ed and Aiden, they've been battling it out here. There are a couple of locals out here, so we got some bragging rights in the line here. Neal, Berkeley, and Austin Riley. He's just over here with the feet kicked up, with the remote in the hand, and is enjoying a nice Capri Sun.
I wonder if he's if he drank his most recent drink out of that cup that he's going to be winning. That certainly would be fitting. I know Kenny Roxon did the same thing. He shotgunned a drink after winning his Supercross championship. So got to be awfully cool, especially for those that have flown to this race to have an excuse to have an extra carry-on with them. I'm sure a lot of those drivers will be holding those trophies in their laps on the way home. And I know if I won a Roar National, I'd do the exact same thing, Sean.
One of the nicest guys in A-Scale RC, Josh Nelson, tuned in. What's up, Big Josh?
Hey, good to see Josh. Of course, Eric Hayes giving us plenty of love. Chris Van Air checking in from Georgia. So usually we see Chris Van Air out at these big races, but I'm sure he's got a lot of stuff going on in his day-to-day life. Chris Van Air, thanks for all the love from Jared and Sean. We will love to see you check in and hope to see another one soon, brother.
Yeah, Van Air, a long time Southern California racer, and we have a fear bond. We were driving home from OCRC one night, and we hydroplaned the Prius And that's what you call a fear bond right there. We were both looking at each other, screaming, yelling. and we were a little tighter after that. That's called a fear bond between the bros.
Unbelievable, yeah, for sure. That's one of those traumatic experiences, right? So 40 seconds left to go. I'm telling you what, as we've been blabbing on, Johan Blizzard is just taking care of business. He don't care about what we're talking about over here. He's just trying to win this AMA number 3 and redeem himself for a rough A1. Right now he's trying to go 8-5-0. Of course, you drop the 8, and with 5 points he would tie for second, but win on the tiebreaker because he has the faster individual run. Remember that, folks. Faster individual run would, of course, be the second level of tiebreaker. The first level of tiebreaker is single highest point. So at this point, that 0 can't get any higher than that because low score wins.
Yeah, Blizzard and Carrera both sitting there with 5, and Shamaradian with that 6. He needed to get the win right here if he wanted a podium, but still a respectable run for him.
Here he comes one more time. Johan Blizzard, the youngster, not going to get the championship, but he's going to finish second overall with his nice AMA number 3 win. Johan Blizzard taking it down, followed by Christopher Shamaradian grabbing that 2 spot. Should solidify his 4th overall effort on points. Little scrum there at the end, but everything works out between Tusser and Trent. Good sportsmanship being displayed. So Tusser finishes 3rd, Trent Rigby 4, Riley Christie in the 5, Ed Garcia 6, Aiden Spencer, Jay Neal, Mitchell Berkey. And there you see Austin Riley did not need to run because he's already your champion. We'll catch up with your AMA number 3 winner, Johan Blizzard, in your one-up race report.
No.
Ed Garcia stopping by the booth here. We were just informed there is no interview for this race, so our apologies for jumping the gun on that. No worries. Apologize, folks, but we'll make sure to be informed on that.
Audible.
Oh, he is here. All right, so audible's been called. I think that's a good audible because you know what? This young man earned it. Johan Blizzard over here with our one-up race report. Sean Miller, over to you.
All right, Johan Blizzard, man, all the way from Bakersfield, California, taking the A3 win right there. What's going through your mind right here?
A lot. Very shaky.
Well, Austin Riley was the guy to beat out here in the class, but to go out here and finish the weekend on a big win and put Rain Man Hobbies, your home track, in a big light right there, who do you want to thank to get out here this weekend?
Hobby Wing. Just amazing. I love super fast stuff, and Matt's an amazing person to help out. And TZO, I'm happy it was the spec tire because I don't know what I would do without it. I'm able to make it work, and it's really nice. And Pulse for decals, shirts, other accessories. It's really nice stuff. Sticky Kicks for sauce and titanium, and Wayne Ashmore for all the super cool paint jobs.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the A3 win here and a nice little run here at the Nationals. Good job, Johan.
Okay, thank you.
A bit interview for the young man. I figured he was going to be a little camera shy, but it looked like he warmed up as he went. So nice job there, Johan Blizzard, and plugging all the people and the sponsors that help him out. So good stuff right there.
Yeah, he'll get better at those. That might have been his first ever interview right there. So
yeah, we definitely throw some of these youngsters to the wolves a little bit with their first time kind of looking into a camera. So good call on Johan. As you can see, Dom Passione's already clinched the championship here in 17.5 wheel. So the one spot is left open. And Caden Meeks and Harris provisional poll. We're about to go live here on the Tone. Thanks for joining us here on Live RC. Off to the races we go. Let's see if Meeks can. Oh no, I was about to see if Meeks could take advantage of that, but unfortunately a first lap pipe job, and there goes, I believe that's the killer, Sammy Moran to the front. So Sammy trying to redeem himself after a weekend that may fall a little short of his hopes here, Sean. He was definitely in the hunt there in seeding and qualifying. Looks like he fell off a little bit on pace toward the end, had some rough luck, some rough picks not go his way. But right now, him and Jeremy Hayes Jr. battling big time. Hayes with a beautiful move up the inside. He forced Moran wide, and Moran had to give it up. Beautiful move from Jeremy Hayes Jr. I got to think that Big Jeremy and Uncle Eric are going to love that move. So Hayes out front, followed by Moran, Butterfield, Gonzalez, and Sutherland. A little bit of a scrum over the quad, but it's top two up front right now, Sean.
Yeah, I didn't see much there, but Jeremy Hayes obviously thought different right there. A beautiful, aggressive pass right there, and I think Moran kind of playing the long game right here. He really needs to finish up in that 2 or 3 spot if he wants to finish on the podium right now. He would be tied if it were to finish right now with Meeks and Moran. He would get 4th right here, so Sammy going to have to rebuttal right here and charge back towards the front if he want to catch himself a top 3 here at the Roar Nationals, and it is on right now, and I think the memo has been received from Moran that these boys got the elbows out, and they're going to be battling hard, and let's see. He doesn't owe him one or anything, but he knows that they're going to be aggressive right here, and Moran has to get around him and win this one if he wants a top 3 at the Roar Nats.
For sure, and this is actually the swing position right here because Hayes on a 4-2-0. So if Hayes loses this spot, he would drop to 4 points overall. So right now Hayes definitely has something to run for. He doesn't want to just concede this pass. So blue-white Schumacher against red-white-blue, 1-up Associated Machine, followed by Caden Meeks in 3rd spot. Associated for 3, 4, 5. I do believe Moreno is on an Associated chassis along with Butterfield, Templeman. So Associated logjam from 3rd on back or from 2nd on back. But the Schumacher of Hayes leading the way here with Moran under fire with 0.3 of a second separation, 2:50 left to go. Gonzalez, Uncle Matty G up to that 3 spot. Moreno, Meeks, Butterfield, Sutherland, Templeman, and Robinson. Of course, you see Passione down there in that 10th spot. He did not need to run this race, already celebrating his championship win. Double championship this weekend for Dom.
Yeah, you can see Meeks drop down to the number 5 spot, so that actually moves Sammy back up to 3rd on the podium. So really it's going to come down between Meeks and Moran for the final step on the podium because Hayes looking good right now, but here comes the killer. Let's see what we got going here just past the halfway point. It is 0.3 of a second across the line here. You know for a fact that Jeremy made that pass on that off-camber. He's going to be keeping that door shut because if Sammy gets a chance to get him back, that'd be quite the get-back for Moran. And you could see Hayes keeping that super tight liner there. He doesn't want to have that happen to him what happened on the start. Oh, Hayes up on 2. Saved it. Moran, oh, man. Sammy took good care of him right there. Sammy
and he
down.
rolled it in the center. Gonzalez to the 2 spot. Former stock national champion Uncle Matty G for Hobby Wing. Now taking on more of an employee role with his RC career, but showing you that he can still get it done on the highest level here in stock. Matty G doing a great job as we always expected. And Moran's still in that 3 spot. Moreno in the 4. Butterfield, Meeks, Templeman, Sutherland, and Robinson. Now Robinson jumps up to 8th as Nate appears to have dropped out. And Jeremy Hayes Jr. definitely liked to see that behind him. Now he's got a little bit of breathing space, Sean.
So with Uncle Matt moving up to that number 2 spot, now we have a 3-way battle. That's going to be Gonzalez, Moran, and Meeks right here. The 2-time 17.5 and 4-wheel drive champion from 2021. Uncle Matt working with the Hobby Ring and taking a bit of a different role, but showing he's still got some game here in the stock classes, and he's battling for a top 3 spot on that podium.
Oh, man, real ones know that Gonzalez can still drive. He sometimes comes out to SDRC club races and show these boys how it's done. So no surprises here for Gonzalez. We just like to give our man a shout out for sure. But it's Jeremy Hayes Jr. out in front doing a heck of a job right here, followed by Gonzalez. But right now, Matty G putting the heat on Jeremy after Jeremy gave away his lead.
With a big mistake.
Oh, and Hayes with a big mistake on the straightaway. Look at Uncle Matt to the leader in AMA number 3. Of course, going to be a little bit too little, too late. But now Sammy Moran tries to jump in here. Moran definitely has some furious pace with 25 seconds to go. The points are being turned on their head right now. Gonzalez up to 2nd place on points. Moran to 3rd on points. Hayes drops to 4th with 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, that one's going to hurt a little bit. He had a podium spot locked in right there, but that cost him a mistake, dropping him down to the 4, and now off the podium, unfortunately, for Jeremy Hayes. That was hard to watch.
Final lap here for your top 2 at AMA number 3. Sammy up on 2, rides the bike, but saves it. Gonzalez now has some breathing space, though. And how about Uncle Matt, the SDRC local, one of the biggest figures in this industry? This place is about to go nuts for Uncle G. Matthew Gonzalez winning AMA number 3. Congratulations, Matt Gonzalez winning AMA number 3 of 17.5 2-wheel drive buggy. That was a great run there for Matt. He really stayed in there as the top 2 had some trouble. So Matt Gonzalez wins AMA number 3 of 17.5 2-wheel. Brought to you by ProTech Racing. And look at that, 2nd place unofficially on points there for Gonzalez. Sammy Moran brings it home 2. Ivan Moreno finishes 3rd, followed by Bryce Butterfield, Caden Meeks, Jeremy Hayes Jr., Mason Jermaine, Nate, and Dominic Passione. Congratulations to Matthew Gonzalez winning A3, and Dom Passione, of course, already crowned your champion. One Up Racing Race Report with Matthew Gonzalez. This is going to be good. Uncle Matt Gonzalez, my man, winning A-Main number 3 of 17, 5-2-0 drag buggy. You and I said this exactly throughout the weekend. Us guys in our 20s going to stick together because these young kids are making us work a little too hard these days. Congratulations again, man. How you feeling after taking down A3? I feel like you've reclaimed some of your prior glory.
Yeah, I mean, that felt pretty good. My stuff's been really good all weekend. I just found out the magic sauce that last run. Thanks, Dominic. I appreciate it. And, my stuff's been really good. The Hobbywing power's been dialed. AE car is good. No complaints. I sucked all weekend. So to get a 1, that means a lot.
Hey, man, well, I can always appreciate it, honest man, but for somebody that isn't racing much these days and you're taking on more of an employee role, especially with your role in Hobbywing, we're all thrilled for you to experience an A3 win. Just want to give you a second to give you the floor to thank everybody that helps you and get you to that point.
Yeah, huge thank you to Hobbywing for everything that they do to help us racers enjoy the hobby more. Team Associated, I do a lot of running with BT and the guys to make sure that these cars are as good as they are. It's for all these guys to win. Special thanks to J Concepts, Team EAM, Bradley Fineline, Paul Lemieux at Motive. He's the man, and he knows why. All my other sponsors, I'm forgetting a lot. I haven't had to do this for a while, so I appreciate it.
Awesome, Matt. We'll let you get back out to Corner Marshall and celebrate with your friends and your team. Congratulations, brother.
Thank you.
Well, I promised you some action here in the A3s, and we have delivered.
Absolutely.
That was wild.
That was a fan favorite win for Matthew Gonzalez for sure. Good to see Matt get back out there, hold the radio a little bit, and obviously show that he can still mix it up there with the best in stock racing.
Man, I feel for Junior right here. That was just one mistake away from a podium here at the Nats, and he let that one slip away.
Yeah, one giveth, one taketh away, right? So this is 40-plus two-wheel drive mod buggy. This is our final class to claim our national championship, my friend. And we got Al Horn out there starting on pole, winning A-Main number 2. Let's see if he can do it. Andrew Swanson was your A1 winner. Those are the top two running right now. And Kevin King, if those two decide to have a massive blowout, can very much sneak in there and pick up the pieces. So we're going to see what happens here. But Al Horn with a very solid start. Oh, Swanson on the binders there. Letting Horn gather it up. But again, Kevin King right there in third. Top three breaking away as we come around for lap number 2.
Yeah, we got action right here. Horn, he was your A2 winner. Swanson was your A1 winner. Right now, a 19 lap for Horn, so he does have the better of the two. If he can just go out here and win this one, it is over. But Swan Dog going to have something to say about that. Here comes King and Chris Rosellis.
Yeah, Chris Rosellis having a very nice run. I know that these top three have garnered the headlines, but Rosellis making a very good account of himself this weekend. Chris from Oceanside, California, unassociated Reedy and J Concepts. So great job so far for Chris. Meanwhile, Alan Horn, father of Eden and Austin right now, leading the way, followed by Andrew, Kevin, Chris, Jimmy, Ben, Jose, Nick, and Brent Telke unfortunately drops to P10. So Tanaka 9, Telke 10. And it's these three right now. Oh, my goodness. Big power wheelie from Swanson. That's going to give King the 2 spot. So, again, that's a costly error for Swanson. That's going to give a little bit of breathing space to Horn. And right now, Kevin King has 2, 3, and a 2. And at the present moment, tiebreaker would go to Horn on the faster run. So at this point, that was a big sigh of relief for Al Horn.
Yeah, if King can kind of rally something together right here, you know, there'd be 3 different winners in the A3 right now. But I don't think Swan Dog was expecting to pull that big wheelie right here in front of us. But it's a little bit off camber right there and downhill. And King going to go up to that number 2 spot. He's only 1 second back from Alan Horn. So could we potentially see 3 different A-Main winners here? And then it would just go down to quad points and then laps in time for a tiebreaker.
Swanson rolls it over there over the quad, able to get away with no Marshall. But wouldn't that be something, Sean? Qualifying swept all 4 rounds by Horn and looking to maybe have 3 A-Main winners if King can make it right. And here they are over the big quad. Yellow, orange, blue of Horn and the red and white of King, associated teammates, but they come from Michigan and right here in San Diego. Oh, inside pass for Kevin King coming down the straightaway. That was a fantastic move from King. He knows what he's got to do. There's nothing else left for him to lose. He's got to go win this race and let the tiebreaker work its magic, because right now that's all he can do is give himself a shot. Horn right now staying in that 2 spot, trying to keep him honest. And right now, again, preliminary, but Horn still securing the tiebreaker on the faster pace. Let's see if he can hang on to that, though. And again, King all he can do right now is go win the race. Nothing else he can worry about right now.
And if you notice over here on the right side of the screen, your estimated running position, Horn with 2 points, Swanson with 2 points, and King with 2 points, and it would be down to laps and times. And right now, 9.513 with Horn would get it done. Woo. This is awesome.
Horn up on 2 wheels, though. You saw him make that little bobble there. So, again, he's relying off the tiebreaker. But unfortunately, to this point, Horn losing that point. He drops down to 3 overall points. Now it's a battle between Kevin King and Andrew Swanson. So, again, Horn on his horse here trying to get back to him. But it looks like Horn's car fading a bit at the end. Oh, and Swanson in big trouble there through the left side switchback, along with King. Had a little bobble, but King still holding the lead. King, the red car, there he is over the quad, still your leader. And at present, Horn back into the winning position after that costly error from Andrew Swanson.
Coming up on 4 down, 1 to go, and with our final 8-3 here, this is the only one that's going to be the decider for the Roar National Championships, as all other classes have been locked up in battle for the podiums. But no, not here in 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel. We got a battle here in A number 3. It's King out front, Horn 1.7 back, and now Swanson with a rough lap, going to fall back to 2.8 here. So it's all Allen Horn right now, still tied with 2 points apiece for the qual points.
Yeah, bummer there for Swanson. He really had that thing going, and unfortunately, that was going to give that win back to Horn based on the tiebreaker. Before that happened, King was out in front based on the tiebreaker, but unfortunately, costly error is going to put Horn back to the point now with King 2, Swanson 3. 20 seconds left to go. Again, King, all he can do is go and try and catch that pace set by Horn. He'd have to try and get a second and a half here in the final 15 seconds. Going to be easier said than done, but hey, give a tip of cap anyway to Kevin King. Again, some tough break in those early qualifying rounds, but trying his best to tie for the win. Of course, he'd lose the tiebreaker, but with 3 seconds left, King trying to bring it home. Horn gets the extra lap as well. Swanson will not. So we're watching the race to the start-finish line here with Kevin King trying to win AMA number 3, but it looks like it's going to be Allen Horn off a tiebreaker winning the overall championship. So King wins A3, but Horn wins overall for 40-plus 2-wheel drive modified buggy. Congratulations to both drivers. Al Horn, your overall champion, and Kevin King winning AMA number 3. So how about that? Amazing race right there. Kevin King ends up securing the A3 win, but unofficially on tiebreaker, it'll be Al Horn claiming your national championship in 40-plus 2-wheel drive modified buggy. Congratulations, and of course we will steal a word with both drivers in your One of Race report, and Sean Sexy Leg Miller is going to speak to your winners.
All right, here we are with Kevin King, our A3 winner. So 3 main events, 3 different winners. Swanson get A1, Horn A2, and Kevin King with that associated ride getting it done here in A3.
Yeah. I was, I think I gave up that first one, obviously the last lap in the first main, but drove really well, I felt like, the last time. And this one was even better, just very calm and consistent, although my nerves were kind of going wild. I'm happy to get second. You know, I don't really get to do a lot of big races outside of our local track here. So for me to come out here with these guys who travel a lot and kind of compete with them is super special. Got to give thanks to my wife and my kids. They cheer me on. They come out here to watch me and when they can. But the team associated guys are so awesome. They give you all the tips and tricks, all the insight, all the knowledge, what to work on, what to look for. It definitely helps my program as much as I can go out here and do these things. And this entire crew, SDRC, the Raymonds, they do a lot for us, and we're able to basically, you know, take advantage of that. And I'm glad you guys came out here to see that. But I'm super happy for second overall. Got a win finally, top seeded. But Allen is awesome. Like, if I can compete with him, then I'm doing something right. So I'm super happy.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if you realize this. It was a 3-way tie. You guys all had 2 points apiece, and it came down in laps and times. Congratulations on the A3 win and the runner-up here at the
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Take care.
Holy smokes.
Alan, check this out. Three-way tie. You guys all finished with 2 points apiece. All three of you guys had a win. You're going to edge them out by a second on the tiebreaker. That's kind of what we were expecting through qualifying and everything. Everybody had a little bit of a crack at it, but you got it done here, man. Let us know how you're feeling.
I'm feeling overwhelmed right now. I'm very blessed, to be honest with you. To be truthful with you, once I got into second, I'm like, oh, no, it's over, because I never win tiebreakers. I don't know how I won this one, but thank God that I did. Someone was looking out for me. I finally won a tiebreaker and a title.
Well, congratulations. I believe you're back-to-back now, Roar National Champion. And no, that was a four-wheel drive, but you get one here in two-wheel drive. So congratulations, man. That was some awesome racing, and thanks for keeping it nice and tight and bringing us and making our lives easy up here in the broadcast booth.
Yeah, thanks. You guys have been doing a great job. The track's been good. My first Roar title came in this building in 2022, and it's nice to get another one here and keep adding to the pile, right?
Cool. Well, go celebrate. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Back to our live action. Looking at your Avid jump cam here, looking at the start of AMA number 3 of two-wheel drive modified buggy. Of course, this class has already been decided with Dakota Fenn winning your national championship, but Aiden Horn doesn't care about that. He's trying to go and wrap up the second place overall effort. Of course, his father Al there just winning the 40-plus class. So Aiden trying to hold down the fort for the Horn family here in this race, and he's got a rear view full of his teammates Spencer Rivkin and Davey Botta. Brock Champlin running fourth so far, followed by Ryan Cavallari, Levi Raymond, Brennan Schimmel, Doug Lerviere, and Chase Lemieux, your top 9. Again, tale of two weekends. Think about Aiden with this strong run in two-wheel and not so hot in four-wheel. Chase Lemieux is your national champion in four-wheel drive, and presently on points is looking to finish 10th in two-wheel drive. So just goes to show you how tight this top 10 field is, John.
Yeah, and especially for Aiden Horn, he's been really good with this two-wheel drive this week, and he qualified second. And even though he was BQ and got himself a win in that B main, it'd be nice to come out here and finish off the weekend here with a win and a nice second place here. But Rivkin, his associated teammate, followed by second place at the Worlds last year in Australia, Davey Bonta. You can never count him out, and it's going to be Champlin, Cavallari, Raymond, Schimmel, Riviere, Lemieux, and Finn over here with the feet up.
Yeah, you think about Spencer Rivkin, too. A 12-time national champion, former IFMAR world champion. The last year and a half, he's been the model of consistency. Hasn't had many huge wins to his name, I'd say, on the Roar scene, but he's always been in the hunt. How many times have we not been calling Spencer in the final conversation for the podium? Spencer doing a workman-like job, and I guarantee you, this guy doesn't just win championships by accident. He's going to be back up on the top before you know it.
Yeah, you can never count out Spencer. And I know Ronnie's back at home probably yelling at the TV, let's go, Spencer. And right now he's looking pretty good to finish on the podium but he really needs to finish strong and solidify that top 3 position here at your 2026 110 scale Roar Nationals.
Absolutely. So right now Horn looking to go second place on the overall points with 2, 2, and 0. Of course, you drop one of those 2s. Rivkin looking to go 3, 7, 2, so it would be really good for him to throw out that 7 for AMA number 2. Schimmel looking to go 4, 3, 8 for 4th. And Davey Botta looking to go 6, 10, 3. Of course, you drop that 10 if he can, of course, do that here in AMA number 3. Right now, Cavallari would be 6th on points. Raymond 7th. Champlin dropping down to 8th for the 6, 7, and a 5. And then Deliriere and Lemieux. So how tight are the points here, Sean? We have an 8th place finisher projected to have 11 points. That's pretty incredible when you consider the tiebreakers and how tight this field is, how much parity there is.
Yeah, this is what we expect here from some of the best drivers in the world. I mean, just considering you got your defending two-wheel drive world place and your runner-up right here in this same race. Does it get any better than that?
For sure, and those two, all due respect, are not in the conversation to win it. It just shows you how crazy stacked this field is. And tip of the cap to Dakota Fenn. He was, I'd say, he was the man, especially later in the weekend. He really showed he was a cut above at the end. But still got Aiden Horn trying to show that he was the second best and trying to carry the flag for the team associated group. Located from Highland, Michigan, I'm sure he'd like to bring home a nice big second place cup back home and put that on the mantle. So Horn doing a great job of that right now. 15-3 last time by for his fastest lap and fastest of the race. Spencer Ribkin 15.5, Davey 15.4. Levi jumping up to fourth. A great drive here for the young Levi Raymond up to fourth place here in A3. Champlin, Cavallari, Olivier, Schimmel, and it looks like Lemieux has decided to concede this race. I think he's had enough fun for this weekend. Would you agree?
Oh, I think so. I think there's been a lot of fun had out here, and of course the tension rises up here a little bit on a mains day. And pretty much all classes have been settled for, so we're racing for podium spots here. And I think that, I don't know if it makes things less. I mean, now that the win is officially out of the books, these guys kind of throw some wind to the caution right here and just go for those podiums. And that's exactly what we're seeing right here. Cavallari still running just outside, right behind the defending two-wheel drive world champ right here. So Cavallari, man, a little applause for Cav. He's looked really good out here and had some very consistent runs.
Absolutely, and it just goes to see the way the points calculate. I mean, Cavallari's done a workmanlike job where he's going to try to go 5, 4, and 6. 9 points usually gets you close to the podium in any race, for this is the Roar Nationals. Looking to put him 6th overall in the points, and Cavallari doing a very nice job in terms of not having the pure speed, but just using his experience and his many championships to get up there in that 6th spot overall in points. But this is the guy right here, Aiden Horn, bringing it around for the extra lap, and he is done. Aiden Horn wins A-Main number 3. Congratulations to Aiden, solidifying his 2nd place overall run here at the Roar 10 Scale Off-Road Dirt Nationals. This one's got to feel pretty good. I know it wasn't the win like he was hoping for, but he was definitely the 2nd best car behind Fenn this weekend. So good stuff for Aiden. We'll grab a word with him shortly, but wanted to run down the rest of your order. Rivkin, Raymond, Bada, Cavallari, Champlin, Louvier, Schimmel, Lemieux, and Fend, of course, did not need to start A-Main number 3, so he's down there in 10th. But unofficially on points, Horn 2, Rivkin 3, Schimmel 4, and Levi Raymond finishes 5th on points unofficially. Great job for him.
Yeah, nice run from the 9 spot.
Here comes Aiden Horn with your one-up racing race report. Oh, we were dying for this interview all weekend long. Aiden Horn, congratulations, my man. A-Main number 3 win to solidify your 2nd place overall run on points. Understand that four-wheel drive didn't go the way you wanted to. You still won that race definitively in the B-Main. But tell me how you're feeling about a great 2nd place ever this weekend. Got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I'd love to, be doing backflips right now, smashing my radio, whatever. At the end of the day, I didn't get the win like I wanted. I mean, I've gotten 2nd like 8 times, so it's kind of getting old, to be honest with you. And you only get so many chances to win these things, so it stings pretty bad. As much as it may sound weird to say, even though we still got 2nd, it's all right, but it's not the big enchilada, as they say. But nonetheless, shout out to my sponsors and everyone that supports me, Mom, Dad, and I mean, hats off to Dakota. I mean, straight up, didn't have anything for him. He was the better man today, and we just got to go back to work and hopefully take him down next time.
I was about to say, you took the next point right from me there. I was going to say, when you finish 2nd, like you said, it stings. Does that just make you that much more motivated to get back to the workbench, get back home, and try to win that two-wheel national next time out?
We don't sleep, baby. We're going to come back.
Absolutely, man. Well, congratulations. I know it's not what you wanted. It's one spot short of your goal, but we still want to give you a big round of applause. You did a great job this weekend, and congratulations, and safe travels home.
Thank you.
All right, 13.5 Stadium Truck A3, Sean. Of course, this one already been decided as well. Caden Meeks, man, talk about an amazing way to finish off your weekend. Started 2nd in both races, won them both, and now he gets to watch as these fine competitors do their best to solidify their podium and or top 5 spots. We'll see where they end up.
Yeah, Doug has had some serious pace out here, and so has Meeks, So not to take anything away from Meeks, but LaRiviere had really rough A1s and A2s, and that just goes to show how fast Caden's been this week. But LaRiviere is going to get one more crack here at the podium. It's going to be rough sailing. He's got a 4 and a 9, so he really needs to go out there and win this one and get that 0, because Sammy Miranda with a 4 and more 8. So really, it is anybody's taking for those podium spots.
I do agree. It's basically win or bust for Doug right here. He has to, if he gets 5 points, that probably gives him a chance, but that's really his only shot to hit the podium. And if you can't win, at least you want to get up there on the podium, get one of those nice Royal trophies. So we'll see if he can do that right here. Start us off here for A-Main number 3 of Stadium Truck. Again, a fantastic run here this weekend in Stadium Truck. Good field depth, and of course this division brought to you by Team Associated. Nice cartwheel there off the quad from and Chase Lemieux caught Sammy's car before it hit the concrete wall. That was a good heads up marshaling there from Chase. So Chase doing it on the track and on the marshal spots as well. So good stuff for
Nothing
Chase.
like a good turn marshal out there when they can win or lose you a race right here, those turn marshals out there. So it's always nice to see these guys go out there and get it done and help out their fellow racer, get back in that racing action. And look at Ivan Moreno Jr. from 4th all the way up to 2nd right here. So we got some crumbs left on the table here for the podium, and it is on like Donkey Kong on a Sunday here at the Roaring Nats at SDRC Raceway.
No doubt, my friend. And just to get back to that Chase Lemieux point, it kept Sammy Moran in the 4th spot, so he still has a chance to redeem himself and win this one. You imagine that car goes cartwheeling into the wall. Heaven forbid it breaks the car and he's done. He has to just watch the rest of the race. So I'm sure if Chase wants Capri Sun later, Sammy will buy him one. So hey, Doug out front, Ivan Moreno Jr. again, one of our highly covered drivers here. Moreno doing just a fantastic job this weekend here in these divisions. Primarily an 8-scale racer for the Techno RC team from Tijuana, Baja, California. But this young man has really put himself on the map here in the 10-scale scene. Got to give a shout out to him.
Yeah, we're not far from Tijuana right here. That's one of the first cities as you cross over the border into Mexico right here. So this young man, very well known out here and kind of making himself known nationally here with some good runs this weekend. So just, whether he finishes on the podium or not, I'm really proud of Ivan Moreno Jr., normally an 8-scale racer, but to come out here and take a crack with the best in the business here, he's done a fine job right there. So good job to Ivan.
Absolutely, and it was just out of frame of perfect timing. He just front-wheeled it over that quad after shorting that triple. That was an amazing save from Moreno. He was panic revving the entire way. He made Chase flinch on his marshal spot there because he is headed right for him if he couldn't get it stopped. But good job from that. And look at this battle for second right here. This is happening behind your leader, Ivan Moreno, Connor Esbeck in that 3 spot. Of course, we covered him a lot this weekend, rightfully so. And Sammy Moran in that 4th spot. Oh, good pass for second. Esbeck saw that Moreno was offline, and he didn't lift for him. He said, you know what, dude, we're going to go side by side and may the best man win. And the 11-year-old ends up getting the best end of the deal right there. So good stuff here for Connor Esbeck up to the 2 spot. That's trying to move him currently up to 4th on the points. That'd be a 6-4-2. And, of course, you drop to 6 for 6 points overall.
Yeah, nothing to call there, and here's why. Moreno, he went wide, left the screen door, left the slider open. All the flies went by, and then he tried to dive bomb down to defend that. And Connor Esbeck said, nope, I want that number 2 spot. And great racing right there from Connor. Good. That was a veteran move right there to defend your line, hang it nice and tight, and that was some good racing.
For sure. Running beyond his years for sure in terms of ability. So nice job to the young man. I'm sure his whole family, Tom and family, are watching and showing the great support. So, of course, really cool to see him doing well this weekend. But it's all happening behind this guy. Doug LaRiviere, I'm sure he's going to not be thrilled about not sealing up the championship. But the best thing you can do right now is go out and dominate A3. And look at the points here, Sean. Looking to go 2nd overall on the points based off a 4, a 9, and a 2. You throw out the 9, and you have the tiebreaker factored in with Sammy. He's got the faster run so far. So exactly what Doug was looking to do here in A3.
Yeah, he's on a 19.512 pace. He's 2.5 seconds out in the lead. And to be honest, with a 4 and a 9, if he didn't go out there and win this one, I don't think it would have been a podium right there. So LaRiviere been around for a long time. Couldn't put it together here in A1 and A2. And I had a feeling he would get one in here in the books here for A3.
For sure, and he's not a 3-time national champion for no reason. It's
right.
Sometimes you just have, like we mentioned, sometimes you have some bad breaks, that don't go your way. That A1 where the car was upside down in the blind spot, that really, I think, changed the tone of this whole weekend for him in this division. And, of course, that's no disrespect to Caden Meeks. He earned it outright fair and square.
Yep.
But for Doug, I think that the win was a little bit taken out of his sails a little bit, if you will, after that A1 incident. I think you'd agree.
I mean, anytime you're the top qualifier in a class, I think there's only one spot you're going for. And well, Meeks just, he really dialed it up for the main event, and you can't take anything away from him, as he said.
No doubt. 30 seconds left to go, and Doug LaRiviere out by 2.6 seconds over Connor. Sammy 1.5 behind Connor. Sammy going to try and submit a 3rd-place overall run. Again, I think that falls a little short of what he was looking to do, but still a good run here from Sammy, making the main in all 3 stock divisions. That's not an easy task to do either. But with 10 seconds left to go, how about you take us home for your frame A number 3, Sean?
Let's do it. Doug LaRiviere with 5 seconds. He's going to get out for a parade lap, so this one will feel good. Connor Esbeck across the line is Moran. Is he going to get caught? Nice consistent run here. A 2 and a 2 and a 3. Doesn't get much more consistent for that. A few more turns to go. And Doug Riviere are going to be your A3 winner, but it's just going to be good enough for run-upper in this class here at the Roaring Nats. So good job to Dougie. You know, that's all you can do after a couple of rough main events is come out here and win an A3, and that's going to secure him second place on the podium, and Moran third. They're going to tie with 4 points.
Certainly a good job there, like we were echoing there at the start. He went into this race sixth on points, so mission accomplished here for Doug. He salvages second place here, breaking the tie with Sammy Moran. So unofficially, Sammy third on points. Esbeck will finish fourth on points. Moreno 5, Moore 6, Edwards 7, Grant, Hoskins, and Hicks. And we will steal a word with your A3 winner here in Stadium Truck. And Sean Miller is going to talk to Doug Riviere.
Hey, Doug, this is Sean here in the Live RC broadcast booth with our one-up race report. And, 1 and 2 were a little bit rough, but those are in the past. You could just come out here and win A3, and that was a nice convincing win right there.
A1, I had some unfortunate circumstances out there with some lap traffic that was upside down that I hit, and then got fumbled, and then got taken out and all in the span of 3 corners. So I fell back, fought my way back up to fifth in that one. Going in this one, I knew I had to win, even have a chance at the podium. So I went out and did that. A2 had a mechanical failure. So, salvaged the weekend. Unfortunate circumstances, but can't really do much. Good job. I'm super happy for Caden. He works his butt off. Me and him race a lot at Whippets. So we push each other, so it's cool to see him win.
Yeah, man, you needed that 0 right there. Like you said, you were pretty well aware of the situation with the 4 and a 9. You had to go out there and win it. You tied with 4 points with Sammy, and that 0 was good enough for second. Excellent job out there, man. A good, clean racing all weekend, and we'll see you back up here for a national championship, I'm sure, in the future.
Of course, going for number 4 next year.
Yep, let's do it. Good job.
Thank you.
Classy as always in victory and defeat, and Doug, this is certainly not Dougie's last national championship bid. So congratulations, Dougie. Great run there in A main number 3. And now we have 40 plus 4-wheel drive buggy A3. And Sean, once again, pole spot left open because Brent Telke's already wrapped it up. And we're going to have Alan Horn take a provisional pull here. Clayton says grid is set and locked. Give me your pick here for A main number 3.
Well, let's see. Qualifying was pretty wild here in the 4-wheel drive 40-plus class. Let's see. I got my notes right here. Swanson, Horn, Telke, and then Telke. So I think Alan's going to come out here and take this one right here. Not really what he was looking for. He did get himself a championship already after one of the craziest races I've seen in a long time in the 2-wheel drive. And this would feel good. Championship and a second runner-up here at the Roaring Nats, I think he'd be happy with that.
I agree, and I think he's riding the wave off that 2-wheel drive moment. I think that, as you mentioned during the 2-wheel race, he didn't know what the results were going to be, so I think he's taking a big sigh of relief saying, okay, 2 wheels done with, and now we can go out there and let it hang loose here for 4-wheel drive plus 40 plus A3, but Andrew Swanson is trying to make it hard on him right here. This is Associated versus TLR, and there's Kevin King, our A3 40 plus 2-wheel winner, so kind of the same 3 suspects, if you will, and you throw Telke in there when he's but right now he's sitting there enjoying a brewski after a well-earned victory here in 40 plus 4-wheel. We're watching these 3 gladiators put on a show, though. 1 down, 4 to go.
Yeah, I'm having a bit of deja vu up here.
Absolutely.
Right now, Horn 3/10 up on Swan Dog, and then another 6/10 back to King, and Chris Rosales, man, one of the coolest dudes down here at SDRC. He's had some good runs. He's had some bad runs out there, but you can never count out Chris right there. And then Newman from 9th on the grid. Nice run going here in A3, going top 5. Miller Jones, Jimmy Wright. I got Randall and BT. He's got the wrist brace on, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. He's not wearing it when he's racing out there, but as soon as he got done, I saw him go down there and throw. So maybe he took a little spill on the bicycle, maybe. And Chris Rosales now, we got all the way up here behind King and Swanson, so we got a 3-way battle for the number 2 spot, but Horn checked out with a 3.7 lead as he's crossing the line right here.
Yeah, so right there in frame, you saw both Swanson and King make a little bit of contact and end up setting them both back. So right now Horn's got some pretty clean racetrack to work with. But with King out there in that second spot, he's trying to solidify his 3rd place finish on the overall podium. So we'd like to get another piece of hardware to bring home. It's Swanson still 3rd, Rosales 4th, and Newman in 5th. And like you mentioned with Telke, I believe he had wrist surgery a while back, and he's just trying to keep the brace on and make sure he's got some compression on that as well. He does tell me, I did ask him about that earlier, he does say Doesn't use it for driving, of course. It hinders his movement. But once he's not wrenching too hard, or once he's just kind of in idle time, he tries to put that brace back on.
Yeah, that's when you break out the old Makita electric drill right there.
Oh, for sure. Yep, and you can buy that on Associate Electric's website. So,
hey-o.
got to give them a plug there for sure. But
Nice.
Al Horn doing a great job so far. Got to be proud of him, and I'm sure everybody at the Factory Tracks group and his home track Limitless RC are pretty stoked for him because he really made a name for himself this weekend. Of course, everybody knows him as he's a fan favorite, but great dominant run there in two-wheel drive. Ended up getting it on the tiebreaker here, and in four-wheel drive, looking to jump up 4 spots on his finishing grid here with a 6-10-0. You throw that 10 out, and he's going to try and finish this one up 4th on points. So kudos to Al Horn. I know it's not over yet, but he's still very much earned a round of applause here from everybody here at Live RC.
Yeah, he's had himself a nice little weekend out here. And, it just didn't happen for him, unfortunately, here. BT stole those TQs in rounds 3 and 4, and he did have a TQ in round number 2 for this class. But, with a 6 and a 10, he knew it was pretty much over. And I think that two-wheel drive championship's going to kind of help buffer the sting a little bit here from the four-wheel drive effort. Although, solid, going to go top 4 right here, but not what he was looking for by all means.
I totally agree. And I think that if you were to ask him after the race, if he could get that attempted pass back in A-main number 2, I bet you he'd say he'd like to do that over again if he could. But, that's the past, and, hindsight's always 20/20. And at this point, I think Al's going to be pretty thrilled to take home an A3 win and, like I said, finish off this final race of the weekend on a positive note. Because you got to think here that one of the most debated things in RC racing is track time. And when you run a Roar event, you make a AAA main, Sunday is a busy day for you. You think about guys that run 2 classes, make AAA mains in both. That's 30 minutes of high-stakes track time. I don't know about you, Sean, but I'd be RC'd out after 30 hard minutes of racing.
Yeah, the Nitro guys are a little bit more experienced with those longer main events or even with that much track time in a day. But, these guys have been around a long, and just a little, just to kind of go off of, even though Alan's been around so long, yes, this is the 40-plus guys, we are still learning. We're always kind of trying to learn and progress, and I think Alan kind of reminded himself this weekend with that attempted A2 pass right there early in the race on BT that, just sometimes it pays off to be a little bit patient right here.
Andrew Swanson making the pass on Kevin King, and check that out. That drops King down to 4th on points. So right now, Horn might be the biggest Swanson fan in the country, as that's going to be the deciding factor on the podium. So check that out. Horn, Swanson, and King, your finishing order here in A-main number 3, and that propels Horn up to 3rd on the podium grid right there. Unbelievable, and it was off of the tiebreaker, Sean. 19.502 pace for Horn's fastest run to King's 506, and that one's going to sting pretty bad for Kevin because he had Swanson pretty well under control until those last couple laps. So Al Horn wins A-main number 3. Swanson, King, Marcellus, Jimmy Wright, Jose, Ben, Randy, and Nick and Brent, your final finishing order, and that does propel Al Horn up to 3rd overall on the points. Amazing stuff right there, and we'll grab a word with him in your one-up race report. He's had a lot of TV time this weekend, hasn't he, Sean?
Oh, man, I think he's getting tired of us.
We're going to grab a word with him once he gets over their position on the driver's stand and, finishing off a podium run.
All right, Alan, here we are here taking the A3 win right there. You had a 6, a 10, and a 0, and you were on the outside looking in for a podium finish right there as Kevin King was running 2nd. Swanson gets around him at the end, and that propels you up to a 3rd-place finish here after all of our main events. So that's kind of cool.
Well, if you got to get lucky sometimes, that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, luck is a big part of racing as anything else in this lifetime, and we got a little a little crumb thrown your way.
Yeah, I got pretty lucky all 3 of both 3rd rounds. It's on my side this 3rd round.
Cool. We'll wrap this up and make it quick. I'm pretty sure you're tired of talking with us this weekend. And give a shout-out for your sponsors here, and we'll get you back out there for marshal duty.
Yeah, for sure, guys. No problem. Love talking to you guys. You're doing a great job here with the broadcast and everything. And obviously, I just want to thank the good Lord for blessing me with the provision to do this continually. Keep doing it. We fell a little short this weekend, but it's on me. Cars were good. Equipment was good. I have all the support in the world from my wife back at home, my team, Associated, Reedy, Hot Race. All these guys back us 1,000%. We couldn't do it without them. So sometimes you just got to look in the mirror, man, and take it on the chin, and this was one of those times.
Yeah, well said. Well, congratulations on a successful weekend. You are the 40-plus two-wheel drive champ and another podium here. Great job there, and go enjoy and safe trips back to Michigan.
Thanks, man. We'll take the podium. I wasn't sure if I'd even make it up that far, but somehow lucked my way into it. So we'll take it. It's better than not.
Yes, sir. All right, man. Thanks for the interview.
Thanks, guys.
You can just tell he's got that old school motocross kind of drawl to his voice. I love that. Kind of the relaxed, laid back tone. Al Horn stopping by the booth for a fist bump. Congratulations. And one of the best interviews, man. He's always so quick to thank the people that help him, and you love to see that. So good stuff from him. Bryce Butterfield going to lead us off for AMA number 3 at 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Of course, this class clinched by Utah's Dominic Passione, but plenty of spots left here as this was pretty topsy-turvy here, Sean. A lot of positions are likely going to change hands here in this A3.
Sorry, I stole that one for him. Yeah, that was supposed to be you. We'll give you the last two here at the end.
Not a problem, brother. Hey, we're all here. It's a group effort, and it's no worry on my part. So we're going to watch Bryce Butterfield. Let's see if he can nail this one down here. He's trying to finish second place overall. He's got a 2, 4, and 0 to work with. And, again, I'm sure that Bryce is a little bummed out that he wasn't able to convert that TQ effort. But nonetheless, for somebody that hasn't run much off-road recently, he certainly made a great account of himself this weekend. And I don't know, Sean, I hope we see him back. This was definitely a fantastic campaign for him. And I'm sure he'll consider building a couple cars and keeping him in the rotation.
Oh, he will, you know. It's kind of cool. You just kind of swap back and forth, and multi-time national champ in other divisions, and he wants one here in the dirt.
No doubt. Here comes nasty Nate Sutherland, though. You got to think about Nate. He's been right on there on the edge this weekend. He wasn't able to convert this weekend here on the clay, but this is one of the absolute stock racing killers. This guy had such a great run there with TLR from 2024 to 2025 and has looked very stout here in 26 as well. It goes to show, though, you could just be a little bit off in something in your program, and it could be chassis, tires, power. It could be anything of those lines, maybe a little bit of everything that just puts you down just a couple spots short of competing for that win. But right now I think both these guys, Bryce and Nate, would love to convert this A3 win and bring some positive momentum back on their trips home. Of course, should be a quick trip down the road here for Butterfield, but Nate will likely hop on an airplane home to Iowa. Hayes Jr. in that third spot, Moran in the fourth spot, Meeks, Robinson, Henley, Templeman, and Moore. The full running order after Butterfield and Sutherland. Again, Jeremy Hayes Jr. having a great run this weekend here. His family's been in the chat with us all weekend long, cheering him on, so definitely appreciate their support, and I'm sure Jeremy Jr. does as well. Jr. in that third spot. He's that blue and white Schumacher coming up from behind. He's right now starting to reel in Sutherland and Butterfield just a little bit, so with 2 down, 3 to go, it's Bryce, Nate, Jeremy, Sammy, Caden, Jermaine, Talon, Henley, Mason, and Ryan Moore. Right now, quick lap goes to Jeremy Hayes, a 15.15 on lap number 3. Check it out.
Well, Sutherland with this 2 right here is giving him a shot at the final step on the podium right now. Robinson with the 5, and Robinson running down in the 6th spot. So he has a 3 and a 2. And right now, Sutherland with the 3 and a 2 as well. So it would come down to laps and times, and that would go to Robinson right here. So Sutherland, he really could use a big W right here, but Butterfield not going to make it easy. And here comes Jeremy Hayes Jr. And, man, I really feel for him after throwing away a podium spot there in the two-wheel drive. And it would kind of feel good to get back in a good run right here, although he just might be out of contention here, but still a great weekend there for Junior with the Track Star Schumacher team.
Absolutely. How close can you get? Nate Sutherland catches the back of Bryce a little bit, but these top 3 are absolutely on top of each other. It's quite a ways back to Moran in that 4th spot. Like we're saying, these guys are putting on a show for you guys watching on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. Hayes looking for some running room, and Sutherland definitely looks like the freshest car here on power. That exalt horsepower definitely flexing its muscle here. Bryce catches a little bit of pipe. Oh, what a beautiful pass to the inside from Jeremy Hayes Jr. That was exactly a car width he had to work with, and that was just fantastic. So Jeremy Hayes Jr. moving to the 2 spot. Now can he do something with Bryce Butterfield? Now Jeremy has to play defense from behind with Nate there knocking on the back door. What a fantastic race here in A3, Sean.
Yeah, and you know what? Robinson cheering on that move right there because that's going to help him solidify. Nate Sutherland needed to get that win here if he wants that podium spot. So Robinson, the biggest fan right now of that pass from Junior. That was sexy.
Absolutely. Everybody's got their own program here. Everybody's got their own agendas. And right now Butterfield has no other agenda but go out there and win this race, solidify second place on the grid. But like you said, Robinson's like, yes, thank you very much, Jeremy Hayes, for giving me a little bit of insurance. That's that California connection right there. 55 seconds left to go. Butterfield, Hayes, Sutherland, Moran up to that fourth spot. Robinson 5, Meeks, Henley, Moore, and Templeman. So right now, overall points would be Passione, Butterfield, Robinson, Sutherland, Hayes, top 5. Then it's Moran, Meeks, Henley, Templeman, and Moore. So right now, Talon's still looking to race for gaining 2 spots right here. He was going into this race 10th on points. Right now, 8th. So good run here for Talon in A3.
Yeah, things winding down here. Still a half second between my top 2, and Junior wants more.
Yes,
now
he
Butterfield.
does. Check this out.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, man. I just want to say, check out that move over the quad. He really has a clean line over the quad. He's able to launch out of that last single and jump into the corner. Butterfield kind of tracing out a little bit more. That touring car back coming into play with 12 seconds left. Sexy Leg, bring us home here with the finish of AMA number 3. They're on their last lap right now.
Yeah, Butterfield across the line right here, and he's trying to go 2-0 right here for that second place on the podium right here. The Associated driver right here coming up, new team for him this year. Got the new colors, got the new ride right here, and let's get a little rowdy here. Derek going to make some noise right here as Bryce Butterfield taking the A3 victory and a nice 2 here at the Roaring Nats here in 2026.
Absolutely. Fantastic run for
Thanks,
Bryce
Jay.
Butterfield. Jeremy Hayes Jr. brings it home in second. That'll put Hayes 5th on points, so another couple top 5 runs for Jeremy, like you mentioned. A little stung there from 17.520, but great account of himself this week on a couple top 5 runs. Nate Sutherland finishes 3rd here in A3. Sammy Caden, Talon, Jermaine, Ryan Moore, Mason Templeman, and Dominic Passione, of course, did not need to start A3. So we're going to get a word with Bryce Butterfield, your A3 winner, here in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy before our final race of the weekend, four-wheel mod coming up next. But first up, Bryce Butterfield, our one-up race report. Hey, Bryce Butterfield, this is Jared over in the booth. Congratulations on a nice A3 win there. That does put you second overall on the points. I know that's one spot short of the goal, especially after the TQ, but wanted to gather your thoughts on a pretty dominant A3 win there, and tell me how you're feeling after a pretty successful weekend returning to Offroad.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I'm a bit disappointed, obviously. I mean, the goal is always to win. Just stupid mistakes on my part. Great job to Dominic. He drove flawless, and I can't really complain too much.
Absolutely, man. Well, that's, of course, a good show of respect there to your competitors. Of course, you're a very classy gentleman. I wanted to ask you if you feel like this is going to reignite a return to Offroad racing for you, or was this more of a one-off?
No, I definitely want to get to some more races. I've been looking at some of the INS series from the J-Concept boys, and, I'm definitely going to be able to come back next year because CHR, as we know, Coyote Hobbies, is my home track, so it should be pretty good next year.
Good deal, brother. Another competitor added back to this loaded stock field. Hey, man, who would you like to thank for getting you this point this weekend?
Honestly, BT from Team Associated, Team Powers, Hot Race, One Up Racing, Sandwall. The list goes on over and over again. My parents especially. Without them, I wouldn't be here.
Awesome, Bryce. Thanks for your time, man. Congratulations, and have safe travels home tonight.
Thank you. You too.
Well, brother, it all comes down to this.
This is it.
Last race of the weekend, four-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by Coyote. Of course, a little bit anticlimactic in the point that our champion's been decided already, but still plenty of racing up for grabs right here. We have Spencer Rivkin currently sitting second on points, Davey Bottas third, Champlin Fend, of course, your top 5. So plenty of spots still to be decided for those podiums, for those bonus checks, for the recognition on the social media platforms. Plenty of things these folks are racing for. Submit me your pick here for this A3 win.
This is going to be tough to pick, so I'm really watching that battle. You got 2 points from 3rd to 6th right here, so I'm just rooting for a good race, and I want to just cheer on all these racers. I'm not going to pick any favors right here, and let's just go see a great battle to end. An awesome 110 scale Roar Dirt Off-Road National Championship out here this weekend.
May the best man win. I think that's a great prerogative right there. So here comes Champlin. Oh, Fenn almost jumped too far right in the quad. He saved it. You saw him steering that car left in the air, trying to coerce that thing back into the lane. So Champlin out in front. Obviously, Champlin probably going to be a little bummed out with the results. Some incidental contact with Lemieux a couple times. I don't think it was anything dirty. It was just racing, man. When you're racing hard, nobody's giving an inch. that sometimes that's going to happen. Sometimes you get the roll, sometimes you don't. So it's going to be Champlin, Fenn, Rivkin, Bada, Schimmel, your top 5 off the start, followed by Ryan Cavallari, Tom Rinderneck, Cole Tollard, and Doug LaRiviere 1 through 9 off the start. Champlin leading Fenn around here by just 0.4 of a second, Sean.
Yeah, we got Champlin, Fenn, Rivkin, top 3, Bata, Schimmel, and Cavallari still just right there with it. Man, Cav still got it, man. He's still got plenty of gas in the tank, if you will, right there. He's looking still pretty fired up, and you know, it's just great to see that. You know, the guy's had a great career and 30-plus national championships, a 4-time world champion. I enjoy. It'll be a sad day when we don't see Cav out here, so let's ride that wave as long as we can.
Absolutely. Enjoy greatness while it's still here. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Oh, my goodness.
Nice
Fenn
save.
a double set up on 2 wheels twice through that sweeper. Nice save. It's Champlin out in front, that red, white, yellow of the Schumacher car, followed by Fenn going nasty over that quad. I love watching those guys show us the chassis as they come by the scoring booth. Rivkin still 3, Bada 4, Schimmel, Cavalier. The best race is from third on back right here, as Rivkin's got a pack of cars behind him in that purple and white. But right now we still have a race for AMA number 3. Like we mentioned, plenty of agendas up here in AMA number 3. Mr. Miller. Right now, Champlin looking to go second place overall in the points with a 2-7-0. And, of course, you drop that 7 to make it 2 overall points. Rivkin would drop to third on points. Fenn would rise to fourth on points. So would be a pretty successful weekend here for Fenn. He has a chance to jump onto the podium if he can make this pass for the lead and the win. So, of course, Fenn would like to finish on a 1-3 and have an average finish of second on the weekend. That would be a pretty successful weekend for the Indiana native.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And he is tied right now, Fenn and Rivkin, with 5 points apiece, 3 and a 2 for both of them. So it might just come down to laps and times right there. And if Dakota Fenn wants to solidify that top 3 run, he's got to get around Brock Champlin, and that is not going to be an easy feat whatsoever.
No doubt. You saw him make a little mistake through that center checkup jump, but gets it all right back in the quad. That's the risk reward of the quad, is if you make a small error somewhere else on the track, you can make it all up in that big quad. Oh, they hook it. They hook together. Somehow they're able to come away unscathed. They stay 1-2, but that gives Rivkin a chance to get back in it with 3 minutes down and 2 to go. Bada not far back, who owns the fast lap of the race, at a 14.8. So don't count out old Davey Bada Bing, followed by Brennan Schimmel in the 5 spot. Tom, Cole, Ryan, and Doug with 1:45 left.
You know, it didn't seem like it, just watching for the viewers at home, about that mistake with Fenn getting in to Brock. But I'll tell you what, he's tied right now with Rivkin with 5 points apiece, and Fenn had the laps and times to get around him with that stop and go that he gave himself, and, you know, self-penalized right there, gave the spot back, and now that puts Rivkin back into the podium position. So it's he's really got to get the win now, because laps and times are now in favor of Rivkin.
Yes, sir. Tiebreaker is out the window at this point. You just have to go get those race points, and the only way to do that is get 0 points for winning. So right now, that is Dakota Fenn's mission with 1:10 left to go. Still got Champlin, though, holding station up in front. You know Champlin's cold as ice under pressure. You don't win 6 national championships and an FMAR World Championship by folding under pressure like this. 4 down, 1 to go. Champlin, Fenn, Rivkin lined up, followed by Bada and Schimmel. Then it's Rinderneck, Tollard, Cavallari, and LaRiviere. 50 seconds on the master clock. Red, white, and green and blue. Schumacher leads the orange and blue X-ray of Fenn. Both drivers going 3-1 that time. Oh, and a little mistake from Fenn puts Rivkin to the inside, so Spencer takes that second position. You could see Fenn raise up the 2 wheels right there, and Rivkin shoved it right in there, did not let him get back down. So Fenn still holding third over Bada with 30 seconds left, Sean.
Yeah, this is exactly what we expected here. And look at this, 4. You can throw a blanket under the top 4 right here with 22 seconds on the master clock. We're looking at about 2 more laps right here. And for all the viewers at home, man, I hope they're as fired up as I am right here. It's going to come down to the wire for the final podium spots.
Cars lined up with 12 seconds left. White flag is waving for your AMA number 3 of 4-wheel drive mod buggy. Brock Champlin trying to bring it home. Rivkin looking to win AMA number 3. Fenn and Bada. One more time over the big quad. And Fenn goes for the quad. Does he have enough, though? One more time down the start-finish line. Brock Champlin's going to win AMA number 3. Spencer Rivkin going to bring home second. Dakota Fenn brings it in third. Davey Bada fourth. Brennan Schimmel finishes fifth. Tom Rinderneck sixth. Cole Tollard finishing in seventh. Ryan Cavallari brings it home in eighth. And Doug LaRiviere ninth. That will give Brock Champlin second place on the points. Rivkin will go 3 on points. Fenn will go 4th on points, and Davey Bada will drop to 5th on points. So Champlin, mission accomplished in AMA number 3, solidifies second overall on the finishing order behind Chase Lemieux. Unofficially on points, Rivkin will round out the podium in third, with Fenn and Bada 4th and 5th. We will grab a word for the final time this weekend with Brock Champlin in your One Up Racing Race Report. Standing by here with Brock Champlin, winning AMA number 3 of four-wheel drive modified buggy. Brock, I'm sure it's one spot short of your goal, especially after that competitive race there with Chase Lemieux throughout the weekend. But still wanted to gather your thoughts on a pretty dominant 8-3 win there. Had a lot of people throw some heat at you, but you were cold as ice under pressure. Tell me how you feel.
Yeah, I don't really have like the nicest things to say about four-wheel drive today. I think Roar in the first main completely screwed up. So, yeah, cutting tracks, taking people out, it's not how you win races. For sure, my tires hit a block wall today, so there's really not much more I could do. But, yeah, to walk away second after just chaos, to be honest with you, I'll take it, I guess. I'm definitely a bit bummed.
Yeah, I understand, my friend. Of course, sometimes those breaks go your way, sometimes they don't. So I definitely can understand the frustration. But just wanted to give you a chance to, of course, thank all the people that get you here and all the companies that help you run up front and stay up front.
Yeah, Schumacher, Witz, Hobby Wing, J Concepts, Gen Zace, Savox, Fly Sky. Without those guys, I wouldn't be able to battle or compete at all. So, yeah, shout out to my girlfriend. My family, her family, all my friends. I'm ready for a bit of a break. So,
absolutely, my man. Well, I'm sure you'll get a nice time to get home, take a little reset, and I'm sure we'll see you out here stronger than ever next time. So, congratulations and safe travels getting home.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be on the lake all next week. So,
there you go, man. Congratulations. All right, folks, before we leave you this weekend, we did want to let you know that we will be here in Thornhill Racing Circuit in Hutto, Texas for the IFMAR 1/8 scale World Championships, and you're not going to want to miss that. September 26th through October 3rd. You are not going to want to miss any of the coverage on Live RC, Facebook, and YouTube. Again, Thornhill Racing Circuit in Hutto, Texas for the 8 scale IC Off-Road World Championship. Sean, what do you think about the Worlds being held once again in the States?
Well, it's been 10 years since we've had the World, and I'm looking forward to being it back. Now, it is a high bite smooth, so that might just kind of be in the wheelhouse of the Euros, but I think the American drivers, with it being on our home turf, I think they're going to defend that home turf a little bit, and they'll have something to say here come October.
I couldn't agree more, and I think that warm-up race at the Lone Star Challenge really showed you that the Europeans still have a bit of an advantage, but you better believe that these U.S. teams are going to be going back to the drawing board, bringing their best equipment and tires to this race on September 26th through October 3rd. Hope you join us all on liverc.com, Facebook, and YouTube for all the action. And for our closing thoughts here for the 2026 Roar 10 scale dirt off-road nationals here at SDRC Raceway, we saw amazing racing all weekend long. 8 national championships crowned. Just fantastic racing from start to finish. A little bit of controversy, some incidents happening on track that some drivers aren't terribly happy with, and I'm certain that we'll see some spillover there in the future. But we did want to thank everybody for joining us on Live RC all weekend long. We had plenty of devoted members in our live streams for all 4 days of coverage, so we really appreciate you being out here. Wanted to give a big shout out to all the crew here, the Roar staff, Clayton Young, your president and race director, Cal Southworth and Josh Richardson did a great job at tech. Mike Braun on the at-track announcer was just fantastic. Whole SDRC staff, Brad Ambrose, the owner, Chris Raymond, the track builder, along with all the SDRC locals that lent a hand. And, of course, our Live RC staff. Can't thank, again, my man Sean Sexy Like Miller enough for being a great color commentator this weekend. Sam Rabarczyk and our production team called all the shots, did a great job. And Travis Melton held it down on the dynamic camera. So thanks, everybody, very much for joining us. And for Jared Barden and everybody here at Live RC, we're signing off. We'll see you next time here from San Diego, California.